Hey, what is up, everybody? Welcome to the Saturday stream. We gaming. Again. Hearts of Iron. Time to start a new campaign. It's Saturday again, baby. Welcome back. Another 11-hour stream incoming. Absolutely not. I have been vibing to this song all day, so I figured why not play it. That is the title theme song for the, and I'm not joking, RoboCop Game Boy game from 1990. That like if you turned on RoboCop, that's the song that you would hear. So, it's kind of a meme, but also I love it. I knew I heard that somewhere before. I really like that song, yeah. I'm probably gonna listen to it like 5 to 10 more times, completely burn myself out on it, and then never listen to it again. You know how it is. Sometimes you just get that song that just hits just right. Can we listen to it again? Yeah, on YouTube. Anyway, welcome back, everybody. We're going to start a new campaign today because we all but finished the previous campaign for Denmark yesterday after an 11-hour marathon, including dinner break. It was a little bit chaotic. I turned into a bit of a slug for the final few hours. That's usually the Hearts of Iron recipe, I think. Not uncommon for at least one or more of the Hearts of Iron streams to end up that way. I am determined not to have a repeat, though, because I am a little tired today. So, but I do want to like try a new campaign. So we're gonna start a new campaign, roll a new country. If you weren't able to make it to see how it ended yesterday, let's just say it was 1952. And we were on 5 times speed for hours, and there was no sign of anything like ending on a permanent basis anytime soon. However, I am confident in saying that we won, at least. Actually, you know what? Nothing stops me from just loading in to that campaign. Like, it still exists. And you can just see the state of the world. If you just needed like the briefest of recaps, sure, let's do that. Why not? Not gonna like. I just want to make this real quick so people don't come in and go like, a new campaign. This looks like the old campaign. All right, very fast. This is where we ended. Kingdom. Well, that's not us. Kingdom of Denmark, Beag. There was no peace conference, so we didn't actually get to divvy up land. We're the green. If you know geography, you know that is typically not where Denmark lays their claims, nor is Berlin a place where Denmark lays claim. We ended up building level 10 Uber forts. We made the Danish Maginot Line around Berlin and Hanover and Weimar and Bremen and a few more, and just kind of held forever. Forever. Many years we held that line for like 4 straight years. Long story short, eventually the UK got it together and came in from the south while we held Berlin, and the German communists capitulated. They had an identity crisis in their life. They went full democracy and then transitioned into communists. Not really sure how that went. But they eventually capitulated, but they still had tons of divisions. So we sent a highly specialized group of, at the time, I think it was closer to 18 to 24 divisions of Danish super soldiers to root out the pockets of resistance. And when I say pockets of resistance, no exaggeration, there were over 120 divisions that we are single-handedly responsible for eliminating from the game. It was the biggest roundup of enemy soldiers cut off from their supply lines I have ever managed, I think, in Hearts of Iron. And as a result, we ended, unfortunately for us, at about 688,000 casualties of the Kingdom of Denmark. We will remember them fondly, but we are mostly responsible for the 6 million casualties inflicted upon our enemies. So I feel like we did a pretty good job. Silly question, does the game automatically end on a certain date? Nope. But the technology tree does. So the final technology, you could research everything in the game, basically. The final tech is 1950 tech, which is now not even there anymore. Where is it? There used to be 1950 jet planes, but now you just research jet engines and then research guided missiles, and these two combined, I think, give you better jet planes that you can start producing. And that's like the final tech, basically. So there's not, you can't keep teching up. So it doesn't automatically end. But anyway, we eliminated all of the divisions that were over here in France, and it was bloody. I think we lost about 250,000 troops, maybe 200,000 troops just trying to eliminate them. But it was worth it because it single-handedly cut off all the supply lines of Poland, Austria-Hungary, and the remaining German soldiers. And now you can see there's actually a proper, like, battle line of the West versus the East here that would eventually, given a number of years, we would probably be able to push back into this Russian puppet state. We're not at war with Japan, so we would just have to fight until Russia was completely obliterated, which would take years to go from west to east. So we just quit and said, I win. We have 0 manpower. We couldn't do anything else. We successfully conquered the German socialists, or whatever they were. And we managed to hold the line in the north, too. This was a very hostile, inhospitable environment with no supplies up here in Finland, Norway, and Sweden, all the way up north. So that's how the game ended for us. America almost got absorbed by Mexico, and then they managed to fight back and then send a bunch of troops over to finally help. And I have to salute our allies, the AI, who, I am proud to say, did not abandon the level 10 forts that I built. I abandoned the level 10 forts that I built in the hopes that the AI would stay there, and they did, which is great. So I was able to send all of my forces out of the Berlin area to systematically eliminate the masses of enemy troops over here on a very pointed extermination mission. Okay. But yeah, they actually held the line. So, and they didn't just randomly be like, I don't want to be here anymore, which I've seen them do in the past. And then they just let the enemy kind of roll in for no reason. All right, let's take a look. Where are we going to start? Let's see. Big props on retreating and reconsolidating in the north. Would have been way easier to just give up. Yeah, I think that tactical retreat, even though we lost a few divisions, was worth it to get to a line that we could hold more easily and kind of dig in and also get supplies. And shout out to the one chatter who was like, hey, remember you can use transport planes to resupply your troops. There were a lot of fun mechanics that we had to leverage, which is one of the reasons that I enjoy playing these smaller countries. so much is it kind of forces you to get creative sometimes with how you want to play. Because there were a number of times that I was like, oh, we lost. Should just give up now and start over. And I think nobody in chat would have blamed me for giving up once our invasion of Sweden was postponed after they were guaranteed by democratic Germany. But hanging around and kind of sticking with it, I think, made for a very interesting story and a fun conclusion, even though the war is technically not over. It is sort of over in the way that when you're playing a game of Civ and you're like, oh, I've won, I just now have to do all of the waiting until the game tells me I won, kind of. That's sort of the point that we reached, where we occupied Germany. There was no world in which just the puppet state of Russia and what was left of Poland, which, by the way, Poland was on the receiving end of my ICBM infrastructure targeting. Long story, we had 6 missile silos, maybe 7, scattered across Greenland, Iceland, Denmark, and maybe another place or two that were all launching hundreds of intercontinental ballistic missiles, formerly on Germany and their infrastructure, and then we loosed them on Poland at the end. So I think it was for sure that alone was probably going to be enough if they didn't have the air power to intercept those, or however the mechanic works. But the transport plane helped us a ton up north, so that was solid. Everyone was completely bled dry too. Yeah, everyone was just like, I don't want to fight anymore. And that's sort of the one flaw that Hearts of Iron, I think, still has, like the one major flaw, which I understand why it is made the way it is, but there is no way to make peace outside of capitulation. There isn't a, okay, 80 million casualties have been recorded worldwide. Do we want to go to the peace table? Like 6 nukes are flying. Chat, I don't know how many nukes there were when I was AFK for like 45 minutes to eat dinner, but there were like at least half a dozen nukes that detonated. At some point, you would think people would be like, okay, let's go and make peace, but there just isn't the option to do that until someone actually gives up. So we're going to start a new campaign in 1936, all the way back to the Gathering Storm. The exhaustion I feel today was totally worth following. Yeah, that was a unique game for sure. And I felt good that we saw it through to what I think was a definitive turning point, even though that involved a lot of 5 times waiting. But I was right. There were some people in chat who were like, you need to have a bigger army. Or something. It's like, dude, listen, we can't move. We have no more people. There are literally no more people that I can get to join the armed forces. If we move, we die. If we stay still, we live. So we're just gonna sit inside of Fortress Berlin and wait, because we've done everything that Denmark can possibly do by themselves. And we were right, and then we waited and we won. Okay, let's rewind the clock to 1936. As dark times are coming once again. Hitler consolidated his power, and his attention is increasingly drawn beyond Germany's borders. Will he survive a civil war this time? Mussolini's Italy continues to embark on daring military adventures, while the Empire of Japan stands poised to attack China in Asia. Maybe this time is the time Ethiopia wins. And maybe this time is the time China doesn't lose to Japan and let Japan become an economic and military super powerhouse. Almost 20 years have passed since the end of the Great War, and the world has yet again been doused in gasoline by some egotistical streamer. A single spark may be all it takes. Finland, Sweden, Norway. Finland, Sweden, Norway. Here's what I think we do. I think we load into each of them and just take a quick browse of their tree. Just a quick browse. Start with Norway. And just look at, just gonna do a little window shopping for each of the three. Quickly. I don't want to, like, get bogged down here. So here's the political tree for Norway. It's pretty substantial. Looks like a lot. Because we have 1, 2, 3, 4 mutually exclusive branches to start off. So at a minimum, that's 4 playthroughs of just Norway. From a political perspective. And some of them break down into this or that. This is Resurgent Labor Movement. Excuse me. Excuse me. We have a new Norway at the bottom. We're finally free from the yoke of capital. Worker armies, expand the military industry, invite Soviet designers. So this is basically their compromise with the NKP or prosecute them. So you can do a labor movement with either. Send the king back to Denmark. Give him the boot. And then we have, like, secure the Swedish iron ore, secure Denmark, and crush Hitler, and crush Stalin if you want. Defend Finland or war in Finland. So some nice either ors. Join the Allies. Over here. Sabotage Union. Support Finland in the Winter War. Cool. Preparing the return to Norway. Support rebellion. Oh, that's like if you get exiled? Maybe if you're exiled. Look at this little doggy. Look at the little doggy with the hat. And this is basically continuing the existing government. Fortify Norway, coastal defenses. The stumbling storting. I don't know what those words mean together. Ask for foreign support. Pan-Germanic cooperation, secret police. Okay, yeah, this is like the join up with fascist engineers. Claims on Scotland to that hand crawling out. I like the icon art. The icon art in Hearts of Iron is fantastic. Consolidate the kingdom. Claims on the Faroe Islands. Iceland. Claims on Sweden. Claims on Denmark. Yep. Yep, that's your, this is your path monarchy. Monarchy path. See, we got monarchy. And then, what is this? Fascism. Monarchy, fascism, kind of status quo government, I would say. Vote of no confidence is sort of like going on offensive doctrines and like maybe taking the offense to Hitler. And annex Sweden and Denmark. Denounce the German Reich. Is this just like fascism separate from the Axis? And then we have the communist points over here. Got a board for starting rearmament, building an independent Norway and sort of infrastructure economics. Then we have plane design, navy design, and then the Nordic Council, which we haven't tried yet, but this is a whole tree, so you could play it like this too, where it's not technically political, but it is. You just need to have a faction and be either Sweden, Norway, Finland, Denmark, or Iceland. And you can start a joint alliance, and there's a lot of separate things there. There's a lot of replayability just baked into this. All right, let's take a look at Sweden. We're just window shopping at the moment. I guess I should have looked at their national spirits that they start with. Norway starts with complacent cabinet, the hard 30s, and anti-communist sentiments. They're getting fascism support. Consumer goods factories are in an awful state, as is construction speed because of the economic depression. And their political power is crippled. Okay, Sweden gets Hungerscold. I don't know how to pronounce that. Sweden risks strikes or riots if stability falls. King Gustav V loses some political power but gets fascist diplomacy, support for unaligned. So more likely for monarchy. Hunger Shield, interesting. Severe lack of ammo, attack and defense down. You can look at the tree without loading in the other country. Yeah, that's true. Just let me be, okay? What's on the left here? Sweden has a lot of... This is a defense act. Sweden's tree is very interesting because it's so vertical. Very vertical. So the Defense Act, I haven't even seen a tree that looks like this with these super long lines. Because all the way to the left is the Navy. Okay, and then here's government weapons contracts. This is like, I see some Air Force, some military factories. Bulking up defense. Getting a bunch of forts. Continue the second industrial revolution. Democratic war cabinet or communism support. Communism support leads to some reforms. The Finnish buffer state support Norwegian and Danish communists. Institute a UBI. Ultimately leading to either of these, Scandinavian Defense Union or the threat of the Iron Curtain. Sweden requests to join the UK, okay? Or Sweden invites both Norway and Denmark to a defense union, and they get preemptive strike against German Reich and Soviet Union. Good luck with that. Let me know how that goes. Okay. So, that makes a lot of sense. And then up here, we have Finland's cause is ours, Swedish Volunteer Corps. It's basically like supporting other countries. And the Defense Act leads to infrastructure investment, economic, so lots of industry and economy stuff. And then on the right, we have the old enemy stirs with a cool bear. Prevent a red dictatorship. Hold on, let's go this way first. Nordic Defense Council. There's the Nordic Defense Council. Neither death nor dishonor. Also kind of leads like a different course to get down to the same group. Or undermine fascists, meet with the king in council. All right, so monarchy. That leads to lots of things here. Basically, you choose which thing you wanted to handle first. Unite Sweden and Norway. Approach the Allies. Bornholm. Integrate Finland, Norway, Denmark, and Iceland. Sweden will be known as Sweden. You can core and annex Nordic subjects. Is Sweden the only one that can core all of those? Because that's insane. Or did I just not look at the opportunities as Denmark to do that? I think Denmark does as the Kalmar. Maybe. That sounds right. We didn't make it to Kalmar. Crusade against Bolshevism and reclaiming the Rus. 39 claims gained by Sweden to the east. Sweden declares war on the Soviet Union. Yep, big time. And then we have delegation to Berlin and kind of working with the Axis and a Reichsprotectorate or setting a new order. Okay, yeah, that's a lot. And then you've got the Nordic Council up there. So Sweden is very, very deep here, I'd say, as well. And then last, we have Finland. Which has 3 mutually exclusive choices here. On the left, as you expect, is your sort of socialism, but you can choose between toward red government or social democracy as mutually exclusive, so sort of with or without the Soviets. We have approach or antagonize them. And then if we cooperate, then we go all the way down to red Finland, where you can annex Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Iceland, and core like 6 states. Keepers of the Baltic, preserve the Sapmi. How do you say that? Is it like a say, like a, or like ah, or like ah? I want to say like Sapmi, but that's English. Anyway, is it Sapmi? The German threat. Okay, and then if we do antagonize the Soviets, we can proclaim the Grand Finnish Federation. You can't click on these if you're not the nation yourself. That's the one difference here. Control iron ore, Soviet threat. Okay, and then Finnish neutrality, aka the AI decision. Join, but you can still try to join the Allies, so there's still stuff to do. There's still, like, gameplay there. And then a lot of industrial expansion that seems like it's gated by that neutrality. National unity that leads to greater Finland and coring 6 states and some claims on like Leningrad and Volkov. Some ambitions. And then right-wing policies for fascist regime. Keepers of the North also leads to greater Finland. And then we have some infrastructure, military budget, and then the Nordic Council. Okay. Well, chat, I think I know what I want to do, but I want to know what you want to do. And then we'll get started. So you guys can have a Nordic poll. I might pick what I want to pick anyways. But I am curious to see what between Finland, Sweden, Norway you would pick. So, cast your vote in the chat poll. We've already been Denmark, while I blow my nose. Okay. Do what brings you joy. That's the nice part. Every country is fun to play once. There's still a bunch we haven't played. I enjoyed Ethiopia a lot. One day I want to go back and actually try historical Poland again. Like I want to do some, one day I want to do some challenge runs, including historical Poland, and we didn't really do very well in Mexico. That was kind of a bust. We didn't do very well in Portugal either, yeah. Our best campaigns, I think, I really think the Denmark campaign went quite well. Ethiopia was one of the best campaigns we've had after we failed like 8 times in a row. I think we did like Lithuania or something. Did we do Latvia or Lithuania? Turkey went terribly. Greece went terribly. Didn't do Bulgaria. Portugal went terribly. Spain went incredible. That was one of the best ever. Mexico went terrible. Not because it's bad, it's just we didn't. We got unlucky. We did Sinkiang. That one was a pretty fun. It was memorable at least. I think we did Czechoslovakia once, but I don't remember how it went. We did the British Raj. India was okay. And we did Australia. That was pretty good. Chat, 48% Sweden. Really interesting. Paradox rigged the poll. I'm actually kind of surprised that it's that high. Why the Norway hate is what I want to know. You also did France and Italy. Yeah, we did France and Italy. France went okay. Italy went kind of bad. Czechoslovakia campaign was a lot of fun. Yeah, I enjoyed that. Okay, Chad, I see what you want, and I raise you Finland. Because that's, I was curious what chat was most interested in. The reason being, I think Sweden looks like the biggest campaign out of the 4 in terms of size of its focus tree. And I usually don't like doing the big ones first. Like, we did Italy last between Ethiopia, Switzerland, and Italy. I don't like doing the biggest dogs early in the DLC. So, we'll do Finland. See how it goes. Finland is a young country, having gained its independence from Russia in 1917, followed by a bloody civil war. The scars of the war are still fresh, and the country's coalition government still struggles to work together effectively. The Soviet Union seems to covet Finnish territory close to Leningrad, and Finland is ill-prepared for a potential conflict. But it still has a long history of military valor and determination, and its soldiers are fiercely loyal to their country. With tensions rising and the threat of conflict looming, the future of Finland hangs in the balance. Indeed it does. All right, Finland. I feel like we don't really benefit from Iron Man mode, but I'm gonna do it anyway, I guess. Ahistorical, again, because I'm just gonna always do ahistorical unless I want a specific challenge. And then we're gonna, so Iron Man, ahistorical, regular difficulty. Is this with AAT? What's up, Soul Shadows? I want you to do me one big favor. I want you to read the title of the stream. If you can. I don't know if you can see it, but check it out. Is that a Star Wars thing? Is that some Star Wars thing? Also, I just want you to look at the fact that we're selecting Finland to play as right now. At this moment. Which, I feel like if you know the abbreviation for Arms Against Tyranny, you might also know that is one of the nations that is in the DLC. Hi, what's up? Ada Kishiyev. Sorry, I butchered that. But you gotta use capital letters. I don't know where one word begins and ends. An anti-air turret. All right, Chad, give me a name. What's our, how are we gonna match No Cheese Danish? That was a great Iron Man save name. Call the save Unfinished Business. I think that's the most obvious pun, yeah. That is the most obvious. We should just go with it. All right, let's take it slow. Take it easy. First time playing Finland. Ever, actually. DLC or no. I'm actually kind of surprised Finland starts with 3 tech slots. I was expecting 2. We have 4 civilian factories available. You tell there was a welfare versus military mechanic I saw you use yesterday. It's hard to find info about. So usually countries, especially these DLC countries, will have a mechanic specific to their country. And you find it by opening your sort of country view, and it's right here. So Finland has their own balance of power. So if you want to search for it, I'd search balance of power mechanic. And in this case, we have public trust is specific to Finland. So low public trust in Per Evend Svinhufud. These are going to be great names. Equals purely negative things right now. If it maxes out on this side, we lose more political power, we lose stability, we lose war support, activation effect, modify Sisu or Sisu. That's a Swedish name, just wait for the Finnish ones. Streamer picked the hardest language to read. Okay, but think about it. If Finland has the hardest language to read and say, that means they're the smartest people on the planet. The latter. Which one did I say second? Division recovery rate down and division defense down. So this affects some of our specific units. Sisu? The Sisu? Alright, and then high trust gives us an incredible bonus to stability, war support, recruitable population, and just a 25% bonus to attack on core territory. That'll be Finland for now. And defense is 15%. Thanks for calling me the smartest person on the planet. Definitely. I didn't say you specifically were the smartest. I said the smartest group of people. You could still be the dumbest person in the smartest group. By law, by the way averages work. So, don't let it go too far to your head. He's doing great. Good job. Good job. Are you all you're only like 40% under the blanking. Okay. Well, I guess I'll go help. Fixed. All right, we know what we're doing, right, Finland? Here's what we're doing. Let's start fresh. We need to get the 5 times fast forward speed out of our brain from yesterday, okay? Relax, take it slow. We're on Iron Man mode. There's no safes coming. It's a country we haven't played before. Focus tree I'm unfamiliar with, and we're bordering the Soviet Union. So, you know, we gotta, and also Sweden can be very aggressive now with the DLC. So I guess we need to watch out for them too. Norway technically also shares a border, but you can try and attack from here if you want. I like how we each have a port right here. Finnmark, Petsamo, and Murmansk. Cool. Level 3. Ours is level 1. Ours is the saddest one, and they have a level 4. And then, of course, we have some ports on our western shores. Where's, like, the water view? There we go. The Gulf of Bothnia. All right, gotta secure the Gulf of Bothnia. Sounds like a Star Wars name. The Gulf of Finland. That one's mine. I own that one. Then, of course, the lower Baltic. The eastern, or sorry, yeah, eastern north. The Norwegian coast. And the Barents Sea. Trying to learn a little of my geography. Many Bothnians died. Many Bothnians died to get us this information. Okay, give me one sec, chat. I have to, be a good human being. I have to be a good human being. And text Alice. Okay. Good bean. Now, where were we? Let's if you're new to Hearts of Iron, start of a fresh campaign's the best place to jump in. Things are simple, things are easy, things are relaxed. All we have to do is start each game by clearing all the icons at the top. It's pretty straightforward. Research slots available. We happen to have 3 research slots available. Simple, he says. Yeah, it's easy, dude. The start of a Hearts of Iron campaign is honestly the most straightforward. It's what comes later that is challenging. What we want to do is just check where our tech level is. We're trying to see that we have, it's 1936, so we want to make sure we have 1936 infantry weapons, which are researched. Good job, Finland. We don't have support weapons 1, but that is not the most important thing. This just represents, in our case, like a 5% offense and defense. And this isn't even true offense. This is like breakthrough, which is only a factor at the beginning of a battle. But it's still important, but not the most important. Having trucks is important, which we're going to want to upgrade, but it's not the most important. Support companies. We have some NGs and some recon. Nice. It's a good start. Let's get the music set up. Boop. Shuffle. Goodbye. Armor. Nothing. That's what I expected. Artillery. Good enough. Tier 1 artillery, Tier 1 anti-air. Nice. Naval, we have 1922 ships. Great job. Staying current. One day I want to do a Navy. I actually enjoy the Navy gameplay. I know that's illegal. I just like seeing enemy ships get blown up. Basically nothing on naval support. That's what I expected. Nothing on air. That's what I expected. And then these two are almost always blank. It should be always blank. But yeah, let's do our standard stuff. So we got 3 research slots. That means we can research 3 separate things simultaneously with no impact to one another's speed. It is not like a 1, 2, 3. It is all at the same time. So let's start researching how computers work, because we always want research speed. The only time that I would consider researching something else in 1936 is if you are playing a historical game in one of the most difficult countries. Like, the exceptions to my generic rule of always researching mechanical engineering and always researching the first production and first construction is if you were playing, and this is very, very specific, like historical Ethiopia, or just Ethiopia in general, you might want other things that buff your infantry because you're at war at that very moment, so you need every single ounce of offense or defense capacity that you can possibly muster. Or if you're playing like, maybe historical Poland does things differently, like ignore mechanical engineering and just get the industry plus infantry or armor research. People that get attacked first are the ones that you don't want necessarily to research if you're playing like a historical game. But everybody else, we're gonna learn how computers work, giving us a permanent 3% to research speed forever in 95 days. And then figuring out how industry and factories can become more efficient, and we can scale up to more advanced models and also use things for military purposes. That is an important one because it'll unlock our trees down here, which we'll be doing for the rest of the game pretty much. And then construction tier 1 so we can start building infrastructure ourselves. And we want to stack every 10% makes a huge difference. As you saw, if you were there yesterday's stream, we were like, oh, I want to build 10 forts here. And Denmark was like, done. Because our construction speed was just insane. And we had like 30, 40 factories by the time we were done. So it adds up. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it makes a big dent over time. All right. Research is taken care of. Like I said, this is easy. We have 4 civilian factories. So step 1, what do we have for infrastructure? We have a maximum of tier 3 infrastructure. On the border with Leningrad. So our capital is in the south, Helsinki. And its infrastructure is a 2. Fantastic. Okay. So infrastructure is a huge problem in Finland, as you can see. We're like bottomed out. 1 out of 5. That's like the minimum. So infrastructure is going to hurt our building speed, and it's also going to hurt our resource gathering capabilities. It's going to hurt how long it takes troops to travel. It's also, I think it has one other factor that I'm not remembering. Supply power. Supply power. So, we will want to upgrade infrastructure, but there's probably some focuses for that, and I don't want to build infrastructure first, because that's going to take June just for one infrastructure, which will give us a slight bonus with building, but it's much better, I think, to just start off with the factory. So we'll start off with the factory. I like the music is loud. And we have some space. Not a ton, but we have some. So we got like 2 spots here to build factories in. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2. All right, so we've got some real estate to work with. I'm learning more in this gameplay sesh than the 3-hour video I watched. Nice. Keep in mind, I do not think I am anywhere approaching an expert on the game. I can get you through the basics, but I don't have the meta knowledge that you'll find online. And there's been a couple patches that have changed my knowledge level, like combat width and stuff has been patched since I was playing last, and they've changed some core mechanics quite a bit. All right, at this stage, we just want to build the civilian factory where we have a free spot and we have the highest infrastructure. So in that case, it's going to be over here because we have 60% infrastructure and some free space. We can kind of just queue one up and leave it for a while because that's not going to be ready till the 27th of Feb 1937. That'll go faster as we get additional focuses and research, but for now, done. Easy. Get rid of it. Now, free military factories. We have 1 free military factory. So the first step is, do we want to make artillery? The only reason we might want to make artillery is if we already have artillery as part of our existing divisions, which we don't. My normal division, which dear Lord, Joka Vakidivisiona is... Joka Vakidivisiona. Why am I saying it like Italian? I don't know what a Finnish accent sounds like. I have no concept of that. Finnish is the language of the fairies. We're gonna go ahead and start by renaming these. With the help of our good friend ChatGPT. Do that again. I can just continue the conversation from yesterday. But for infantry divisions with a Finnish theme. Here are some light-hearted alliterative names for Finnish-themed infantry divisions. Finnish fumblers. They might seem clumsy, but that's just their strategy. What? The Helsinki hoppers, always one step ahead of the enemy. The sauna soldiers, hot and steamy, ready for any battle? Okay. The Moomin Marchers, inspired by the beloved Finnish Moomin characters. These names are not good. Tango Troopers, because Finns love their tango music, and these troops dance their way through the battlefield. Give me a break. The sauna soldiers. I feel like that last one's made up, but I don't know. All right, sauna soldiers for our default troops. We'll let them keep the helmet, but you can change the template to whatever you want there. And ours happen to come with an engineer company, which is good. And they are 6 total units that comprise division combat width of 12. So this is not something that we want long term, but it is what the hand we've been dealt short term. I'm just trying to get an idea of how strong this is. Eventually, we're going to want to add either more infantry, hopefully some artillery, but we don't need to make artillery. That was the main reason why I was looking at this. Who are these supposed to be? We'll find out in a second. I'll come back and rename some more of these. But anyway, we just need to make sure that we have guns and support equipment right now. So we're just going to add that factory to infantry equipment. And as long as we haven't unpaused the game, I think at the beginning of the game, that will start at maximum production efficiency, which right now is 53%. So it shouldn't have to even spool up, as long as you haven't unpaused. Now we want to think about where future factories go. So we're going to want to add at least one more factory to infantry equipment and at least one more factory to support. Now these are gray because we don't have those factories yet. So if we build them or acquire them, it'll automatically go to wherever we reserved said factories. So if I did that, it would reserve the next 13 factories just for infantry equipment. So you can kind of like plan things out. This saves a lot of micromanagement. And if you ever get full, you can hit that X5 and it'll start doing factors of 5 factories each. So that's 75 factories, or factors of 10 if you are an insane person or you are playing one of the major powers, typically. But we just want like 3 and 2 for now. That'll last us. Done. Free dockyards. We have one entire dockyard. If you only have one dockyard, we don't even need to worry about making any kind of navy. We just want to make convoys. And we just want to make convoys basically forever. So we're going to reserve the next 14 dockyards that we may or may not get, unless we decide that we want to start consciously working on convoys. You always want to leave convoys at the bottom unless you really need them. Like, we only have 5, but we're not going to be doing any trading with them anytime soon. Because this production queue prioritizes the topmost production lines. So if I have infantry equipment at the top, it's using 4 steel on this production line. And therefore it's not enough left over for the convoys. But if I really need a convoys, boom. Now the convoy's getting steel, and whatever's at the bottom is getting what's left over. So you always want to make sure this is actually in the order of priority that you want the thing to come out. Where are my divisions? Okay, here are the kind of like crappy ones. These red arrows mean that they are low priority for getting resupplied, so they are very much out of supplies. They have 1/3 of the guns and support equipment that they need. And they have 3 infantry and an engineer company. I'm not frankly sure why these exist, because I don't think that they would be able to do anything for us. I will leave them for now, but they're not going to be long-term useful to us. Let's just take all 18 divisions, right-click on our empty division slot down there, assign a general. We have a number of generals, actually, and a single field marshal to pick from. It's quite a good field marshal. And a pretty strong level 4 skill general. Veteran Jaeger. Just a bunch of XP factors. What a gamer. Winter Specialist, minus 50% winter attrition. Possesses an intuitive understanding of the difficulties of the cold fighting in cold conditions. Cool. And a Ranger. Bonus forced movement, attack, and defense. Like it a lot. 4 skill attack, 4 skill defense, 3 skill planning, and 2 skill supply consumption. None of them are great at supply, which is something we're going to want to work on. Being in Finland and all, supply is the most important. Yeah, the Finns get them pretty incredible starting generals. So we're going to go with Eric Heinrichs. And then we're going to click on him, and then right-click a field marshal. And then we want the field marshal to be the gamer god, level 5. 6 defense, 5 strategy, 4 supply. Woo! Inflexible strategist, skilled but stubborn. Bonus defense and logistics. Cautious. Small planning speed, but less chance for the field marshal to get wounded. Or, I don't know if that... Can field marshals get wounded? I don't know. War hero, cheaper to promote. They've already been promoted, so that is not applicable. They are trickster, which is great for recon. Winter specialist is really great for winter attrition. Max entrenchment is really great, and they have some pluses here, but we can't really do anything with this until we get command power, so we're sort of just ignoring those potential upgrades for now. But they're already ready to be improved in various ways. And then, unless you're anticipating a war at the beginning of the game, which I am not, I am just going to do a very basic sort of area defense, just to kind of keep them nice and spread out. And for my area defense, I really just want to focus anywhere that we have a victory point, a naval base, an air base, and a fort. Not railway. Do we have that many? We have that many victory points? Okay, it's going to take 34 divisions to cover this, and we only have 18, but it doesn't matter. We're not going to get attacked. And for like a few years, at least, unless something goes terribly wrong. All right, another one taken care of. Let's take a look and see if we have any unique decisions or events that might be specific to Finland. So this page is going to change quite a bit depending on what country you're playing, so your mileage may vary. Ours is incredibly small. There's not even a scroll, which is good. That makes it easier to digest. Propaganda, this is for if you are at war or want to go to war. Maintaining war support is very important. We probably don't need any of these. Sometimes these are useful circumstantially, depending on what events are going on around you. And this is for the supply hub construction speed. Remember that you have this if you need to make a supply hub. You can only take this decision one time, and you only get a 120-day bonus. Remember that. But yeah, our only thing is proclaim Nordic unities. So, don't worry about decisions, don't worry about low manpower. Cursed, we have 6.66k free manpower. Our resources, we have a shortage, but that's not something we can control at the moment, so just ignore it. And then the biggest thing is national focuses. So here is the Finnish focus tree. Also, this is one of my favorite songs in the game. Love this song. So this is where I can't really give you much of a tutorial, other than to say, depending on what country you have chosen, will impact what you need. If you are in immediate threat of war, or you want to go to war immediately, you want to focus on military budget and things probably to support the troops. If you're planning on being at peace for a long time, infrastructure is going to be one of our top picks. However, we need to make sure that we don't miss. I think the most important thing is that you don't miss any political timeouts. So politics can be a nice thing to start with because you can decide which way to take your government. And also, frequently, you will need to start building toward that governmental change. So right now, we are 65% Kokoomus, which is the non-aligned party. So if we wanted to stay non-aligned and go monarchy or something like that, or just status quo, because we could maintain our neutrality here, and that's probably not going to need any changes. But if we wanted to go fascist, we're going to need to start going down that tree and get daily fascism support from a political advisor, which we unlock here. Or likewise, the opposite, getting political support for communism. So you want to start building that early. So we need to decide what we want to do. Now, what I was thinking was Finnish communism, but like the international style, not the Comintern. I was thinking about just showing the Soviets how it's done. Like standalone communism. Bold strategy. Trotsky Finland. Kind of a Trotsky Finland, because we can do socialism with social democracy and then go down the right tree to antagonize the Soviets, and we can choose if we want to approach the democracies, but you have to be democratic. So we'd have to do current ruling party. You actually can be communist or democratic for this one. United under the North Star. You create a faction, the Northern Defense Front. Finland completes form the Nordic Council, and then we can try and form the council with Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, which opens up this entire tree. Now, The hard part is, what are they gonna do? Like, if Sweden and Denmark go like fascist, it's sort of out the window, and it kind of ruins the entire strategy. This is a good, unique focus tree. Yeah, it sounds like a fun way to do things. Or Norway claiming everything it sees. Surely they won't do that. Surely they won't do that, yeah. Because I don't really... Like, if we go complete, full red Finland, we basically just have to be in the Comintern and sort of an arm of the Comintern. Which is okay, but... You can still annex Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Iceland, but you're just gonna... sort of just be an extension of the Soviets. Which doesn't sound that much fun to me. Neutrality doesn't sound fun to me, obviously. And then the fascism tree could be also interesting because you at least get to go down to Greater Finland core, get some claims. You could do Finnish supremacy in the north, but I might like to do that with like a Sweden playthrough. I think it would be fun to try this like social democracy and go communist democracy hybrid. Seems like a nuanced playthrough. True international. Surely the USSR won't leave communism behind, right? Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do. So let's give it a try. The abject misery of capitalism continues to permeate through our society due to the counter-revolutionary devastation unleashed by Mannerheim and his allies during the Civil War. We cannot let this stand. We must find a way to liberate the working class. Political power, plus 75. We get a new political advisor who is going to be hireable and start producing either communism or democracy support, depending on which way you want to go. So we kind of need to plan this out in advance. Removed political power, gain advisor, and we moved the public trust away from Per Evend. Low public trust in Per Evend. Svinhufund. Svinhufud. Svinhufud. So I think we're going to start on that, but I want to kind of plan this out, the route. Because then we have social democracy, which gives you... You can actually do toward a red government and still antagonize the Soviets, which is interesting. So, like, let's see the difference in these. Because this is moving us toward communism. So we might just do that and not social democracy. Because it'll sort of lead us down a similar path. Svinhuvud means pighead in Swedish. Daily communism support. You get a new general. Public trust moves again. Alright, I need to like double check this before. Because if you antagonize the Soviets, it needs either of the ones above. But social democracy lets you go toward pragmatic socialism. You can even do the Finnish Swedish People's Party. This requires political unity. So you can't do that. But you can do both of these from social democracy. Yeah, okay, so for all of these, you have to be democratic. So we're not approaching the major democracies. We need to stick on the left-hand side, I think. But basically, at a critical juncture, we don't join the Comintern, but we do united under the North Star, and we still create the Northern Defense Front faction. We can be either communist or democratic for that. And then... if we have united under the North Star, we have the Confederated Finno-Russian Republics, Every core state of the Soviet Union controlled by Finland gets daily compliance gain. And you get a decision that allows us to integrate former Soviet states with the Finnic population as core states of Finland. That's kind of a big one. That's the big secret one. And then we can still do Finnish influence in the Baltic, preserve the Sapmi. Now, you can't do Keepers of the Baltic because that's like actually red. And you can still do secure the Baltic Sea and socialist welfare. And you can't do... This needs secure the Baltic and aid for entrepreneurs. Yeah, you could do Soviet threat. Proclaim Grand Finnish Federation needs aid for entrepreneurs and control the flux. So you can't do this one. But you can do... I think this is the actual, like, end game for the tree that we want. And you can do all these: Confederated, Socialist Welfare, German Threat, Preserve Sapmi, and then you can do some industrial stuff. And then we can do the Nordic Council, which is its own focus tree over here. Right? Okay, looks good. So let's go. Let's stay on this one, and we're good to go. Nothing else. Good old Finno-Russians. But yeah, it's mostly just studying the focus tree and deciding what you want out of that. Which takes a while. Like, any new focus tree is just... It's overwhelming. There's a lot, but I think it's fun. Because we're definitely going to want to go ahead and do infrastructure basically as soon as we can. Because there's just, like, free civilian factories, free infrastructure, all that. But I need to start building that communist support, because we have one. We have one. I'm not really sure what happens when the public trust goes all the way. Motion of no confidence, decision cost. I guess it goes that way. And you get rid of Per Evend Svinhuvud. Personal agenda to eradicate socialism. Having less than 1% support for democratic and communist ideologies will increase public trust. Concerning support for socialists, having more than 9% support for democratic... let's go. We need to go faster. What did it say? Having more than 9% support for democratic or communist will decrease public trust. Losing control of a Finnish core state decreases public trust. Finland it is. This is going to be fun. I wish more countries had democratic socialism options. Yeah, I think that they've done a good job of putting them in the nations that, like, for sure the Nordics, out of everybody, it makes the most sense for all of them to have an option there, right? Some make more sense than others. Like, there were some places where I just can't imagine, even in the wildest of alternate histories. I mean, it's a video game, so just do whatever. It doesn't, you know, you can make a justification for it after the fact. Everybody just wants to do war all the time. That's true, too. But I think that this is an interesting option that sort of leads us to war. Because we're not going full on. But I think it's sort of implied that maybe the best playthrough for social democratic here is probably historical, because you're almost guaranteed, you are guaranteed, if you take social democracy here as Finland, you're going to be going toe-to-toe with the Soviets. So, like, you can still pick social democracy and guarantee war, right? Because you know how you know what the outcome is. Of all the pieces on the board. But yeah, it makes sense why everybody wants to do the ones that let you take over and core the most land. I think I would like to do a Sweden campaign where that is the objective, is kind of like to unite the North. We sort of tried with Denmark, and I think we would have eventually gotten there. I don't know. I have to look again at Sweden's tree and decide, because it's quite a interesting tree. We haven't done a fascist run in a while. Paint the map fun. The reason why painting the map is more fun... What's interesting is Hearts of Iron, of all the Paradox games, I think is the least... Okay, of all the Paradox games from Stellaris, Crusader Kings, I actually think Hearts of Iron is less about painting the map than Crusader Kings. I don't know if that's a hot take. But I think it does it the least micromanagey because you only have to worry about one peace conference at the end to settle all the land instead of like 70 back-to-back wars spaced out over one-year peace treaties. The abject misery of capitalism continues to permeate through our society due to the counter-revolutionary devastation unleashed by Mannerheim and his allies in the Civil War. Injection of 75 political power, a new advisor, which we're going to want basically immediately for daily communism support, and public trust falls. So our public trust is already way down there. They're not trustful at all. We have the path to socialism. This has just appeared. Since we were Danes last night and talking about Danish pastries, I looked it up. Apparently, Austrian bakers brought a pastry of their own and changed it so the Danish would like it. In some years, through the collective effort of the people, we'll reach true socialism, though the road to that might be thorny and difficult. We must keep on treading it, however, no matter the cost. Gather popular support. So these are all political power investments that will, in theory, change popularity of communism. When civil war starts. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Okay, we're gonna have to read those in depth. But let us begin by looking at how much the political advisor is gonna cost. Where is... There's Democratic Reformer. Communist Revolutionary. Nice. They're only 100 political power. See, that is chef's kiss. You get 70 PP, and you have the perfect amount of political power to instantly hire the advisor that you want. Either one is like, we have 102 political power. It's like timed perfectly. So this will be plus 0.1 communism support per day. Unlocks a decision in preparation for a civil war. Gather popular support, crack down on fascists, and crack down on the military. So it begins. Okay. Toward a red government. Can we just see, does it tell us when a civil war may begin? I need to know, make sure I don't accidentally activate it. I guess I'll just read this. All right, toward a red government. Political power, 120. Communism, more popular. New political advisor that gives you war support and more daily communism support. Unlocks more decisions in prep for a civil war. Purchase Soviet equipment. Infiltrate Soviet commandos into Finland. and a construction speed political power guy. Okay, so that's not going to like randomly start the Civil War. That's all I needed to know. And let's see what path history takes this time. Rabbit, why are you saying candy corn and apple whiskey? What does apple whiskey taste like? I'm struggling to imagine that. It tastes great. I will say, Chad, I could go for like I'm in the mood for like an old-fashioned. Not while I'm drinking my coffee, but I wouldn't mind just a nice old-fashioned tonight. Can you make me one, Chad? Fireball? Just do fireball shots with chat. Yeah, fireball's cinnamon, not apple. Here's the problem. I can't make an old-fashioned because I need like the giant ice block that makes the huge ball of ice. That really does make a difference. Or like a giant cube. And I need better glasses. I need like the whole thing. I think that the glass makes a huge difference on how good an old-fashioned is. Because it has to be this weird ratio where the giant cube of ice has to be almost the same size as the circumference of the glass so that it doesn't jangle around too much while you're trying to drink, you know? So the ice doesn't like slam into the wall when you tip it over, but not so tight that it doesn't move at all. There's like a perfect ratio in there somewhere. I also wouldn't mind like it's almost impossible to find in Vegas, but I want like a mint julep. Like a real one. That's a really underrated whiskey beverage because they make a lot of bad ones. There's a lot of awful mint juleps. Dude moved to the desert and wants mint. Bro, we have airplanes, okay? Did you know that you can eat steak in Las Vegas? What if I told you that we can eat fish here too? We don't just chew on sand. The remilitarization of the Rhineland. Germany has stationed troops in the Rhineland territory close to the French border in clear violation of the Treaty of Versailles. The local population cheered the German soldiers on, while the diplomatic reactions from France and Britain have so far been muted. It is no more than Germans walking into their own backyard, a political commentator in Britain observed. When the tides of workers' revolution swept the nation in 1918, the proletariat were betrayed by the reactionary forces of Mannerheim and his German allies. The time has come to avenge our fallen comrades and finally create the workers' republic we were always meant to. 120 political power, huge injection. Communism is 5% more popular. We get a new political advisor that gives us daily communism support and war support. We'll probably need them. So, this is actually good. Because we're planning on antagonizing the Soviets. Let me read carefully the fine print here. New political advisor gives political power gain, war support, ideology drift defense, and acceptance of democratic diplomacy. See, that's the key that I need to understand. Does that mean we're more likely to accept democratic diplomacy? Reaches, or that they're more likely? Reaches out to every major democratic communist nation in Europe? Oh, democratic or communist nation in Europe. Seeking a guarantee to protect Finland against the Soviet Union. The United Kingdom and France get the event Finland seeks protection against the Soviets. Help! Help! It's a 35 days, so I'm curious if we need to do it right now. Because there was a defensive prep, which you can do immediately. That's a bunch of coastal... Dude, 4 land forts and 4 coastal forts at the same time for 4 regions with new national defense decisions? Okay. Trade unions. Resource gain efficiency, production efficiency, lots of things up. Is that a research slot? Oh my god, we could get a 4th research slot if we just do this right now. Help, it's 1936, I'm scared. Finno-Estonian Union. Estonia gets event Finnish proposal of unification. Estonia will join our faction or get annexed by us. So basically it's an either or. I wonder what decides whether they join the faction or become annexed. I guess they just get a decision where they choose. And if they refuse, we get a claim. So finally, the people who played as Estonia and were like, how come Estonia can absorb the Finno-Ugric into them, but you can't play as Finland? Finally, you can do it in reverse. At last, you can change the perspective. Go from the other direction with the new DLC. It's pretty cool, though. Very fun. Now, I'm just wondering, the reason I'm hesitating, I'm not sure if we should take this now? Or if we should wait. Like, it's March 1936. Are they gonna be like, what are you so afraid of? Soviet Union's not even doing anything. Like, on the one hand, I'm worried that if I click it, it's premature. They're both gonna decline. Because I haven't, like, appeased them. Yeah, I was thinking about building relations with the UK and France. But 35 days isn't gonna be a lot. Because they're like -10 of us right now. How long will it take to improve relations? Historically, the Winter War was late 1939. Yeah, I know. I definitely think it's worth some PP to both the UK and France. To start improving relations. I feel like maybe we do one other research and then come back and do it. We're just missing out on like 70 days of an extra research slot. To just give the improving relations some time. Because I think it takes more than 35 days, right? How long does improve relations take to max? But that gives us, like, we have 70 days to just get infrastructure up. And then another 70 days gives us 2 free civilian factories. That's 140 days. That'll still be 1936. And we are building communist support already. Okay, let's just go ahead and enhance southern infrastructure then first. I say. But I can modify the government with another advisor if I want, including the other communism support guy. Unlocks decisions in preparation for a civil war. I think we take them just for the communism support. Now the trick is, under what circumstances does a civil war occur? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Let me just read this one. create a faction. Finland invites us. Pressure the government. If you join the Comintern, it doesn't say anything about a civil war. I don't know when the civil war might or might not start. So I don't know if I should be focusing these or not. Might be public trust? Maybe. Turkey remilitarizes the Turkish Straits. Turkey and the Soviet Union have come to an agreement on revising the Treaty of Lausanne. Signed and implemented after the nascent Republic of Turkey repulsed the Entente in the Turkish War of Independence. The treaty has long been decried an assault on Turkish sovereignty, but today the treaty has finally been amended in favor of the newly legalized Montreux Convention. Turkey now has complete control over traffic that passes in and out of the straits, and the states around them have been remilitarized by Turkey. British observers who were part of the process are merely satisfied conflict in the region has been avoided. Good for them. Chat says this in the thing. There was one top left on the tree. Oh, there is one here. The Second Finnish Civil War. Requires toward a red government and more than 40% support for the SKP, which is our communist faction. Through an expansion of class consciousness among the growing proletariat and the organizational skills of its leadership, we have finally amassed the resources to overthrow our bourgeois masters once and for all. Italy moves to annex the Sultanate of Alsa. Okay, so this makes the SKP become the ruling party. Public elections will not be held. The revolter country will create units. And then Red Guard units with 6 militia battalion and 1 support battalion will spawn in controlled states. Get a new general. Is this going to create like 12 Finnish units? And then the Red Guard gets 7. So yeah, we need to start. I guess we're going to have to do that, right? You gotta fight God General Mannerheim. Rumors are swirling the annexation of the Sultanate of Alsa by Italian forces may be imminent. Italian troops have been seen amassing on the border, and sources indicate pressure is being exerted diplomatically in Alsa to force a capitulation without bloodshed. It remains to be seen whether Mohammed Yayo can resist the Italian pressure, but the situation does not look promising. Good luck. Nothing bad could possibly happen in Finland. It'll be fine, yeah. Well, what's the problem? Alright, so I guess we need to start gathering support. I think just start with gather popular support. The Sultanate of Alsa submits to Italian demands. Perhaps unsurprisingly to many, the Sultanate of Alsa accepted Italian demands of subjugation. The Afar government held out hope of avoiding occupation, but it became increasingly clear colonial powers of the region would not be coming to their aid, nor would neighboring Ethiopia spare military personnel to support them. With the situation so bleak, the government bowed to Italian pressure to spare the people becoming the victims of unnecessary bloodshed. Italian forces are now moving into the small nation to take up positions on the border with Ethiopia. It is unclear if the occupation will be permanent, or how it will impact the wider Italian conflict within Ethiopia. Come on, Ethiopia. How many hundreds of attempts will it take? That is the question. All right, we're actually losing political power per day because of improving relations with the UK and France. Very low trust is sort of hurting that as well. But yeah, the question is, how long does the improved relations thing last? We're already at plus 46. Maybe we should have just gone straight for antagonizing. But we got plus 0.15 communism support per day from both of these. We actually have... We went from 1% to 12%. And Public trust is eroding. Does that... Okay, we might have to restart Finland if I've misunderstood this and it goes all the way to the end and a civil war automatically starts. That's a non-zero chance that I'm just misunderstanding the mechanic. So we'll see. We live in an age when electrical machines will be the key to military intelligence in the coming century. Again, more research speed. Learn the computers. Hold off on antagonizing them until after the Civil War. That's what I was gonna do. What I was gonna do was buy ourselves some time with infrastructure and then civilian factories, and then maybe after that, see what happens. What? Ethiopia has declared war on Ethiopia. Oh no. It's over. Fascist rebellion in Ethiopia. Hailu Tekle Haimano. A group of young officers has succeeded in toppling the government of Japan and reinstating the emperor as the supreme ruler of the Japanese nation. It appears this was a reaction to perceived threats of widespread government corruption and adherence to hostile ideology. Already referring to the nation more consistently in imperial terms, the officers have announced purges will continue until all unsavory elements have been removed from the military and the government. Emperor Hirohito himself has released a brief statement assuming leadership offered to him by the rebels, and made clear overtures of reconciliation with China and the Western colonial powers in the Pacific. A sudden turn of events. Okay. Spicy. Well, the opinion of France and the UK of us, we've been doing a lot of diplomacy heavy lifting there. Here's the thing. If we were to, say, get support from the UK and France, okay, and then a civil war started, would the UK and France, if they guaranteed us, come to our aid and help put down the civil war? That is the question. Would that just be a get out of jail free card? And then we're like, hey, will you guarantee me, please? And then I start the civil war, and then, you know, just don't do any of the heavy lifting. Delegations from Britain, France, Italy, Japan, and the U.S. met in December 1935 to discuss a renewal of the First London Naval Treaty, which restricted the number and size of cruisers and submarines. Negotiations turned quite heated over Italy's war in Ethiopia, and Japan's desire to be seen as equal to Britain and the U.S. With negotiations now at an end, the signatory nations have agreed on limits to the size of battleships and aircraft carriers, in the hopes of preventing another ruinous arms race. All right, so political power will start going up now, very slowly. We are done enhancing our relationship with them, which means it's going to start deteriorating at minus 0.3 per month, or minus 3 per month. So the relationship is only as good as our ability to cash in on it. Is this Iron Man? Hell yeah, it is. Big time Iron Man. So what's done is done. But that's why I'm tempted to just go infrastructure into inviting them. And see what happens, because it's 35 days. Give it a shot. See how it goes. Because if we wait too long, like if we wait another 2 months, the relationship's going to start deteriorating. As the Finnish nation looks to secure its place in the world, it must focus on building and improving industrial capacity. The first step to achieve this goal is to improve the infrastructure in the southern region to ensure they are better prepared to handle the demands of light and heavy industry in the short term. So we get a free building slot in 5 of our regions, and infrastructure in all of them. We get a level 1 railway, a supply hub in Kimi, and another supply hub. Hey, Insta supply hubs. Wow. Hold on, I want to see that. Where are those? This is a supply hub in Karjala, Kuopio, Tampere, Lahti. All right, how do you see the, like, state view? There we go. So is a supply hub here. Probably this one. And then where was the other one? The other one was one supply hub in the state of Hami. Haim? No idea. Could be either one. So is this one. So we just got 2 brand new supply hubs. Good stuff. That'll help us if we ever need a fight there. Distribute resources. Now, antagonize the Soviets. Gives us a new political advisor. Reaches out to every major democratic or communist nation in Europe. Basically asks them to give us a guarantee to protect Finland against the Soviet Union. So I don't even know if that would activate during a civil war. Because it's specifically to protect us against the Soviet Union. And I can't save scum. Or I could just do industrial development for 70 days and get 2 civilian factories first. But yeah, I gotta cash in on the goodwill soon. I say let's just go for it. See what happens. If we fail, then we fail and we learn a valuable lesson. Do it. Alright, now I need to save enough political power to start popularizing our communist takeover. Yugoslavia recognizes the Soviet Union. More stoically than other nations, Yugoslavia has for years refused to recognize the communist state that is the Soviet Union. With today's announcement that the government of Yugoslavia will henceforth establish official relations with the Soviets, this policy has at last come to an end. Whether this means an opening of the Yugoslav state to communist influence remains to be seen. But the tone of the announcement was surprisingly cordial. Plus 10% production efficiency cap. So that's going to help us with our whopping 3 military factories. We need 4,500 guns before our troops even have enough for a gun per person. They're doing their best. And I think that we proved yesterday with Denmark that dispersed industry is great. Because we really didn't need that extra factory output. We had more than enough resources. We struggle with manpower. Dispersed industry, I think, is going to be also something that we want here. To protect against not just bombs, but also switching factories around and changing what they're making and manufacturing. So I'm going to stick with my plan and go dispersed industry again, because I liked it a lot. What's the plan for this new campaign? Be communist alternative to the Comintern and grab land from the Russians. Pretty much. We're sort of counting on them coming for us, even though it's ahistorical. Germany has already militarized the Rhineland, so we don't think they're going to do a civil war, because I don't think they can. And I have no idea what everyone else is going to do, so we're going to find out. I don't think the insurance premium covers civil wars. But yeah, we're testing the waters in Finland, and I'm not really sure what happens when this happens. So we may have to do a reset if I botch it to fully understand the implications of this public trust meter. Because it's a little complicated. All these new mechanics. But thanks, Drimbus, for the 24 months. I appreciate the Prime sub. What up, Drimbus? Sorry if I missed you earlier. I saw Just Lars for 17. Thanks for the beginning of stream sub, Just Lars. Appreciate you hanging out, dude, with the Awk in chat. And hello, Nine is Fine. Thanks for almost 4 years of sub. Welcome for one more. War of the World's gifted us up too. Neobium. Thanks, Neobium, for being here or somewhere out there so you could receive a gift sub. War of the Worlds has gifted over 530 subs in the channel. It's an insane number. Is public trust just a mechanic for Finland, or is it all the countries? Balance of power is a mechanic for a good many. What that balance of power is changes country to country. Not every country has one of these. But, the public trust is Finland specific. So they tend to be applicable to the relevant country. Does the DLC change stuff so much that it's better to wait for its release before learning Hearts of Iron? It depends on, like... I assume a number of these things will be in the free patch that'll come out. I don't think that there are enough changes that you shouldn't learn how to play, because I don't think that the DLC patch is fundamentally undoing any knowledge. I think it's just adding some new... Like, pretty much the only thing that it substantially roots out and changes completely is the research and production organizations, but I don't think that that is prohibitive toward learning the game. So, in short, I would say, if you want to learn it, I don't think that there's a necessary reason to wait, unless you'd rather just soak it all in at the same time. I don't think it's going to render any knowledge you acquire as redundant. Alright, let's see what happens. But there are some substantial new mechanics, for sure. The Soviet Union may wrap itself in the rhetoric of socialism, but it is no worker's paradise. We shall find our own path to improving the lives of the working class and will not cooperate with the Soviet menace. New political advisor available. Reach out to every major democratic or communist nation in Europe to seek a guarantee to protect Finland. I can't wait till they tell me LMAO no. And then I'm gonna get my extra research slot, which actually does build trust back. But, so I might be doing this wrong. It's, the British government has denied our request for protection from the Soviets. Since the scenario that we feared has happened, we must prepare our defenses to defend as stout-heartedly as possible. But the French government has vowed to protect Finland in case of any aggression made by the Soviets. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Our saviors. We've been abandoned by the British, and based France is ready to guarantee Czechoslovakia, Romania, Yugoslavia, and now Finland. All reliable. Get them, France. Okay, so that wasn't totally useless. That's actually a huge deal. Something is better than nothing, chat. Okay? Something's better than nothing. Obviously, the UK would technically be better. Not because I have anything against France, but because the UK is in the Allies and can invite other people to the Allies as the faction leader. So France will either have to join a faction or start a faction to get more support. Either way, that's a nice step in the right direction. I gladly accept the non-aggression pact, and it's time to start gathering support. The people are vital to any revolution or government, and we should do our best to gather all the support we can. 30 days. Change in communism popularity 10%. If the civil war starts, our side will get plus 10% of the total territory and military units. An extra communist militia division will be spawned. Gain popular support for the revolution, which gives lower division attrition and higher division recovery for a year. All right, let's gather the people. This seems like a cool mechanic. Typically, the Civil War mechanics aren't quite this involved, and this is specific to the path to socialism, so it's fun that that is like a unique sequence of events. Set up for Civil War mechanics, yeah. That's good. So far, the DLC has felt quality. I really only have like a couple complaints that I think could be fairly easily fixed with some quality of life changes. Improved methods and materials allow us to construct buildings, both civilian and military, faster. 10% faster construction is lovely. Now we can start working on something that is not engineering or industry if we want. We're going to, of course, need to prep for the Civil War, which I didn't know we needed to prep for, but now I do. So let's get support weapons. And now we're going to use one of the new mechanics. Whenever we research, we can now use our organizations, of which we have just one infantry weapon manufacturer. We'll have to pay political power per day, but once we complete the research, we will get funds. See, that's the thing I'm not sure about. I actually don't think I want to use the political power because I really, really need it for the Civil War mechanic. Now, if I do use the political power, it gives us a 10% research bonus, and it gives funds to that organization, which in turn we can use to apply traits to the organization on a mini skill tree, and then that will power up the weapon manufacturer. So I'm going to research without it, because I really need that political power right now to reinvest in this path to socialism. So if you want to know what I'm talking about, if I had chosen to use that weapons manufacturer, that would apply to material equipment, which has one company for infantry, one company for artillery and anti-air and anti-tank, and one company for mobile trucks and whatnot. And you don't pay political power up front for these anymore, they just exist. And you power them up by using them both on your production lines and also by using them to research. They will get funding. That funding will unlock a trait point. That trait point can pick one of these perks. And the perks are usually small improvements like 3% defense, 5% reliability to weapons, more piercing and hard attack for weapons, a couple mutually exclusive decisions. And then you will have to apply that change to your production line as if it were a variant, and they'll start producing the better quality goods. Would be the simplest way to explain it. Do you value the weapon manufacturer XP or the faster path to socialism? It's not really about faster path, it's more about like getting more support for the path. Because if I give up 0.1 is 20% of my political power almost, unfortunately. We have very low political power right now because the trust is so low. So I definitely value making sure the Civil War goes off without a hitch. So I'm going to focus that for now. Better guns don't matter if you can't stick around long enough to use them, right? The Spanish Civil War has begun. Is it time for a gamba? Channel points. Which Spain will win? There will be a 4-way civil war in Spain. With the knowledge that you have, which is not much, your choices are Nationalist Spain, which is fascist. Republican Spain by Azania. Anarchist Spain, which doesn't exist yet, and Carlist Spain, which got instantly eliminated yesterday. They didn't even get to fight. They spawned and then were absorbed immediately. You've been warned. You have 5 minutes to put your channel points on the line. Yesterday, for the record, Republican Spain won. If you're curious. But past events are not indicative of future results, as I like to say. Okay, so research is looking good. But yeah, the international market seems fun. I feel like I don't fully understand the international market yet, and the delivery system and how it works. So I'll need to experiment with it more, but it seems cool. I think it has some sorting. I think it needs even more sorting. Because right now it's quite straightforward, where there's not very much on the market, but the problem arises because there's so many weapon variants that it'll be like, if you have 100 weapons that are 0.1 better offense, it'll be a separate category from the other weapons, and that makes things complicated. At a certain point, and you can't sort by DPS or anything like that, so you kind of just have to buy tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 weapons and hope just whatever, I don't care, let it ride. That 0.1 isn't going to make a difference. So I feel like if they just grouped up all the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 weapons, but then you have different types of tanks, and it does get messy. So late game, the international market just becomes like a giant melting pot of different things, which you can sort a little bit, but even the rifles page will be inundated. But it's a cool gameplay feature, though. All right, communist support is skyrocketing. I hope it doesn't accidentally force a civil war before we're ready. It's at we went from 1 to 36%. It's happening quite quickly, and we're at 100% distrust. So it's time to see if anything bad happens. The 11th Olympiad. The games were recently held in Berlin, attended by 49 nations of athletes around the world. The 1936 Summer Olympics are the first in history with limited live TV coverage. The games were a significant propaganda victory for the German regime, which spent lavishly on the event. German athletes saw the most success, winning 33 gold medals, with Americans coming in second with 24. 4 of these were won by Jesse Owens, the single most successful athlete of the games. This concludes the games. Since you're putting your channel points on the line, Junta. Where did their leader go? But yeah, this is going to spiral out of control, and hopefully we'll get a nice, spicy civil war with all 4 factions at the same time. Carl Chad is online. Chad loves the Carlists. One day I hope they win. Soviets, please don't invade. I'm not ready. It's August 1936. You got too many troops stacked on the border. Not much I can do about that. Today is the day! Today is our day. I might be too greedy here, because I went straight for the research slot. While many of the nation's intellectuals fled abroad, there remains a substantial number who had the wisdom to embrace socialist thought. We should elevate these intellectuals through investment in their research. I can't help it. In Hearts of Iron, I do not like building bajillion low-quality things. I always like high-tech Hearts of Iron. I want the best quality planes, the best quality ships, the best quality guns. Like, it's impossible for me to choose not to build tech. All right, let's wait on asking Estonia to join us. I think that's a bit premature. There are trade unions here. Defensive prep, which I think is great. I think we need to resolve the Civil War, then do the other things. But I'm not ready to do this. We have to have 40% support anyway. So why don't we just take a back seat to political and do industrial development for 2 months? Because that's just 2 civilian factories, and we get a 730-day bonus to infrastructure. I think we need to handle our business first. Oh, the new research slot. September 1936, 4th research slot in Estonia? I mean, Finland? Where am I? Where am I? Soon it will be both. Let's research trucks. 182 days. Just regular trucks, please. No automotive. I can't afford to part with the PP. Because we need to start making trucks eventually. Ethiopia was annexed in a civil war. Huh. Well, what happens to Italy? Oh, they're a Reichsprotectorate of Italy. Okay, that makes sense. So, basically, Italy owns it, but they're letting a local government maintain everything on the interior. Gajum. Fascist uprising within Ethiopia. Made it real easy for Italy. That was brisk. Super brisk. Research, industry. Playing a flood of garbage is fun once in a while. Yeah, I think for me to do a flood of garbage, there has to be a game scenario in which it is absolutely necessary. Like playing Poland. You cannot afford to be picky, teching up if you play like historical Poland. You just need to get things out. You need to get front lines in Czechoslovakia. You need people to guard the border. You can't afford to try and like super tech them. And maybe I shouldn't be trying to tech up with the Soviets here. I'm not opposed to just starting another campaign if we get our teeth kicked in. That's fine. I feel like Finland is one of those difficult starts regardless of historical or ahistorical. That might be a learning curve for us to figure out, especially with a Civil War mechanic. So we're potentially, let me see. We're ready to either crack down on fascists or crack down on the military soon. The fascists are the true enemy of the Finnish and must be dealt with as soon as possible. What will that do? For 20 days, we get 5% communism support. Fascist political figures will be put in prison and will be unavailable for the enemy side of the Civil War. It retires 5 people. When the Civil War starts, the enemy side gets imprisoned right-wing leaders, which grants low political power, low war support for a year. The enemy will count with less fascist militia divisions. Instantly canceled if you are already communist. So it stops them from having like 5 generals or political figures. Crack down on the military. The military's been acting suspiciously lately and needs to be taken care of before it becomes a problem. 5% political support for communism. Certain generals and military advisors are put in prison and become unavailable. 5 generals. They get low army morale, which lowers their organization and their recovery rate for 365 days. And a few fascist infantry divisions will be disbanded. Okay, that's probably the one we want to do first. Crack down on the military. Cracking down on fascists is basically what the Republicans did, which is what caused the Civil War, to be honest. Well, I mean, we're going to start a civil war. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Hi, baby player. I have a couple questions. One, are you playing with the new DLC? Yep, that's why I put it in the title. 2, where's the second question? 3, hello, baby chatter. I see that you have both 2 things to learn. 1, see, I can count. How to read. And 2, I'm just messing with you. What is the strategy for Winter War? The strategy is ahistorical will change the Soviet Union and they'll have a civil war and I won't have to worry about it. But also, at the very least, we have French support right now. France is guaranteeing us. So we got that. But yes, we're playing with all DLCs. I have been playing Hearts of Iron 4 off and on since its original launch. And we have played every DLC on launch to date, I believe. Dominions break with the crown. Representatives of the Dominion governments today announced they will unilaterally be breaking ties with the crown. They cite the king's flagrant disregard for the opinions and wishes of the Dominion and their peoples as the primary reason for why the British Commonwealth relationship can no longer continue. This crisis, brought on by the king's intent to marry Wallis Simpson, has now resulted in the formation of a new Commonwealth of Nations with the various dominions. It seems the present paralysis of the British government precludes any action being taken in response to this move. This is undoubtedly what the dominions hope for. The Empire in crisis. And also we get some industrial development. My second question is, how does the market system work with Lend-Leasing? Do they give you production speed later? Just a little confused. The market, as opposed to Lend-Leasing has specific requirements that must be fulfilled. And it also necessitates convoys. I'm not 100% certain whether the market requires convoys, but the market does not have any restrictions from a menu, say, like this, right? I have to have world tension at 50% to make a request, or to even request at all. We have to be at war. You do not need either of those 2 things to use the market. The market simply has to have a listing, which, if you make a listing yourself by adding equipment to the market here, I can add anything from my stockpile. So I can sell convoys. I can choose whether to make them cheaper by 25% or more expensive by 25%, or the market price, base value. And then I can say, ooh, I have 15 in storage, put all those on the market. What are they worth? Their price is 2,100, basically construction units is the currency here. So if I add those, or if I, in reverse, wanted to buy equipment, like convoys here, the more I buy, the more deliveries that it requires. So in this case, I cap out at 5, and it does take convoys. So I only have 1 convoy, so I can only take 5. So I haven't actually purchased anything off the market yet, so I haven't seen how this scales. But it does take convoys, and also costs you units per delivery. So what you can do is, and those units are the construction points, right? So the delivery rate is a max of 15 civilian factories. So if we had more civilian factories, I could add more factories that can hopefully bring the total number of deliveries down, because the more deliveries it takes, the longer it takes for you to receive what you've purchased. So you can basically choose to offload manufacturing power in order to receive goods faster. And likewise, if you sell things, you get manufacturing power or construction power back over time. So it helps you build and construct. So that's the biggest difference. You Lend-Lease, they're giving you stuff. And then the market, you have to trade your construction power. Or receive construction power. And also still have convoys that are protected. The convoys still have to be protected and whatnot. Though I don't really know how to protect the convoys from the market purchases. Because obviously when you're getting resources, like when we were playing Denmark, we were receiving so many of our resources up here from Greenland, like it's very obvious where the route is to protect said convoys. I'm not really sure if those convoys from the market can be interrupted and or protected in the same way. So that they could just be obscured and hidden in order to preserve gameplay. I'm not really sure on that detail. But anyway, I hope that helps. All right, so what do we get? As the world becomes increasingly industrialized, Finland must keep pace if it is to become a major player on the global stage. The investments we make in our heavy industry will not only create jobs and stimulate the economy, but also provide the resources necessary to meet the challenges of the future. So, we get 730 days of bonus infrastructure speed for building, 2 free civilian factories, and 4 building slots added. Nice. So at this point, we actually want to do that military crackdown. Because we have 73 political power. And this is going to increase the popularity of communism and also reduce the number of fascist infantry divisions in the Civil War. That's going to take 20 days. So here's my question. Were we even like, we don't even have manpower to train? I'm not sure where the lines are going to be drawn in the Civil War. Second question, should I just go ahead and start it? Because it'll take 20 days to crack down on the military. The only one we will not have done is crack down on the fascists. Has Arnie Serinin active? Who's that? Is that one of these people? Or is that like a focus? What dat? Sounds like a person. Yeah, I'm not really sure. He was in the advisor list, was he? Did I just miss it? I just scrolled past. Bottom? Oh, okay. Technocrat. Interesting. So research speed, civilian factory, but that's so much political power. So you need 70 political power for them, and then 70 political power for these. But if you lose the Civil War, then you have to restart. So the question is, how far do you push this? Like, it's a risk-reward scenario. Because let's see what Prepared Construction Workers does. They can cripple an economy through their coordinated efforts in a day. It's time we utilize these people to their fullest. So for 20 days, change in communism popularity up. Our side will get plus 5% of the total territory and military. Extra communist militia divisions will be spawned. Gain commitment from construction workers. Okay, I mean, these all seem like really good things. And the enemy will get civilian factories and infrastructure sabotaged. And then align the trade unions will get us another 5% of the total territory. It's probably worth hoarding. Now, there is another strategy, which is don't make a national focus and we get 3 times as much political power for a bit. Ding, 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 ding. So that's possible as well. But it's November 1936. I think what I'd like to do is take a look at civilian, like just up our civilian factories again. I want to see, that's a dead end, but it's electronics bonus research, which is great. And then this leads to civilian factories. Add 2 building slots in 1 civilian factory in up to 5 fully controlled core states with at least 3 levels of infrastructure. So they have to have 3 levels of infrastructure before you take that one. And then we got a research slot over here. You get 5 research slots. Just bam. This is an injection of 70 political power as well. Okay, that one's awesome then. Because that gives you stability, political power, and consumer goods factories bonuses for 730 days. Whew. All right, yeah, that one's definitely the pick, and I think we just bide our time a little bit more and try and sway the Civil War in our favor just a bit more. Finland seems cool so far. It's a bit rough on the political power gain at first, because we're just permanently at low public trust in our leader. We have this, of course, time is running out. It's 1936. Finland becoming a research giant. Yeah, I do like teching up, so we'll go for it. And we have 134 command powers, so I'm going to assign a trait. We have adaptable and winter expert. 30% terrain penalty reduction is kind of good, but then cold acclimatization gain factor. I need to honestly quickly look up how that work, because they did a dev diary a few years ago. All right, let me pause for a second. I don't know if it still works the same as it used to. It is not possible to be acclimatized to both hot and cold at the same time. If you take your troops from the desert and put them in the Russian winter, they need to work off heat acclimatization first, and then they will start getting accustomed to the cold. When a division is sufficiently acclimatized, that's a hard word to say, it'll change its look, as you see below. So they basically look like... Actually, I can just show you this. We can just look at this together. So they're not wintry, and now they are wintry. So they actually will look wintry if they are acclimatized. An example from Africa. For most countries, we do this by switching the 3D model uniform. Sometimes they get shorts. And you can see the status as part of the unit list. Okay, so it's like at the top of their stats. It'll reduce extreme weather penalties by about half. This is back from 2020, so some of this might have changed. If your commander is adaptable or winter expert, it speeds things up. Okay, but 50% of what? That's the thing. It'll reduce the penalties by half, but what are the penalties? I think that's the part that I am unclear on. Like, I understand it makes it easier. Let's look at the wiki. The wiki for different weather. Let's just... There's a lot. Chat, put on your sunglasses. It's about to get very bright. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pew, flashbang. Let's see. Ah! So for example, if it is extremely cold, you got plus 20% attrition, minus 20% attack, minus 30% breakthrough, minus 60% entrenchment speed, lower supply factor, truck attrition factor of 100%. What does that mean? And then ground conditions, if they're fighting in snow, it's 20% lower attack, 15% breakthrough. So it can be really big, like, because I assume ground conditions combined with temperature and maybe additively on top of each other. 20% off speed. So adaptables mostly focus on temperature. Trucks disintegrate instantly. They just die. Okay, anyway. Oh boy, did we just finish 3 researches simultaneous? So, mechanical computing, good job. We are understanding how computers work. 4% faster research speed. And we're also finding out how bomb sites work. We're gonna definitely want radio 1, so that we have that reinforced rate and that 4% coordination buff for the Civil War. Big one. Dispersed industry's huge. Factories, we can make more of them. They're more efficient. Going dispersed, because I love dispersed. And it is November 1936. We're close enough to 1937 that I'm just going to go ahead and take the 0.1 ahead of time penalty, which will just add a little bit to the research time, but we definitely want to follow through. And then for weapons, we are current on weapons. We got our support weapons research for that defense breakthrough in prep for the Civil War. We've already got engineers and recon. We have very little manpower, so we're going to have to stretch that out. We don't use artillery yet, so I don't want to worry about that. And just focus on, I would say production efficiency cap is actually more important right now because we can produce more weapons for our soldiers when we hit that Civil War. Now, back to my boy. Where did his little upgrade thingy go? I didn't pick one, did I? Where'd his little upgrade button go? How do you see just an individual's stat page? There it is. So this is how fast they acclimate to cold and terrain penalty reduction, as in there is snow on the ground. This is just acclimatization to cold specifically. If they're permanently in the cold, won't they just... Is this like faster, or you can acclimate 40% more? Is this just a speed, or is this a total? Because if it's just speed, I don't think we're going to be leaving the cold anytime soon, and adaptable's probably way better because the terrain penalty is insane. Here's the thing. We don't know. This is probably not one of our generals. Because we're cracking down the military. That's Eric Heinrichs. He is going to be put in prison during the Civil War. And automatically retired. So don't get too excited. He's a real fake general. So much for the promotion, yeah. I don't know, maybe we can, like, make him work for us afterward? Not sure. Maybe we can release him after the Civil War and he'll be like, okay, I'm gonna fight for you now. Finland! Yes, this is the land of Finn. We are in the land of Finn in almost 1937, staging a civil war as we speak. Dude, this bank track is great. The 70 political power, the segue into a 5th research slot, so fast. Let's actually just see. I want to see if we have any more, like, political power options that are available to us. I think that is the single best one we can take right now, yeah. Because the other ones are not something we can just pick. That is the ticket. All right, how goes the Spanish Civil War? For the gamers in chat who put channel points on the line. This song sounds like a Crusader King song, but like in a good way. It reminds me of like a CK3 song. Chad has put potentially millions of channel points on the line, betting on the outcome of the Spanish Civil War. How many channel points did you guys put? 1, 2, almost 3 million channel points. Germany? What if I told you maybe? Germany proposes we sign a pact to address the Comintern's goal of spreading communism worldwide through the use of subversion and violence. By signing this pact, we agree to share intelligence on the communist threat. I have bad news for you, Germany. I am going to be not with the Comintern, but also not with you. I think I just have to. I'm just going to refuse on principle here. Why would I sign up with you? I'm out. Peace. Deuces. Sorry, Germany. I know you don't like me, but you don't really like anybody right now. An ahistorical Germany that isn't in a civil war? Are we sure this is the correct timeline? Yesterday, or the day before, I guess, that was the first time I ever saw ahistorical Germany do a civil war and end up as a democracy. I feel like there's definitely a new big first in every ahistorical campaign. UK? Parliament is kind of empty. You guys close for renovations? Much. Fallen government, leader of the UK, cabinet crisis. How's Ethiopia? They had a civil war. That's long done. Finished ages ago. Fascist one. Okay, so we can speed this up a little bit now, because we're kind of chilling. I don't like doing 5 times speed unless I am bored out of my mind. Which will not happen until like 1943 or 4. Because, especially when there's no units, 4 times speed now is faster than 5 times speed in 1945. Shall we say. Is Australia okay? I don't know. I think you're gonna have to ask the kangaroos and like the emus how Australia's doing. The emu. Alright, so we need this political power injection. Hey, we finished a civilian factory. Wow. And we're not going to worry about building infrastructure yet because we have some plans for that. But we do have tier 3 infrastructure, which was part of our focus. So now 60% is the highest that we have still. So we're going to build here. Just queue up a civilian factory, working with 6 total. My new big first for ahistorical is that France made a faction with Italy and Spain. Hey, that sounds fun. This time we have Italy declares war on the Italian Union. Fascist Italy versus the Comitato di Liberazione Nazionale. May the best Italy win. The Bank of Åland is a cornerstone of Finland's economy, providing stability and support necessary to drive growth and prosperity. By investing in the bank, Finland is investing in its future, laying the foundation for a stronger, more prosperous nation, whatever. 70 PP, 5% stability, bank bonus for consumer goods factories for 702 years? Heck yeah. All those things are good. We expect 29% of our factories to produce consumer goods. The remainder can be used in whatever way we see fit. Exactly like we like it. All right, new national focus. Actually, first let's do a decision. Actually, ooh, we have to do 2 things, huh? Is cracking down on the fascists worth it? They'll put political figures in prison, but it doesn't really affect their military as much. It affects their war support, which I guess is good. They will spawn with less fascist militia divisions. But I almost think we should just skip that for now, because it feels better to do the technocrat first. And that's going to give us 5% bonus research speed, 5% civilian factory construction speed, which we can use now, and also some new decisions for the Civil War prep. Because I really want to get these ones in particular. If we get both, give us 10% more territory and military units in the Civil War, and we get extra communist militia divisions to spawn, and a number of military factories and dockyards will be sabotaged for the enemy. So there's quite a few bonuses to the trade unions and construction workers. We're going to make sure that this Civil War goes off as smoothly as possible in our favor. I might just do both of these and then just go. I don't think we need to do surely we don't need to do 100% in order to win. I would hope. I'd rather have more units total that we can maneuver and hold front lines and such, and we get more percentage of them. I think I'm going to go rogue here. We have to have research computing machines to do this. Chat, we're going to go rogue. No national focus. None. That way we can hoard more political power so we can get this going faster. This is kind of a fun campaign because there's never a good opportunity for me to do this, what I'm doing right now. I think this is an excellent opportunity to show you the versatility of not picking a national focus to get that injection of political power. Because if you pick, it'll actually bank up to 10 days of political power. And now we're just building it 3 times as fast. Poland has declared war with a peasant uprising in Krakow. Or is it Krakow? I always say Krakow because I like saying that. The young state of Poland has erupted into civil war. Decades of government infighting and a total lack of investment in infrastructure in the rural eastern Poland led to a general strike in the nation's lower classes earlier this year. And the continued brutal treatment of the strikers by the police and military has split the nation in two. The peasant government headed by Stanislav Mikołajczyk is backed by the Democratic Front Morze's faction of the Polish military and a coalition of Marxist, socialist, and liberal. With loyalist forces consolidated in the industrial heart of Poland and the peasants in the rural east, Poland is divided by the blood of peasants. Why the hand gesture? Because you gotta. That's how you say it. Krakow? Okay, Krakow. You got it. Go Civil War factions. Italy, Poland. It's funny because I feel like this is already different than the last campaign. Especially if Poland wins and if Mussolini is overthrown by communist Italy. That's already a change of pace. The UK is already off the rails. Axis German Reich looks historical so far. Okay, wait, chat, I have too much PP. Let's align the trade unions first. So, 5% communism support, more total territory and military, extra communist militia units will spawn, we get bonuses to factory output for a year, and we sabotage their factories. Okay, and then we're going to prepare construction worker actions, and then we're just going to launch the Civil War. Hopefully that's enough, because we need to go. Like, it's Feb 1937, we got to go. You have no general, that's because we imprisoned him. I don't know, he's dead. He died. There's Arnie, Trickster, Commando, and Mountaineer. I like their stats, 3322. It's probably not as good, actually, as this 4 in planning. Planning speed up, winter attrition down, attacking planning up, and we can give them a new trait. I don't know who's going to get arrested, so I'm not going to spend any command power until the Civil War starts. We have learned how to use trucks. I love unlocking truck technology. We could put people in cars instead of marching, or we can give them little RC toys that they can ride on. They can just stand on top. One little RC truck per person, please. Wait your turn. Let's get construction 2 for 10% faster. And yeah, we're just going to go ahead and amass political power again. Today marks the day the embattled Per Evend Svinhuvud must secure their place as president once again. Despite having served as president since 1931 and enjoying an extensive record of popular rule, his standing was significantly diminished by refusing to include Social Democrats in the cabinet, breaking his promises to do so. This political faux pas severely hurt his chances of re-election, and we will find out today whether it is enough to topple Old Man Pete. Minus 30 PP, or he retires and becomes the leader of the non-aligned party. Daily communism support down, acceptance of communist diplomacy down 50, but he's backed by political coalition. So he's like, this is an anti-communist guy. Yes, trucks, says the American streamer. True, though. Personal agenda to eradicate extremists. I don't really want to pay 30 PP. I think this is fine, because we're going to have a civil war anyways. Wait, the public trust is reset to 0 on the high public trust. This seems like an important sort of... Is it... I don't know which one's better for our agenda. The government has not succeeded in delivering on their promises and must be dealt with. If we're at peace, change in popularity of non-aligned, the cost for organized will be multiplied. Because this is going to reset the public trust in the new guy. So I feel like I need to just pay 30 political power. Keep the top guy in power and then topple him while he's got very low trust. Instead of resetting this to the middle. It'll set it to 0 on high. Alright. Well, now we have no PP. No PP, Chad. Yeah, that's tough, because now I gotta earn from 70 again. From scratch. And it's already March. We're not even doing any national focuses now to try and accelerate the Civil War. I don't know if this is the right idea. We will see. But we've got the trade unions. We might be this might be a misplay, or it might be the play of the game. We'll see how it goes. I don't think organizing the opposition actually does anything. Trust is already eradicated. Spain is going in hot. Oh, baby. The Regional Defense Council, aka the anarchists, have shown up. Continued government attempts at reasserting central control over the mostly independent anarchist communes in northeastern Spain and Stalinist repression of dissident communist viewpoints has led to full-blown infighting on the Republican front. Initially limited to street fighting and low-scale clashes between militia and government or Stalinist forces, the unwillingness for either side to compromise means the conflict has rapidly escalated in just a few days. The reallocation of military resources to deal with this threat means the front lines against the nationalists have been noticeably weakened. The Republicans hardly need outside assistance to lose. I need like an alarm for when I get 70 PP. Well, best of luck. Carl is the last person to enter the WrestleMania and somehow still loses. Even though, in theory, that should be the highest advantage position. You're the freshest. You know? Carl got number 30 in the Royal Rumble. Turret laths are proving indispensable for mass production. Ensuring efficient construction and use of the laths themselves will give us significant industrial advantage. Is it lathe or loth? I think it's loth. Too many words. There's too many words in this game. All right, production efficiency cap is great because we need to manufacture guns. We still have negative 800. Lathe. It's lathe. Negative 800 guns. It's too bad. Who says that word anyways? All right, let's just wait a little longer. That 4th research slot, though, is big. It's April 1937. Bit early for this. We are going to want field hospitals. We just are. Because we're not going to have a huge population. We need to make sure that we save as many of them during conflict as possible. All right, it's time. Prepare construction workers' actions. The construction workers can cripple an economy through their coordinated efforts in a day. And it is time we utilize these people to their fullest potential. So we got the dude active that enables this. Communism support goes up. We get 5% more territory in military. We get bonuses to factories. And we get civilian factories and infrastructure sabotaged. And the extra militia, yeah. All right, that's going to take 20 days. Now, we go in and do the second Finnish Civil War. The non-aligned supporters start a civil war. Politics will change. SKP becomes the ruling party. Public elections are not held. The revolting country. Trade union members will carry out sabotage against military industry and dockyard. Gain low army morale, which reduces their effectiveness. Socialist Republic of Finland gets popular support and commitment from the trade unions. Red Guard units with 6 militia battalions and 1 support battalion will spawn in a controlled state. New general, new theorist. Do it. So, this is going to take 20 days. The second Finnish will take 25 days. So we have timed this. We are negative PP. I repeat, we are negative PP. The PP is inverted. Monkas. Because it actually saved up 10 days of support for the focus and then made us go negative 10 on it. Just like put us into PP debt. Which means it's going to happen faster. But that's 14 days. Yeah, no, it's gonna be just Thundercross Latvia has declared war on Latvia. Chat, it just occurred to me. I'm gonna get to be one of the Civil War guys this time. Everyone else in our campaigns always has so much fun with the Civil Wars, like Latvia's at war, Poland's at war, Italy's at war, Spain's at war. Now I get to be that to the AI. They're gonna be like, oh, there goes Finland doing another Civil War. This is the Civil War timeline. I did all but one path to socialism. So if that's not enough to win, then we just suck, I guess. Radio's gonna help. Reinforce rate and mostly coordination is what I'm after. That coordination going up is a big deal. I like that quite a bit. We've got everything industrially is set up for the current time frame. We got trucks so we can get the field hospitals. We are gonna want armored trains. So, I guess it doesn't hurt to go ahead and research them. That way we can ensure logistics and the supplies get A to B without getting interrupted by bombing as much. Perfect music for this omnipotent gamer. Am I omnipotent in this? I guess I do know a bit of the timeline, but it is a historical, so that calls into question a lot. Music, though. What's up, Terminally chill. I'll get it on the 5th try. Thanks for 11 months, dude. The 4 confused me. Congrats on your Civil War, thanks. But hold off on that congrat until after. Welcome back, though. Thanks for almost a year. Chat, it's go time, baby. Let's bring down Per Evend Svinhuvud. Polish peasants, I think, are winning. Game time! Finland changes their diplomatic status. Declare war. There he is. Aimo Aaltonen. Committed anti-fascist. Same ideology, monthly opinion plus 25%. Maximum volunteer forces plus 2. Drift defense plus 50%. Agency upgrade time minus 15%. Personal agenda, anti-fascist crusade. Having a contribution of more than 10% war participation in all active wars, and less than 5% surrender progress while being at war with the fascist country increases public trust. Divided proletariat, having less than 80% support for communists will decrease trust. Finnish sovereignty threatened, losing control of Finnish core states will decrease public trust. Through the expansion of class consciousness among the growing proletariat and the organizational skills of its leadership, we have finally amassed the resources to overthrow our bourgeois masters once and for all. Okay. Let's get another... Well, let's see if we have any decisions. We have propaganda, but nothing that is unique. So do we want any of these? Let's see. People's Democratic League. Political power bonus. Communism support. New political party name, new political advisor, 2 new political advisors, and public trust goes up. Cooperate with the Social Democrats, plus political power, plus stability, plus democracy. And then 2 new political, a new general, the worker state, political power gain, recruitable population factor, build speed, new advisors, and public trust, and that of course leads down further. This is kind of a dead-end block anyway. I haven't touched Hearts of Iron 4 in years. Yeah, they've been changing the game every expansion. Lots of new mechanics. What up? What happened to the first run just came back. What happened was you went to sleep instead of watching how it ended. But we sort of... I did a previously on at the beginning of this stream if you want to check the beginning of this VOD. Did you start Ober? Did they start Ober? These are 35 days. I feel like 100 political power is kind of a big deal to try to catch up on what we've been spending because we haven't changed any of our economic stuff. Let's do this 35 day with 100 political power buff. I think that's worth. That flag goes hard, not gonna lie. It's a pretty sweet flag, yeah. All right, let's see the state of the war. Here is our template and militia. We get 12 combat with, we still get an engineer company, so that's good. We are armed. They actually have supplies, guns, and support equipment. On top of that, the Socialist Republic of Finland, here is our territory. We have the south and a pocket in the north. The revolution will be televised. Chat is watching. Okay. Anyway, we just got a hustle and bustle of new people because we still have 11 other divisions. The problem is we've got these weenie divisions, which are only 6 combat width, that aren't going to really be able to help us. Chat, if you play Hearts of Iron, in this situation, what would you do with the kind of reserves? Would you just put them in their own group, or would you lump them in and let the general figure it out? Just... because we can technically have, like, a single... division here, which is good. I put them in their own group and push them along low supply areas. Ports? Well, they're not gonna take my ports. See, we kind of have to just, like... we're gonna have to do some custom front lines here. Like, we don't need to hold the port there, because Finland can't go through Murmansk or Finnmark to get to this. So we put this poor reserve is just gonna have to hold the front. Good luck. I would simply convert them into a good unit. Like, we're gonna just have to apply some custom front lines here, I think. Like, there's no way they're even gonna take this. They have to do a naval invasion. We need to pull the militia off and set the front line like this. And then we're gonna immediately... why do we only have 8 divisions assigned to that? There we go, 18 divisions. And then we need a general. You will take one of these 2 generals and you will like them. Field Marshal Machek. Who wants to be Field Marshal? Okay, you get to be the general, you get to be the Field Marshal, because you have Engineer, Winter Specialist, and Fortress Buster. I like picking the ones that have better traits, because the Field Marshal will give some bonuses to everybody under their command in time. So we're gonna have to promote them. We have tons of command power, though. Unfortunately, do they automatically promote, or do they have to, like, take some time? They will temporarily lose a skill level while adjusting. So that's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Okay, so our Field Marshal can actually get a new trait. We can do Winter Expert, but not adaptable. Or we can just go all in on Offensive Doctrine. I do like the +1 attack, -30 to org loss. Max Entrenchment is good too. Charismatic is okay for repeated pressure. Here's the thing. Offensive is great for now. Defensive is great for later, when we have to dig in against the Soviets. So do we want now or later? I'm just gonna assume we're gonna stomp the Civil War. Let's go defense, because I am assuming we're just gonna straight up win. So we're gonna do that. Okay, anyway, we need to go ahead and, while the game's paused, plan an offensive line. Like, I need to just sort of select these guys, because I only want these guys to be on the offensive line plan. And honestly, this is enough to unite the borders, and they'll probably capitulate right after we take this, I would say. All right, let's go, baby. Unpause. Everybody, strategic redeploy to get where you need to go. We gotta just get to the front line fast. Build up your organization once you get there. Where are you going? Oh, he's not applied. All right, we're just gonna have to push up from the south. Hopefully that other guy doesn't die. We put in the homework, and now we're gonna go aggressive and try to take as much territory as we can. Launch. They're not, are they not? 18 divisions says. Why are they don't feel like they're being aggressive. I'll do it for you. They're like, I don't wanna. What do I do? Oh, they've got a spot over there. Where are supplies? Mod check supplies? There's a supply depot right there. That's a very important spot. Kuopio. Kuopio. Alright, what combat width did they have? Also, it's like a 12v12. Absolutely surround this nerd. The Hindenburg has blown up! The German passenger airship Hindenburg was destroyed today while attempting to dock at Lakehurst Naval Air Station in the US. For reasons not yet determined, the airship was engulfed in flames and crashed to the ground, claiming 35 lives. Due to the scarcity and expense of helium and the US ban on exports, the Hindenburg, like all German passenger airships, was ultimately engineered to use hydrogen, which provides greater lift but is also flammable. With public faith shaken by the disaster and the rise of much faster passenger aircraft, this could spell the end of the era of airships. But yeah, we just need to like go. Take the port. Remove their supplies. We gotta be fast. These guys just have to hold. You just entrench and wait for us to make it to you. We're about to take Kuopio, so we'll be getting supplies once we manage to establish control over the supply hub, which is going to help us with the next big push forward. The general's doing a great job of using flanks to push the couple of entrenched positions they are in. This is also just great job by our AI general here. I took him to the port, he turned around and is pressuring a now supplyless division. We'll wrap this little circle up and then keep moving up the coast. So sometimes I will take it command and just walk up the, like the train tracks here a little bit. Where are you guys redeploying to, pray tell? Sometimes they're dumb. That was, I don't know what the heck they were doing there. Dispersed Industry 2. Further decentralizing our manufacturing makes it hard to strike at specific parts of our manufacturing. More factories in each state, more factory output. Huge help. It's 1937 in May. What do we want? Probably just like some more. We're gonna want a bunch of support. We don't need military police yet. I'd say logistics companies are a solid choice, and now we can actually start using our manufacturers because it's going to cost us political power. Now we're not having to hoard as much political power. So I want to start buffing those companies. Okay, they took that spot, but that's fine. We actually have supplies and they don't. Somehow. Not really sure how we have supplies up there. Maybe, oh, because we have the town, we have the city. Alright, they want to make sure that we take this guy out. I think that that's fine, because our organization's a bit low in a couple places. Everyone that we have who's redeploying, going where they need to go pretty nicely. Like what I'm seeing here. I might take a little bit of control myself. Love that we got the supply depot. Where's the next supply depot? Down the line. Probably all the way up there in Oulu. Not a lot of supplies here, but we need to definitely make a push to the capital. We should outnumber them by a lot. We got encirclement here for a division. This is a really nice one because we'll have 3 units. These are 12 combat width. Pop them, and then redeploy. Where are you guys going? They want to go by water and redeploy. I don't know. Whatever. Nice encirclement. They probably want to redeploy over here. Oh yeah, we're kind of steamrolling in the south. I love the early civil wars. Yeah, I think that it makes for some really fun early gameplay. You just get a little battle right at the beginning, and I also really enjoyed this because there is a build-up to the Civil War that you have control over. I think that there's some campaigns where it's just like, surprise, Civil War, you were ready, right? And this one, I like that it's just, the literal focus is the Second Finnish Civil War, so there's no ambiguity, because I think that there's at least a couple focuses that have Civil War as one of the effects, but you have to like make sure you read the entire list of effects to not be surprised by it. So you sort of plainly know what you're working toward here, and then also I liked the decision tree of being able to prep and spend some political power. Karl has joined the battle! Karl of Spain declared war on the Regional Defense Council of Aragon. Wary of being increasingly sidelined and having their influence over the nationalist front more and more curtailed, Carlist forces under Manuel Falconde have renounced their affiliation with the nationalist cause, declaring their own independent insurrection. Carlist Raquetes, predominantly in the north of the country, have turned on their erstwhile allies, while at the same time continuing the fight against their Republican enemies. The effects of their military position in the Civil War are being downplayed by the nationalist leadership, but it is evident the current chaos presents ample opportunity to the Republicans. Karl has joined the fight. Okay, this one actually looks like it could be anybody's game. I can't tell just by looking who's gonna win. Spain kind of losing. Anarchist Spain is just, it is still around Barcelona. Karl's up there. It's a bit of a mess. Italian Civil War is still going strong. Senationist Poland is pushing back. In chat, it's been over 3 hours. I'm gonna take a quick gamer death break. Also, Alice got me a drink, so I'm gonna go get a drink and take the dog outside, and then we're gonna wrap up an early Civil War. Hopefully in our favor, unless there were some units hiding in the fog of war. So we're gonna mute this. Pause this so we don't miss any of the cool songs. Put up, that is not BRB. That is the tiniest BRB. Put it right on the green so you can actually see it. There we go, and then you can listen to this. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you spending your time with me on this Saturday. Hope you're having fun. We'll be back right after this. Okay. Let me get situated here. Oh boy. This is my jam. Okay, where are we? Night mode? Night mode. Chat, can I interest you in some boba? You want the boba? Boba. What's a boba? Are you asking that because your name is Bubba? Let us have a sip! Alright, gamers. Finnish Civil War is go! Let's do this. Alright, they've got some huge reorganization to do on their right flank. But I think the focus on the left is good, because that's where all the port cities, well, not port cities, but all the cities are. Okay, but what is boba? Boba is a type of drink. It can either be a milk tea or a tea that frequently, if you have boba, you also have boba pearls, which are like tapioca pearls, I believe, that you chew. So it can either be a milk base or like a regular tea, typically iced, but it doesn't have to be, I guess. But more often than not, iced. Alright, we're coming to relieve the soldiers that are holding down the north. So you can usually choose what kind of tea you want to go in it, be it like green tea, black tea. I think there's also like matcha tea and more. But what I have noticed after having a bunch of different bobas, some bobas are just better than others. I've definitely had some boba where I was like, I hate boba, boba is gross, and I never ever want it again. And I just came to realize after trying other boba places that some of them are lazy and they don't make them right. Because I found good boba and it's amazing and I get it every week. So I would say if you don't like it at first, if you try it and get adventurous, try a couple places to really see. Or if you don't care, then don't, but if you're interested, then it's worth sticking with it. I also thought that I would like milk tea more than I do. I thought I would like milk-based boba, and I don't. I've tried milk boba like 2 or 3 times. I am also pretty lactose, and I think that's just a result of not liking oat milk or almond milk-based boba teas. That's probably the issue. The People's Democratic League has been the forefront of coordinating the various left-wing factions in the Socialist Republic of Finland. They have created the foundations of a true workers' alliance that can ensure the will of the proletariat is enacted. That's a 100 political power injection, 10% support for communism. The Communist Party is now called the Suomen Kansan Demokraattinen Liitto. Great name. New political advisor available who gives a 10% PP bonus. Offensive war penalty stability modifier. Minus 10%. Defensive war plus 15. So basically, a defensive communism supporter. And then a 5% political power with daily compliance gain, that's for offensive. And then public trust moves up. So we have to actually maintain public trust in our new leader. Which so far seems like high trust. We have low attrition, high recovery rate, high attack on core territory, and high defense on core territory. That's really good. Now, we need to change our economy. We need 150 political power. I think we could actually just jump to war economy. If we, hang on. Is it worth stopping the war? We're about to win. They're about to capitulate. What if I just stop the war until I get 150 PP, instantly jump to war economy, which you cannot, well, actually, no, it's fine. Doesn't matter, because I forgot we're communist, which means we can take war economy even if we're not at war. I'm sorry, I've been playing the wrong political types, because fascist and communist are just like, yeah, whatever, war economy's fine. Whereas we were playing monarchy, and they're like, only if you're at war. Sorry. Okay, so there's no need to stop. I was just making sure. Do we need to cooperate with social democrats? That increases the popularity of democracy, gives us base stability, 70 more political power. I guess you do want this if you want political power to make those sweeping changes fast. But it does, it's only a 35-day research. I feel like it is worth it because you can then up conscription. Our war support's at 92%. Like, we can just go straight to extensive conscription. So I'm gonna go ahead and start cooperating with the Social Democrats. Which will also increase the support of our leader with public trust. There might be a higher priority one, but I think political power is very, very good right now. Okay, back to the war. We are sort of running out of supplies here. We're gonna try and sneak behind them and take Oulu. And also cross the river in the process, which I think is great. We are moving fairly aggressively right now, and we're just staying in the pockets in the north. I joined late. Does Finland have any particularly wacky goals? I don't know about wacky. I think that the one that we're doing sounds very fun, though. We're going communist, but we're not joining the Comintern. We can actually unite under the North Star, which has a side effect of allowing us to do confederated Finno-Russian republics, which we declare our nation the Confederation of Finno-Russian Republics, and if we control any Soviet Union core, we can core it. If I'm understanding this correctly. Every core of the Soviet Union that we control gets daily compliance gain and allows us to make a decision that integrates them as a core. So that's pretty sweet. And that's kind of our end game. If we wanted to join the Comintern, we could just take over Scandinavia and core some states. But yeah, there's a lot of replayability here, because then the neutrality... There's also a social democracy side to this that you could go instead of the way that we're doing it. And that's sort of more working with the major democracies. You can also be either communist or democratic and still do all these, which is kind of cool. It seems pretty quality. Seems pretty quality. The way that I judge new DLC nations is, are they better than the Turkey DLC? And the answer is a resounding yes. Sorry, Turkey, but that campaign was a tragic learning campaign for me. So complicated. And Greece was kind of weird, and we didn't even play Bulgaria, because that was just sort of disenfranchised. Battle for the Bosporus. Yo, I heard you like 70-day focuses. True, though. That is exactly the issue. So many 70-day focuses. And they just didn't feel good. I think that the trees so far for Finland, we haven't done a lot of it, but Denmark, the portion we did, I think was solid. A pretty good mix of different types of focuses and different length focuses. I think that this one also feels very well balanced, the path that we're taking, because we have to spend a lot of political power to try to mobilize for a civil war, but then if we cooperate after establishing our rule with other parties, we get a lot of injection political power back. We can then apply to the economy and law and government. So I feel like that makes a lot of sense. All right, nobody's here, so that's why we've just been moving up. We're just gonna try and take the capital, and maybe they capitulate. Because we're also just pushing the mech here fairly successfully. Kimi is ours. Their capital has fallen. They don't even... Do they even have a capital now? I don't think they do. So we have supplies now. Oulu was a supply hub. That's why we were pushing to take it. And it honestly should just be a matter of time now, I think. Because we're sort of just storming on in. I'll go for an encirclement. Suo Musalami. Oh, Suo Musalmi, not Musalami. Musalami would be a great Italian leader, though, probably. They're probably gonna get there first, but maybe not. Maybe not. Hey, got him. All right. This looks pretty good. We don't have them quite in a pocket yet. But we're about to encircle 5 of their divisions, and then it's game over. Okay, it's game over. Finland was annexed. Yeah. Got their equipment. And simultaneously, Amelia Earhart circumnavigates the globe. The famous aviator Amelia Earhart, known as the Queen of the Air, has completed a flight around the world with navigator Fred Noonan. After a brief scare when the pair temporarily got lost approaching Howland Island in the Pacific, the flight proceeded with no incident. And this morning, their Lockheed Electra touched down in Oakland, California. A ceremony is to be held at the White House next week, where Earhart is personally to be congratulated for her feat by the president. What's up with her feet, though? Okay. Welcome to our new nation. Under one flag, the Socialist Republic of Finland. Great success. Simultaneously, we need to get out of being a civilian economy now. So this is going to be crazy. Just going from this to this in 150 political power. Comparatively, conscription actually increases in cost the further you go down. I've always wondered why this doesn't. I'm not like begging for it to be nerfed, but I don't know how you go from civilian to war immediately without a stepping stone, but I guess it's for balance reasons. I'll take it. Like, it's absolutely a great pick, and there's no downsides at all. Because right now we have minus 30% penalties to military and civilian factory build speed, which is tragic. Not to mention some debuffs to fuel, which we actually have a little bit of daily gain, tiny bit. And then War Economy removes that 30% debuff and just gives us a 20% buff to all military factory build speeds. Not to mention, we save 15% of our civilian factories, put them away from toasters, and put them toward construction purposes, which is just the greatest that we could possibly ask for. Boom. Mobilization. Instantly freed up a civilian factory. And no more 30% debuff on build speed. Love it. Okay. The question is, do we get to keep the militias? Or do they go away? I'm not really sure. But here's what I do know. We're just going to create probably a different group of the reserves. And then I'm probably just going to station all of our existing units on the border with the Soviets. We still only have 2 generals. And then the other guys are just going to get an area defense command for ports in the south. And the port up there. Okay. You guys not have orders? Division belongs to an army but has no orders. There you go. How do you get more generals? Well, I can hire them. But there might also be focuses that unlock more generals. So I'm just gonna wait. Hey friends, how did the end of the last game go? I mean, we basically eliminated Germany, you know, encircled over 120 individual divisions, eliminated them with a task of highly specialized and determined Danes, and decided that we were not going to fast forward anymore because it was 1953, so I just said, game over, I win, I guess. We were completely out of manpower. But it went well. I think. It went quite well. Now we can start focusing on building. It's 1937. We've gone communist. We're cooperating with social democrats now. And then we're gonna industrialize. Or look at Estonia. Which is a bit tough to integrate just because we're sort of separated, huh? That's not Norway. Wolf is Wolf, please stop typing, thank you. 70 days of defensive prep is probably good. What's up, S-Frog? Time to conquer the world and force Finnish baseball on the world. Explain Finnish baseball to me. But thanks for the 26 months of sub. Also, too many errors for 44. Alien pleasing in chat. What up, too many errors? Papa Briz says world domination back for 4th months. Thanks for subbing once again, Papa Briz. Appreciate all the subs. While clearly misguided in their willingness to compromise with the capitalists, we cannot dispute that social democrats enjoy a great deal of support from the proletariat, and many of their leaders are experts in the field. We should do more to cooperate with them in the creation of our workers' republic. Plus 70 political power. Stability is higher than it's ever been. It's another 5%. We're at 65% stability. Democracy does become more popular, but we still have a 69% majority for communism, so I think that's fine. We get some new political advisors available. We also did get a general from this. Because we're cooperating with the Social Democrats, we get a general. So that's kind of clutch, actually. So now we have a big choice to make. We have at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 decisions that we could pursue. Let's look at them each. Number 1, the worker state. We get a bonus to political power, recruitable population, factor, construction speed, factory output, new political advisors, and public trust goes higher. Option 2, invite Estonia to unify with us. Option 3, take the Finnish Federation of Trade Unions. Cooperate with trade unions and reorganize the economy. Resource gain efficiency up. Consumer goods factory requirement down. Production efficiency base up. New decision to prioritize industry. Lots of decisions. Oh my god, like 3 or 4 decisions that can be strategically used. Option 3, prepare for war. Regardless of ideology, it seems we are destined for conflict with our eastward neighbor. We must prepare for the inevitable and rapidly expand defenses. Which itself leads to trade agreements. Which can help us make fighters, tanks, and towed artillery, depending on who we do business with, and get subsidized. And then after that, focus on infrastructure, instead of that, we can focus on infrastructure and raw materials. This is a 35-day, and I think it's worth it. It gives us a civilian factory for steel, synthetic refineries, electronics bonus research. There's a lot of good ones here, and this one's 35-day as well for a civilian factory. Let's build some industry first. That's just icing on the cake that it's only half time. Okay, industry it is. I guess we need to act on Estonia before they do something weird, though. That's the one potential limiting factor. I say we take both of the 35-day civilian factories, then invite Estonia, and then see what happens after that. Are you holding off on the 5th research slot? You can't do it yet. You have to have researched computing machine tech. So it requires a prereq. Field Hospital 1. We're definitely going to need that. We have very low manpower. It's gonna save some of them. But yeah, computing machine is 1938, so we're close. We'll be able to get a 5th research slot around there. What do we need in 37? Maybe we should start thinking about armor or air power? Maybe we need to start thinking about anti-tank. If we want to fight Russians and the Soviets, I'm gonna need some anti-tank, maybe even just a support group. So it probably would be wise to make sure that we can at least build and manufacture it. And we'll use our organization too. So the next modification we need to make for the government is to start conscripting additional people. So next 150 political power is reserved for that. Will the national opinion of Estonia affect the decision? I am going to do those at the same time. I'm gonna like improve. I don't know for sure how much it affects it, but I always do it because I think it affects it a bit. Am new to the game and struggling to play and understand. Any advice, please? Thank you. Big question, Danzakistan, but certainly not a unique question. The unfortunate answer is that you just have to keep trying until it makes sense. You might get something out of, like the start of the stream. We just started this campaign today. So if you have a lot of time, I'm sure there are more succinct tutorials on YouTube. I know it's not easy for me to be like, oh, just watch hours of my VOD. But we did start this campaign fresh today, and I try to walk through all of the decisions and things that I'm doing while I'm doing them. So I would suggest the start of the VOD and skipping to when we began this campaign. Because the thing is, the game is changing as well with this update. So, like, tutorials that exist are not going to have the information on the organizations that are coming in unless they're new tutorials. And I feel like this is a fairly integral portion of the game now. It's not like... It's worth understanding, because you have to deal with it every time you click the research button. So there's going to be some things that are not covered in some of the older videos. We did get a new general unlocked. Oh, anyway, as far as generic advice I can give, my generic advice is you might be tempted to start with one of the major powers like Japan or the Soviet Union or US, Germany, or Italy. I would very much recommend getting at least one of the DLCs that add some of the other countries, and starting with a smaller nation and learning how to play with that nation. Even though some of the small nations have really big, daunting focus trees, it's worth getting into combat situations early so that you can learn how the basics work, so you can build on those foundational blocks and play as one of the minor powers. So, in that case, like the one recommendation I always make is to get the DLC that has Portugal, France, and Spain, and try maybe a campaign in Spain, which is a bit chaotic and has a very overwhelmingly large focus tree, but you're guaranteed to be one of the first countries that goes to war. And the best part is about the Spanish campaign, first of all, there's like a dozen ways to play it, so tons of replayability. Second is, you get the civil war at the beginning of the game. If you lose, you start over and get good, and you don't have to worry about wasting many hours before you reset. And if you win, you get to just chill. Spain can just chill for the rest of the game if you want to. Like, if you just want to bulk up and figure out how your industry works, figure out how to build from scratch, that Spain is a great place to do that. And if you want to get involved in other people's affairs, there's focuses that will let you do that. So I think that Spain is actually my favorite starting country, even though it has the worst, like, it's a very dense focus tree that can be kind of confusing. But I think it's perfect for new players because you get to learn how combat works at the beginning on a small scale without worrying about a lot of overseas holdings. And if you win, you can just mind your own business for the rest of the game without anybody messing with you, and learn how the rest of the mechanics work. So that would be my recommendation. I hope that helps. Thanks for the Prime sub, by the way. Much appreciated. Chat, we got a new general from our last focus. Arnie Sivo. Good experience for infantry and pretty talented. 2332, level 3. With good division defense, and can get an upgrade. Let's do either attack or max entrenchment. We probably want to go for defense now because we're just going to have to hold out against the Soviets. We can't be that greedy. So I'm going to do ambusher. Lock them in. It helps that when you pick a side in the Spanish Civil War, it just immediately cuts out half the focus tree. Yeah, just worry about that first choice, then look at the focus tree after that, I guess. But that's true. It narrows itself down quite a bit once you get going. But those are like my 3 favorite nations to play. Because they just have a lot of variety. Spain was definitely my... Anarchist Spain was definitely my favorite campaign. I enjoyed that a lot. We're about to have a bunch of research open up. I am enjoying this Finnish campaign. It's unfolded in a very interesting way. I just think we're going to struggle against, well, the borders. Even though we're guaranteed by France. I don't think France is going to hold out for that long. But we got plans. We got plans. And it's 1937, so we got some time to make those plans a reality. Perfect timing. Just finished another civilian factory. I'm still going to stick to my guns when it comes to building factories. I'm still of the opinion that I want 15 civilian factories before, like, we really do anything else. And now we've got 9 helping build, and we don't have that 30% debuff anymore. So we're building them way faster. And we just got construction too. Edward VIII empowers the King's Party. Following the royal marriage between Edward VIII and Wallace Simpson, the king has appointed the leaders of the newly formed pro-monarchist King's Party, Winston Churchill, Oswald Mosley, and David Lloyd George, to form a new government after the nation's extended period without one. Supporters of Edward VIII applaud the formation of a loyal government, but critics point out the new government is so supportive of the king's wishes, we might as well consider the king to be, de facto, an absolutist monarch. A step into the past. All right, we're all caught up on 1937 industry and production. Plus 10% bonus. Engineers, recon, field hospitals, and logistics are all good. We got armored trains almost done. We got anti-tank. Let's go ahead and get the artillery upgrade. We will want to make artillery, so staying current on this is good. I'll use my organizations now to start getting some points. Modernize artillery so that when we get military factories, we can get some support companies. Artillery is going to be huge. Forts are going to be huge. We need to start thinking about defense now. The Janiskoski Power Plant. We will build a power plant in Janiskoski to provide reliable energy for the electric smelter of the Kolsjoki nickel mine and fuel the growth of Petsamo area, which shall in turn spur an economic development in Northern Socialist Republic of Finland. Category of the state of Petsamo changes to rural. 1 building slot, 1 free civilian factory, 4 steel. Resources. Okay. Now what we want... Oh my goodness, these 35 days are music to my ears. That's another building slot in steel. This is a building slot in 2 electronics research bonuses. That's kind of huge. Okay, so here's the plan. We're going to do electronics. And then we're going to try and invite Estonia just to see what happens. So that way we don't miss the chance. We got to be the first one to invite them. So if they say no, at least we tried. And then we get a goal to annex them, I guess. If we want. My favorite unit in this game is self-propelled rocket artillery. That's really good for offense, yeah. We need to go all in on defense, though. I do like rocket arty, though. Logistics. Having specialized logistics officers among our ranks will ensure that support networks are leveraged to minimize waste. Logistics are going to be good for supply usage, which is critical in these very remote areas. Okay, it doesn't feel good, but we need to start spending some time on fuel. Because we need to be able to build our own synthetics if we want any type of plane, armor car, tank, whatever. If you're communist, the Soviets still attack. It depends on which... The game is actually, like, nuanced enough where you can choose to join the Comintern and approach the Soviets. We chose to antagonize them, so we can still be communist, much like Trotsky is, but isn't part of the status quo. So we don't have to join the Comintern. We can actually just join our own brand of communism that works with others. Or we could be a social democracy and still be communist. Democratic-leaning communist if we wanted to, and still work with democracies. So you can actually have 3 shades of communism here if you want. So there's even if you pick communism for Finland, there's 3 replayable paths right there. And that's without even getting into neutrality, which probably is the most boring path. Or fascism or monarchy. Armored trains. Expensive to produce, but 250 armor is pretty sweet, so we need to get some factories up to start producing those. All right, now, how long until this is done? 23 days. We can only we can store 30 days. So, chat, you want to what? You want to see something that'll make you go, huh? You can store 30 days of research. So we're just going to choose not to research anything. But not like, huh, all caps, just like, huh. Not 2 H's, just 1. I appreciate that Etal actually reads the descriptions. I'm sure the Paradox devs who wrote all that are happy. I think the flavored text adds a lot. For sure. To my enjoyment, at least. All right, we have 132 PP. Supply hub construction speed. What are we working on? Conscription is next. Okay. We need 16 more PP. And then we can start upping that manpower, which is also very important preparation. I feel like we're doing okay. Let's go ahead and get armored trains on the docket. We have a stockpile of guns now. We're obviously gonna need more, but we just need so many factories. So many factories. All right, someone said, how's the Civil War going? It's going. It's going. I can't tell how it's going, but it's going. I want to say the anarchists are losing because they lost Barcelona. Karl still exists. Polish People's Republic is pushing back against Senationist, and the Italian Union's still holding out here on 2 fronts. Good luck to both of them. It is convenient that we were able to keep the militia. I don't know if there's a decision to convert them. I don't think so. Maybe there's a focus that can. Under the guidance of Professor Vilho Vaisala, pioneering efforts in radiosonde technology have paved the way for successful commercial production. Building on the success of the first Finnish radiosonde launch in 1931, continuous research and development has led to a significant tech advancement. This electronics double research is huge, and we get a civilian factory out of this. All right, Finno-Estonian Union. We're gonna invite Estonia to join us. It's gonna be 70 days. While we're doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and improve relations with them, which are gonna cost 10 PP. Try to sweet talk them. Send some diplomats over. That's gonna set us a little bit back on political power, but it'll be fine. We can be patient. And I guess best case scenario, they agree to be annexed. We're just gonna send it before they join a faction, before they decide to change government types. I figure the sooner the better here, but we've settled our civil war business. We're stable. We're 65% stability. We are decently high trust. Not very high, but high trust. I can do more, but it costs political power. Oh yeah, the research. I had to wait until we got the electronics. Because now I can just jump ahead. We're 0.23 years ahead of time. I was letting the scientists take a breather. So we can just we're way ahead on computing machines. And that'll give us a 30-day buff as well. Because we already had 30 days stored up. What about the part that makes us go, huh? Okay, the part that made you go, huh, is the research. We could stockpile 30 days of research while we waited for a focus that was only going to take 25 days to give us a 75% speed bonus on researching it. So it is now as if I had been researching it the entire time, but it was very advantageous to actually not research it. Does that make sense? So we got bonus research to a thing by not researching it. But a lot of newer players don't realize that you can bank research time and you can bank 10 days of focus time where you don't have to instantly lock it in. You get some leeway. So just FYI. Okay. We could probably go 4 times speed. Noom. They got Barcelona back. The anarchists got Barcelona back. I don't know who's going to lose first, actually. Everyone's got a port. Nobody's been encircled yet. Pakistan has declared war on India. Classic. Yeah. Kinda classic. Oh, we have 155 PP. Time to start conscription. So we're going from limited to extensive, which is going to double our recruitable population. So our manpower can finally start climbing. At last. And then we can start recruiting. Which reminds me, because we have a surplus of guns and support equipment, we're gonna start daily exercises with all of our troops. So that they can start building us some army XP and also train themselves. Well, they're already level 3. These guys are level 2 though. They can train. What kind of government does Spain have? It's Republican Spain. They are democratic and communist leaning. Okay, our very first anti-tank. We can't produce any of this cool stuff, but we know how to. We're gonna need some anti-tank to defend against the Soviets. So it's nice to actually have to build that. But yeah, we have a lot of catching up. November 1937. I don't think I really want radio detection, but we can't use the 75% on this. I don't think. Definitely not boats. Definitely not tanks. Huh. What do I want to research? There's nothing wrong with researching, like, excavation. Because we can definitely bite off more than we can chew with, like, yes, let's research tanks, planes, armored cars, and more. All right, we know how to store fuel inside of a fuel silo. Now we need to learn how to produce our own synthetic oil. One day we will have other factories. We're actually almost to my coveted, like, 15 civilian factories. I need to check the focus tree. For infrastructure? I don't think there are any more focuses that build infrastructure for us. Other than expand the air bases. Gives us, like, one. Fill the infrastructure gaps is for the Northern People's Union, which changed the name of it after we went communist. That's interesting. So we're just gonna have to build that ourselves. To some extent. But I'd say for now, let's stick with the factory queue. Until we get 15. Trying to fill in the 60% infrastructures first. Yeah, it's not called the Nordic Council anymore. Pretty cool. All right, it's almost go time. We're gonna find out what they say. Dear Estonia, please respond. We are your biggest fans, and we would like to take care of you, which we can definitely do remotely. The Polish-Romanian Alliance. The Poles and Romanians have announced a renewed commitment to each other's defense. Although good relations have existed between the nations for over a decade, today's announcement indicates a policy of mutual defense and is increasingly dominating military planning in both Poland. Wait, you? Good luck. You gotta beat the Polish People's Republic first. We share a long history with the people of Estonia. It therefore pains us to see them trapped between the great powers, awaiting their home, becoming yet another battleground in an international struggle. Perhaps through a union, we can save them from such a fate. All right, let's see if they accept or if they refuse. And the second question is, at what point do we invite other faction friends? We should do that soon. It's a 70-day choice. I would like to get the other 35-day civilian factories. They rejected our proposal. Our diplomats have returned from their mission to Estonia, but it would seem they were unable to make the Estonian government see the sense in standing together. Few reasons were given for the decision, and our officials were left wondering just what the ramifications of this might be. Perhaps we should start looking to our own defenses, should their intention become nefarious, or perhaps look to other means to secure their cooperation. We will respect their decision or we gain claims. They have chosen their fate. They have chosen their fate. The thing is, them rejecting us is even dumber because they don't have to become annexed. They can actually join a faction with us. They rejected both annexation and joining a faction. So, I assume they get to choose between what way they would like to accept, if they indeed want to accept. But yeah, now we gotta like quickly get some industry factories and steel. We get 2 synthetic refineries for this one. That's pretty great. Estonia is poised for independent world domination. We played Estonia and united the Finno-Ugric people. We combined Estonia and Finland when I played Estonia campaign. I'm sad that I can't do the inverse. Because they said no. Finland said yes. Or maybe did we war them? I don't remember. Alright, artillery is 10% stronger against infantry. It is December 1937, so let's start getting the 1938 tech on the infantry tab. Improve our infantry equipment. And we're going to use some political power to make it go faster and give some funding to our organization. Speaking of, we just completed our first trade point, so we get to take a look at how military-industrial organizations work. This one is for our artillery. Since we used this organization to research artillery, we got some big funding, unlocking a trait point. So now we get to sort of buff the organization, who in turn can make stronger weapons for us. So some of these will benefit different productions. This is benefiting all artillery, anti-tank, anti-air, and rockets. Likewise, this one's exclusively tank and anti-air. This one is all. This one is just artillery. So what we're looking for, since we're going to need to manufacture fast, I'm going to take the one that gives us 5% bonus production efficiency, so we can just make them faster. And then what we'll do is, if we want to make them, that is something that will just buff any artillery that we start producing. So if I put on like a towed artillery here, this should just, we don't even have to upgrade this, it'll just be made 5% faster, as long as we make it with our organization. So you can see when something is using the organization, because it has that little gold cog border instead of the basic gray. But this is the stuff that's going to come in the update, so that's not really in the game yet until this update hits. What's up, Shariah? Thanks for 34 months. How you doing? Welcome back for one more. Appreciate the sub. Oh god, more mechanics. Yeah, more mechanics. That mechanic is the, I think it's a good one. I just think the micromanagement needs a little quality of life from having all the different organizations. I just got here. We are non-Comintern communist Finland, yeah. Prepping for war, because we assumed Soviets will not take kindly to us insulting them. But we're a little slow on the uptake here, because it's 1938. We just got done with a civil war, and we're trying to catch up on industry. The Imatra hydropower plant established in 1922 has proven to be a reliable source of energy for Socialist Republic of Finland's growing industry. With the expansion of its 5th and 6th machines, the plant's capacity will only increase, enabling further industrial growth in the Kymi region. 1 civilian factory, 2 building slots, 4 steel. We got resources. So some of these are limited by construction 3 and 4 and excavation 3, which is cool. We will need to increase the military budget, but not before... Can't do that one until you have both of these. Okay, so this is sort of the last industry we can take, and that's 2 synthetic refineries, which is a little premature for us. We're already researching some synthetic. So what I'd like to do is take it back. This is a 70-day to invite Sweden, Norway, Denmark. Wait, who do we invite? Create faction the Northern Defense Front. Socialist Republic of Finland completes focus and invites Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and what, Iceland? To a faction. And we can pressure government and promote ideological rallies in the Nordic. I think we need to do this before we don't have that option anymore. But also, rip my military factories. We also have 31k manpower, so let's start training a couple divisions at a time. And we're gonna set their spawn point in our capital. We can have up to 12 militia at a time. So what I want right now is just to keep everyone that we've got, because they are already level 3, and they're the same combat. They're basically identical to our current template. I don't know if their stats are the same or not, though. 23. There's slightly less defense and slightly less breakthrough, but it's really not substantial. They're basically the same, so I'm just gonna keep them. But yeah, let's throw them an invite, dude. Let's create our faction. We got to get ahead on this, and then we're gonna go full swing into a military complex, I think, and defensive preparations, because we need factories. So that's when we increase the military budget and start going to town. I never played Hearts of Iron, but I get the feeling campaigns in Hearts of Iron take less time than Crusader Kings. Is that true? Yeah, by like a factor of 10. I'm going slow for Hearts of Iron, and even me going slow is like 1/5 the length of a Crusader Kings campaign. Lots and lots of baked-in replayability. See, I guess the issue with... The reason why I would say that Hearts of Iron is more replayable than Crusader Kings is because for me, Crusader Kings is at its most fun when I can roleplay. But my ability to roleplay is sort of hampered by long-term playing because you see the same events over and over and over again, and you start min-maxing. And then there are plenty of events in Hearts of Iron that repeat, but I think that the focus trees are the main reason to play, and then seeing how the world state changes game to game. So even though the events repeat in Hearts of Iron, since it's not a role-playing game, I feel like it's a lot more baked-in replayability, because you can just like, I'm going to start over as the same country, but democratic this time, and see what happens. Or, you know, every country, even without mods, has 4 to 6 ways to play. Granted, you need a lot of DLCs to get all the focus trees. That's true. And then that's before mods, and then there's mods that add, you know, a ton more. Does Carl usually win? No. Not at all. Figure we'll watch since people have channel points on the line. But yeah, Hearts of Iron is kind of built on the fact that you're going to want to play a lot of quick games. Because even just looking at Finland right now, I see at least 6 potentially different playthroughs of Finland. And that's just one nation. Based on what ideology I want to take. Canada seeks immediate patriation. Yeah, or actually, that's a good point. Hearts of Iron does have the monthly sub, which I actually think is a great deal. It's like $5 and you get everything, all DLC for 30 days, which is a good amount of time to be like, do I really like Hearts of Iron, or do I think I like Hearts of Iron? And if you like it, then you can, you know, pay money on a Steam sale or whatever and put it in your collection. And if you're like, actually I thought I would like this and I don't, then you can just be like, I unsub and I only lost $5 to find out. So I feel like that's a pretty good deal. After breakdowns and negotiations with Westminster and an unprecedented 63-hour debate, Canadian Parliament has overturned the British North American Act, instead enshrining the Canadian Constitution in laws untouchable by British Parliament or monarchy. Although not anti-British in its own right, it signals a move away from the Commonwealth policies of the old empire. A natural step to take for any country wanting to ensure their future. It does nothing to alleviate the already tense state of global politics. Computers. Bonus 5% to all research. 430. It's a little extreme. I think I'm just going to go ahead and use my other 75% speed buff and just get radio. Because coordination's good, even 1%, and then we'll need radar when we get anti-air. And hopefully planes. Dude. Spain is a mess. Nationalist Spain looks dead, but I don't know. I mean, sorry. Yeah, Nationalist Spain. They look super dead. We'll get a pop-up at the relevant time. Okay, what do we need to spin political power on next? In my opinion, either a chief of army... We don't need to up conscription yet. We could also change the daily communism support dude to something more useful. Let's actually take a look at what our options are real quick. The humble appeaser, stability up, war support down. Champion of equality is no democracy support. Political power up. Offensive war stability down, defensive war penalty down. Okay, so it's just more political power. Daily compliance. Anti-Soviet socialist. That sort of fits in line with what we're looking for. Can anyone tell me, does acceptance of democratic diplomacy, what does that mean for us? Does that mean other people accept us more? Because, like, other democracies accept us more? I'm not really sure what that stat means. It sounds useful, but I don't know. Like, I'm just gonna hire him now before this thing procs, because we're probably inviting democratic Sweden and democratic Norway and democratic Denmark. I thought it was for AI, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a diplomacy modifier for AI Finland. I'm gonna Google it. Somebody asked about the same thing, but for communist diplomacy in 2021. I think it's for the AI. I think it's if your people like communism or not. The next question is the next comment is, how did you get the flag? And then the next person says, maybe for AI. Nobody knows. Maybe, maybe not. Let's see. Does the wiki know? Here's the thing. Chat, I'm gonna show you something. Okay? I'm gonna flashbang the entire chat because the screen is bright white. You've been warned. Cover your eyes, shield them, put your sunglasses on. 5, 4, 3, 2. I lost the page. 1. Everybody get down. Now, this is just a random Italian spirit. But check this out. Why does this say acceptance of communist diplomacy and democratic diplomacy, but then you have a specific AI modifier, focus on offense? Why would it mention AI modifiers separately than things that are already AI modifiers? Like, why would it specify this is an AI modifier, but not AI modifier for this? Because paradox. I don't know, dude. I'm just saying, is there a non-zero chance that this makes other... Like, I guess it makes sense because acceptance of democratic diplomacy should be other people doing diplomacy with us, because we're not democratic. But what if it means doing diplomacy with democratic is plus 40? You could take it and just pretend it's working. Trying to diplo a democratic nation, then switch and see if it changes. All right, for science, I will do that. So if we wanted to create a non-aggression pact, it is minus 20 right now, for example. Okay? Now I'm just gonna waste the political power for science. Anti-Soviet socialist. Boom. Chat, we still have a person buffing. This person's already buffing my daily communism. 0.05. So it's just gonna go up. All right. Now, unpause for like a second. And no change. Confirmed. All right. RIP, it would have been cool. Yeah, I feel like it would have been cool if you... Doesn't it make sense logically? Like, I know I'm in the bargaining stage of grief, but doesn't it make sense that certain diplomats would give you better relationships with other countries? Like, isn't that a logical outcome of hiring different diplomatic people? Yeah, it makes Finland more receptive, not other countries more receptive of you. Yeah, we confirm that now. So, 70 PP down the drain. That's okay. I mean, they do also boost 5% PP, which is nothing. 5% war support, and they do give us ideology drift defense against losing communism, so it's not like it's totally useless. But yeah, it's for the AI's receptiveness of people reaching out to us and doing business with us. Like, if a democratic AI reached out to socialist Finland, they're more likely to accept. But hey, we learned something. Now, if I was really smart, I would have already been improving relations with the people I am inviting to a faction, so I'm going to go ahead and dump the rest of the PP right now. Oh god, that's fascist Iceland. They currently have market access with Germany. So I don't think we even want to invite Iceland. But we're inviting them anyway, but I'm not going to spend PP on fascist Iceland. The question is, yeah, I have 13 days to improve my relationship with them. I don't know how fast it's going to go up. Some is better than none. Iceland buying guns from Germany. Indeed. Indeed. A conundrum for sure. Meanwhile, in Spain... Okay, I gave it my best. We're not at as high as we could be, but we'll be at like plus 30, plus 40 opinion. I could have gotten it to like plus 90 if I had done this earlier. I kind of forgot. But at least I didn't all the way forget. So come on, cross your fingers, baby. Let's make the faction. Oh! Our Nordic friends and comrades are at the mercy of imperialist powers who care not for the interests of our region. But together, we can secure peace for our people through the creation of an alliance that should deter even the mightiest of empires. We've made the Northern Defense Front complete. Wait, Iceland accepted? Henceforth we shall stand or fall together. We shall set our differences aside, for now. Norway accepts the invitation. Norway has decided to accept. Henceforth we shall stand or fall together. Sweden accepts our invitation to the Northern People's Union. Henceforth we shall stand or fall together. Denmark? Did you get an invite? Hey. Earlier today, the Socialist Republic of Finland and Iceland/Sweden/Norway issued a joint statement that they have been granted member access to the Northern People's Union. Whether this partnership will be used for offensive or defensive purposes remains to be seen, but undoubtedly extensive joint military planning is already underway. Denmark's in a faction already? Oh, they're in Nordic cooperation. Bro. Just leave yours and join mine, bro. Like, I already did that, but better. This is where one of the flaws in Hearts of Iron diplomacy rears its ugly head. It is impossible to get Denmark, who is in the Nordic Cooperation Alliance, by themselves and with France, to leave their faction and join ours without a focus that specifically hijacks and overwrites their decision. We didn't do it fast enough, chat. I really thought we were doing it fast enough. It's March 1938. Like, we went pretty dang fast, but clearly not fast enough. Also, it's weird there wasn't a pop-up about the French-Danish alliance. There should be a merge alliance option or something like that? Probably, yeah. France gives up on the Allies. All aboard Denmark. Well, I mean, we should take the win. Sweden and Norway is a big W. Fascist Iceland is just kind of here. Like you sent the invite to all your friends, but you were hoping that friend didn't show up to the group event, you know? But now that they're here, I guess. Please liberate Iceland. Iceland is reclaiming the empire right now. Hang on, chat. Iceland has their own faction tree? Why don't I know this? What DLC was this in? I think it's new for this expansion. What? It's in this one? Why don't I know this? It's like how Asa has a focus tree. They do? Hold on, I'm gonna look at the page. Okay, this is probably why I don't know. Okay, this is probably why I don't know, because look. Arms Against Tyranny from their own store page. Don't miss the pre-purchase bonus. Features of the DLC. The Winter War, Finland, Powerful Sweden, Norway, Denmark. Iceland mod check. I guess it's not a feature they want to advertise. It's a secret tree. So secret, not even the early access content creator knows about it. Who got the code from Paradox. Okay, I mean, that's cool. It's not a huge tree, but secret trees aren't supposed to be. Yeah, I honestly had no idea. So they're trying to get their, they get a claim on Greenland. And then Newfoundland, Labrador, St. Pierre, the Faroe Islands if they want, Shetland. Etal spilling corporate secrets here. Well, that's very interesting. The secret tree. Anyway, great success on the alliance forming. Having Sweden and Norway getting our backs against a potential Soviet invasion is kind of a big deal. Faroe Island focus tree. Now we can actually invest in that 5th research slot and another electronics bonus, which is great. Let's just go straight for the research tree. Wait, what's happening here? No, that's a different thing. This is a Latvian civil war. Poland is still at civil war with themselves. Italy is losing their civil war. Spain is Spain. Either way, this is very exciting stuff. Because now what it means is we have the option to pursue all of this alliance buff. These are 30. This one's a 235-day and a 70-day research. We're gonna have to investigate these because there's like suddenly a whole new tree just opened up for us that you only get access to if you form an alliance like this. I also love that it doesn't mind that we're like democratic and communist mix of groups. Also, we should be counting our lucky stars that they are not yet changed from that. We can also promote different ideologies. We can pressure them to replace their government with a communist one as well and promote rallies to influence them. Which would probably be useful. We are at risk of another country assuming leadership. Sweden is capable, 80%. They need more manpower. Don't worry. We've got more manpower coming in. I'm going to add 2 more units to train because we got space. Actually, I'm going to add 3. Actually, I'm going to add 4. Improved infantry equipment. Nice. 5% soft attack. Let's get the 1938 infantry buffs. So we can save Iceland. We could theoretically save Iceland, yes, but I'm still improving relations with Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. So I'm losing political power. The Anschluss of Austria. After a successful coup d'etat by the local Nazi party in Vienna, German troops have crossed the Austrian border and taken control of the country. No fighting has been reported, and German soldiers were greeted by cheering crowds in the cities. In a speech before a massive crowd at Heldenplatz in Vienna, Hitler announced the Anschluss of Austria, annexing the country into Germany. The oldest eastern province of the German people shall be, from this point on, the newest bastion of the German Reich. We've got infantry weapon upgrades. We want to make them produced faster if possible, but in lieu of that, I would say defense plus 3% first. Then we need to go into our production line. Was that not infantry equipment? Oh, I need to assign an organization, which is going to cost 5 army XP. Boom. And then we need to do the new equipment that has better defense. And they'll start retrofitting the old. Low manpower. Yeah, but it's pretty high, actually. We were at 6,000, now we're at 42K. And we still got 0.5% left to recruit. It's pretty good, I think. I don't know. And we got 6 divisions training. They're not big divisions. We need to improve the size of our divisions, but I need like 24 first. So we can spread out. Nationalist Spain is dead. At last. One Spain has been eliminated. Carl is still in. For now. How are we looking on resource gain? We're exporting a little bit. How are we looking on building? We got 14 civilian factories. You know what that means. We need to build infrastructure up the border. Because if we don't have good infrastructure on the border with the Soviets, you know what I'm saying? Let's start with that and see how it goes. We need to start mobilizing military. It's May 1938. I feel like time's running out. But the alliance is a nice step in the right direction. And France, actually, chat, I just realized. Because we are still guaranteed by France, we are effectively in an alliance with Denmark. But without having to defend Denmark. Because if we get attacked, France comes to our defense because they accepted our request earlier, and then they'll drag Denmark in. So we're in a weird pseudo-alliance with both of them, except I don't have to fight for them. So it's actually better this way. If you think about it. All right, construction 2. 10% bonus speed. It's May 1938. What are we lacking? We got infantry. We got the good support companies. We haven't been able to use them because we don't have any factories. Ooh, those railway gun graphics look cool. We can't afford that. Tanks. We're caught up on artilleries. I say maybe we just research more excavation for when... Because there are some tech, there's some industrial focuses that are locked by excavation and construction. So So that one's probably good. But we can start doing planes in the event that we can make an air force. Commitment from construction workers. That was for the Civil War, so we don't need those effects anyway. Radio. The Italian Union was annexed. One Civil War over. Okay. We've learned what radar is. Let's get baby airplanes. You know what else we need to do? We really need to, like, improve the popularity of our... Oh my god, it's medium trust. We need PP! We need to get PP. We gotta entice the masses. We need more trust, dude. We're losing trust. Even though we've made great strides, I feel. But okay. That guy giving like 5% PP feels like a good choice now. He is giving us 5% PP. Latvia was annexed by Thundercross. So you've got, now Estonia's really like, caught between Soviets and fascist Latvia. You should have joined me, Estonia. You could have been in our group. Now we got this big group and you're not in it. They hate us. Bulgaria approaches the Germans. Bulgarian government has signed a commercial agreement with several German companies in an attempt to strengthen ties with the German Reich, while stimulating the injection of foreign capital into the country. Under this agreement, German investors will receive significant legal benefits and tax reductions operating in Bulgaria. Northern Command. Wait a second. Wait a second. Can anybody... Oh my god, this is insane. This tree is shared between Finland, Norway, and Sweden and can be researched mutually by any faction who decides to the benefit of all nations. Shared focus tree. That is kind of sick, though. The boys got our back. A joint military command is a must to be able to better coordinate our actions. The armed forces need to operate smoothly together, and decisions need to be taken quickly and with the interest of all parties in mind. We should ensure that such a command is set up so that further plans for our joint armed forces can be drawn up, refunded immediately. I'm just kidding. Every member state gets plus 25 Air, Navy, Army, XP, 25 command power, and we get a new bonus. Division speed plus 10%, Army organization regain plus 15%, and maximum command power increase multiplier up 10%. Does it tell you if anyone is already researching it so you don't both research it at the same time? Dude, that's 8K manpower for the... Oh, wait a second. The originator gets a bonus, and then the other members get a bonus. Sometimes. Because, like, this one you get 8K, they get 4K. You get 60 Army XP in one deluge, but it's a 70-day research. If one country's doing them, the others can't. That's what I would imagine, yeah. That would have been my expectation. This is a 35-day one. You get 100 PP, stability, and communism. Ooh, that makes everyone's communism up. Okay, that's pretty sweet. And then research, sharing group. All right, these are... I really like this system. That's great. Okay, we only have 4 days left, and we get another research slot. Let's do that. Don't let Iceland do the political focus. Will it change for them? Yeah, I feel like I need to do that one first, like right now. Several Finnish intellectuals, led by renowned mathematician Leo Serio, are pushing for the foundation of the Suomen Akatemia, which will become the national premier academic institution, driving scientific innovation and helping positioning Socialist Republic of Finland at the forefront of technological development. Electronic bonus and a full research slot. Huge deal. When are we going to make factories? This is only 35 days. A free intelligence agency? We are researching how to make you communist, Sweden. It's only 5% for them, so it's not like a ton. I don't know if that's a good one for us to pick, but it's kind of too late. I've already picked it. All right, 1938. We don't really need plain stuff, but I'm going to research it anyways, just so that we don't miss it when we can do it. Yeah, that's true. You do get 100 political power, which is also worthy. We can do a lot with that. Also, our first new trained divisions are out of the oven. More to come. Let's get 2 more cooking. Actually, we'll get 3 more cooking. Are we maxed? We are maxed now. Because that's what, +7? We actually, we just want 6. And then we want to expand the size of the divisions from within. Senationist Poland was annexed. The Polish People's Republic reigns supreme, and they are communists. Though they will not accept an invitation to our faction. They are likely to accept Communist Pressure 25, but Base Reluctance -20. Now, with Germany there, it's probably not a great idea to invite them to the faction, but also, come on, it's better them than Poland reinforcing the Soviets. How much does influencing actually do as far as their willingness to join you? Like, if we sway them, how many points does that actually get if they just like us more? Not 100% sure. I also don't know if it's worth doing. Lip service won't be enough to truly work together. If we really want to become a force to be reckoned with, we need all our systems to be cogs of a large, well-oiled machine. Plus 10% base stability is actually great, because that's bonus political power, bonus factory output, consumer goods town, 100 PP, 10% change in communism. And we get some communist power for the others. You could check Estonia if you're still influencing them, but they don't. They feel threatened by us. So plus 19 opinion only gives them a +1 to their likelihood of accepting. Okay, before we go any further, chat, I drank too much coffee and bobas. So I'm gonna take a very quick BRB. Xenophanes, thank you for the 55 months, says, hope all are well. Me too. That goes to you, chat. I hope you guys are having a nice Saturday. I'm really enjoying this campaign. I'll be back momentarily. Listen to this. BRB. Okay. I came back in and Midas decided he was gonna poop, so I had to defer to the dog. Okay, we're back. And we've got some decisions. Like... figuring out what these are. Like, this is 8,000 manpower. Create an intelligence agency. Consumer goods. And research. I think we have to, we did a thing. We gave everyone free political power and free stability. We gave everyone 10% stability for free. It's time to increase the military budget. Dude, there's a 70-day invite Poland, Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia. We kind of have to do that right now, don't we? We'll never militarize, ever. I mean, on the upside, I'm planning on... We gotta build a little bit of infrastructure, and then we probably start building military factories. Run it back with Estonia, basically. Oh yeah, we have 166 PP, so what do you want to do with that? We might just have to do service by requirement immediately, so we can just mobilize as many people as possible. But we don't have enough infantry equipment or support equipment. So, it's tough. We need factories. Industrial research speed, electronics research speed. Those are good, but I don't know if it's necessary yet. We can't even get you. A lot of specialists, but none of them give us free points. I think you wanted to increase trust. What, with everybody? Dude, that's gonna cost us so much political power. This trust. I thought you meant like... Yeah, no, I did want to do this. I thought you... But to be fair, it might be worth improving relationships. That's Hearts of Iron, baby. What? It's gonna cost a lot of political power? But yeah, let's entice the masses, I guess. The masses are easily swayed. By giving promises to solve small, close-to-heart questions and issues, our government can easily overcome or become more appealing and liked by the average Finn. And yeah, we're gonna invite Poland, Lithuania, Estonia, and Thundercross Latvia, of all things, to the Northern Defense Front. Which, in hindsight, that makes more sense to do before we give them all political cooperation and sway them, but... Poland will probably accept. Probably, yeah. But I think we should try and sweet-talk them anyways. We can send a non-aggression pact to them regardless. And then I'm going to improve relations, which is going to cost us PP. We kind of need all of them on board. It feels bad to spend literally this all PP, but this is for the future of the realm. Goodbye, political power. Goodbye. Expensive. 0.48 per day down the drain. But this is our one shot at inviting everybody to our faction. And in theory, they might be able to do all this research for us. Maybe. Or maybe this is only for the Nordics. So we're gonna rock that. I want to say my condolences to all of the anarchists in the chat. And possibly all the Carlists. Big Spain. Synthetic oil. To reduce our dependence on oil, processes to manufacture substitutes from other substances and materials can be researched. It is July 1938. We probably want fuel gain from refineries in lieu of anything else, because nothing else really makes sense. Thanks for streaming tonight. Alex's stream is much needed zen tonight, so thanks. Hey, thanks for hanging out. This has been a really fun campaign so far. We've already got a nice early war. The Civil War portion was fun. I guess if we want to make planes, we will need light MGs. We have 5 research slots now. We are the gods of technology. Probably the first nation in the game to have that much, to be honest. We're running out of time, though. It's 1938, and I'm getting scared. But we're buffing our infantry, plus defense and breakthrough. Okay, now let's go for oil processing. 50% bonus fuel from refineries, which isn't important now, but we're thinking toward the future. Proud of Carl. Carl's doing their best. They're trying to hang in there. We got, what, 65k manpower? Engines tier 1 for planes. We're just going to go straight to engines 2. More max speed. Production cost is higher, fuel usage is the same, more thrust. I'm just gonna keep using... We're just gonna go into political power debt. PP debt. How did you increase the game's resolution? Did I increase the game's resolution? I don't know, this is how it always looked to me. I might have more graphic settings on than you, like with weather. A lot of people disable weather and stuff. I always turn off the time of day because this gets a little obnoxious to look at. The trust goes down so fast. Having less than 8... Do we have 96% support? Uh-oh. A number of communist delegates from around the world met in Paris today for a founding conference, laying the groundwork for what's been known as the Fourth International. Calls for its formation have existed for years, with supporters of Trotsky's theories taking the lead. Stalin has responded to the growing support for Trotskyism abroad by ordering additional assassinations and increasing propaganda against his old rival. With the past purges of suspected Trotskyists in high ranks of the Soviet military and leadership in recent memory, this is unlikely to be met with any resistance. Plus 10% popularity in communism gains supports this Fourth International opinion of Sweden plus 50. Sweden gains supports the Fourth International opinion of Sweden plus 50. We love Sweden. And we are like 100% communist now. 4 more divisions. Send them to the front. Also, Hungary joined the Axis. Oh. Uh-oh. We need to probably stop exercising because we are running low on supplies. We do have a lot of level 3 troops, though. Here we go. The collective security of the Baltic region rests upon like-minded of us collaborating with one another and ensuring all maintain a credible defense against the forces of aggression. As such, we should ensure all our neighbors are pulling in the same direction. Influences any independent Baltic country and the Polish People's Republic. If they share the same ideology, they get Socialist Republic of Finland invites us to the Northern Front. So, I don't know if it'll actually work or not, but Lithuania, Estonia, and Thundercross Latvia gets event. Socialist Republic of Finland is influencing our politics, and we can now pressure and promote in their region. So we will see. Now we've got preserve the Sapmi. Soviet Union, Sweden, and Norway get an event. Every Sami core state controlled by the Socialist Republic of Finland becomes a core. Where are those, by the way? Like, this is already cored for us, so that doesn't really help us at all at the moment. German threat. It's a bit premature. And this is the, like, announcing our end game. Alright, I think it's finally time to... We did all we could. I don't know if they'll join us or not, but we need to get some military. Big time. The Polish accept. They have accepted our offer to join the Northern People's Union. We shall stand together. The workers' plight could not ask for finer champions. That may drag us into a war that we lose, but I think we have to take this route. Especially because they're already communist. Whether this partnership will be used for offensive or defensive purposes remains to be seen. I'm assuming Lithuania, Estonia, and Thundercross Latvia... Oh, in 1938? I guess they... Oh, I guess Czechoslovakia said no. To the Sudetenland? The German Reich has declared war on Czechoslovakia. Czechs are giga-standing. There were no concessions. The question is, who's guaranteeing Czechoslovakia? France is. France is guaranteeing Czechoslovakia. So, German Reich is now at war with Czechoslovakia, France, and Denmark. Oh, Hungary is also on Team Germany. Rip Denmark. You really picked the wrong crew, buddy. You picked the wrong crew. You are in the incorrect Nordic Cooperation Alliance. I'm sorry to say. Rip us after Germany invades Poland next. Poland is a bit far away. Yeah, Czechoslovakia is super dead. Denmark wants to move troops through our territory. But why? Yeah, I mean, go for it if you need to. We're way the heck up here, though, dude. I don't know if you knew where we are. So I guess I wasted a bunch of political power because we didn't even send an invite to these three because they're not communist. But us getting Poland means the Soviets don't get Poland, which I think is worth taking. Even if it means we get dragged into a war. We might have waited too long to start increasing the military budget, but the problem with Czechoslovakia is Hungary's going to go from the south and it's over. If Hungary wasn't here, they can hold the mountains for quite a long time. But this soft underbelly is just going to get wrapped up easy. We are still building infrastructure so that we can fight properly up. And then once we've got level 2 infrastructure... Wait, what? Yeah, once we have level 2 infrastructure, we're going to go into full-scale military. I know we only have 60% infrastructure, but we're going to have to just cope with that. At least we have the 15 factories for all the good it does us. Interwar small airframes. So cute. So adorable. Let's go straight to 1936. And we got an aircraft perk. Reliability plus 5% for the aircraft organization. Light machine guns also for airplanes. We're gonna go straight to heavy. Actually, we're gonna look at 1939 stuff and go ahead and get ahead. So let's go with... Actually, I'm gonna do construction 3 first. This is what the beauty of having 5 research slots is. God, I love it. The nation's security is of utmost importance. By increasing military funding, the defense forces will be equipped and better prepared to withstand potential threats. Bonuses for weapons, artillery, trucks, aircraft, ships, and a military factory. And then we want to focus on the army. $70 days. So that is a military factory, but it's a 70-day research. Still need them. Gotta get the factories in. We've started building trucks, which we need. We're also gonna need artillery and trains and anti-tank. We'll slowly get there. Resource gain efficiency up 10%. We're going to go all in on 1939 industry now. There's dispersed 3. We're going to get going in October ahead of time. And then we're going to have this one do production efficiency. And we'll have all 3 accounted for. Czechoslovakia, no. Denmark. Oh no, Denmark. This is when Sweden's like, wow, I'm really glad I joined that alliance. Yeah, you guys joined the wrong crew for sure. Imagine in a different world, Denmark also had Poland, Sweden, Norway, and us, in addition to France, Czechoslovakia, and Denmark. Now, do I think we could have held off Germany with that? Maybe not. But, like, it's a lot better than the alternative. It's certainly better for Czechoslovakia because Poland can reinforce Czechoslovakia. Okay, tier 2 engines. We did get a research bonus on this. Which we'll come back to. We need machining tools so we can get all 3 of the important industrial techs. And then we got an aircraft perk, which we can't use yet, but we will. We're gonna get the one for fighters, because we're gonna mostly care about fighters and their range. I love these Winnie the Pooh vocals. Why did you have to say that? I didn't hear that until you said that. Also, Brynjar Bjorn, thank you for 33. I can't unhear it. Brynjar Bjorn says, imagine if the whole world went to war. Alien, please. Thanks for 33 months. What should we do with our PP? Serious question, backseating. What should we do with the political power? What's up, Legacy Gaming as well? Thanks for 10 months. Appreciate the prime. We can't do an army chief because there isn't one. We have to have approached the Soviets. Region-wide integration. It's a bit early for that. We don't need any space. We have plenty of space. Maybe we should just be spending it to pressure governments. Because we could also up conscription and get more manpower. It's gonna worsen our construction speed, but it's probably necessary. The trick is we only need this once we can supply them. We're shy on support and trucks and everything that goes with people. We have 70k extra people already. And we're already at war economy. So I feel like pressuring some governments. Because Estonia is still not in a faction and has pretty leaning communist viewpoints. And we can try, like, inviting them again. They actually would accept, but they need world tension at 40%. Okay, so they would already accept. Barely. Lithuania would also accept. Latvia would definitely not accept. They have strategic reasons to be hostile. What if we tried to institute, like, a coup in Latvia? I don't know if that's something we can do. Finnish agents will carry out... Okay. I can't think. This section of songs, every time. Okay. In Latvia, if we promote ideology rallies, Finnish agents will carry out political rallies throughout Thundercross Latvia to promote communism. We lose 0.25 daily PP. They get an event. It will destabilize the country if they oppose the rallies. And we can pressure the government. This event will pressure them to join the union or replace their government with a communist one. They can still refuse. We can pressure them once every 365 days. Let's do the rallies and then see what happens. Yeah, deny them joining the Axis is a great point. That's what I would love to do. The biggest reason we want this is because we want a nice contiguous alliance. We don't want Poland in, Estonia in, and divided they fall. You know what I'm saying? We want to go boom, 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 and we have like a united front. So I think that's important. Uh-oh. Spicy. Uh-oh. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Diplomats from Germany and the Soviet Union concluded what observers are describing as a historic agreement today with the signing of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, named after German Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop and his Soviet counterpart, Vyacheslav Molotov. This non-aggression pact stipulates neither side will ally itself to nor aid an enemy of the other. Foreign diplomats warned this treaty effectively gives Germany a free hand to wage war in Europe without having to fear Soviet intervention. The German people, however, seem to be more concerned about the threat that the Soviet Union might pose to them. We must prepare to defend. Wow, a non-aggression pact. Yeah, dude. A non-aggression pact. Sweet. I am doomed. I am the doomed. The doomed. We got nothing up here, dude. If they want to come in, they can just walk in, I think. We need this for the military factory. And then we're going to try and fortify. Defensive prep. It's going to take 70 days, but it's like a ton of land forts. I haven't checked to see if they're in the correct place. Like, they need to be in Karjala, Kuopio, Ulu. Where are they? They're in Karjala, and then Vasa. Why are they in, like, these weird places? Usima. Yeah, they're like down here. I need them to be on the border, bro. Why are they? Yeah, they're on like the island. I don't even think about the island. I mean, it is a port that they can stage naval invasions from, so... Technically, need to defend it. We should recruit some more, a couple more of these guys. Well, I have a bad feeling about what's to come. Fuel gain from refineries plus 50%. Okay, and then let's go ahead and get... I'm just going to try and jump ahead on computing. It's a long research, but we have a 75% speed bonus. And we have 5 research slots for a reason. I believe, chat. The problem is we're going to be at war sooner because Poland. Oh, man. Czechoslovakia, what happened, baby? Denmark, what happened? You got to hold. France is holding. For now. The fear is that basically somebody pokes Poland and then suddenly we're at war. And I would love to have Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia with us, so that's just a little bit more buffer. Who researched this? The whole project of Northern Defense Front revolves around sharing our power, and if knowledge indeed equates to power, let us share what we know of our enemies, and what we know our enemies know about us, and even what they think they know about us. Currently has no effect. What? No, we got an agency. A free agency. Which I did not name or change the insignia of, but that's okay. This feature is really, really cool. This entire tree, if you are in an alliance in the Nordics, is a shared focus tree that member states can research for one another. Some of them have bonuses if you do them, and some of them have bonuses if someone else does them. Fascist Iceland sharing intelligence. Yeah, Iceland is the one that's been researching these. So that particular one gave every member nation a intelligence agency for free. It's a really, really cool thing. Do they get to keep it if they leave the faction? I assume they get to keep whatever they got. I don't know. Diplomatic relations between the Repubblica Sociale Italiana and the German Reich have taken a turn for the worse, with a string of minor diplomatic incidents being seized upon by the German government to fuel hostile rhetoric. Though Italo-German relations have begun to improve recently, these new developments seem to effectively preclude any future cooperation between the two European powers. Critics point out the concurrent improvements in Anglo-German relations, as well as the convenience this Italian diplomatic isolation provides to the British, which may indicate backroom deals between them and the British. Suomen Mavoimat. We must enhance the capabilities of the Finnish Defense Force by investing in the research of new military equipment and modernizing training facilities to ensure readiness in the face of any potential threat. Bonus Army XP, bonuses for infantry weapons, support, tech, and artillery and trucks, land doctrine, a building slot, a military factory, and a Finnish Army bonus or spirit potentially. That gives us some XP gains, reinforcement rates, and a bit more beside. Now we can do this one, which is a good 70-day, or we can do this one, which is a 70-day fort. This adds a bunch of forts in Karjala. I'm a little confused by this. Why does this... Okay, I guess it adds land forts and different tiles in Karjala. A railway and defense and fort bonuses. The Mannerheim line. Like, I really want the factories and the resources. Because we're... But also, I don't know when we're going to get attacked. So it's a bit of a risk. Do you think we're going to get invaded, or if Poland's going to get invaded in the next 2 months and change? If not, actually, I guess it'd be 4 months. 4 months is a long time. You really need factories and resources. Correct. Correct. Because we have the potential for manpower. You need everything. Yep, I need everything. All right. I'm just going to hope for the best. And I think this is investing for the future. And if we lose before then that's just the price you pay in Hearts of Iron. If Game of Thrones were still cool, we would say that was the iron price because this is Hearts of Iron. Haha. Hee All right, we can take one of these doctrines. We probably want... What do we want? We have an alliance this time. It's a sick alliance. What do you mean? Game of Thrones ended after 4 seasons. Yeah, dude. Mass assault manpower? What? You don't know that mobile warfare doctrine also gives you recruitable population? You think that's the only place you get manpower? Chat, I apologize in advance. Okay. I'm done. We did superior firepower last time. It was okay. I know that Grand Battle Plan is boring, but that's because Grand Battle Plan is freaking good for exactly what we need. Which is bonus to entrenchment, a raw bonus to defense and organization. Unfortunately, it has motorized as one of them. And then max planning, more organization, breakthrough, more defense, and then finally more organization on that side. Or you can get breakthrough and organization, armored car, soft attack, land, night attack, armored car, all infantry, and reconnaissance. I wouldn't hate doing some armored cars, but again, factories exist. I think we're gonna go Grand Battle Plan. I know it's boring, but that entrenchment bonus is so good. Okay, we're still promoting rallies and stuff in Thundercross, Latvia. Poor Denmark. Poor Denmark. They could have stood with us. I think if I was more assured that we were going to have a lot of factories, then I would like to do some armor car tank, but right now it's a bit sketchy. It's their own fault. It is their own fault. They held longer than a day. Yeah, that's true. Spain? Mod check? Anarchists have still not been eliminated? Seducer and Natural Orator. Okay, chat, we need some backseating here. What the heck should I do with my spy? I need some actual pro tips. Right now they're just defending against subversive attacks in the homeland if we don't do anything. Soviet network. Oh, boost ideology. We have to, okay, all right, hold on. So what you're saying is if we want Thundercross Latvia, build an intelligence network there, and then boost ideology there so that we can invite them to our faction and overthrow their government. Is that what you're saying? It's a good idea. Here's my question. Regular or quiet? I guess you just do this. And they're going to start building a network. You need to remind me to come back to this when it is... Like, do I need to wait until the network is better before I click boost ideology? Or do I just go ahead and lock it in now? Communism must be proclaimed loudly. Yeah. Seduce his way into the Latvian government. But, like, is there a downside to just clicking the button now? $0 per day. So maybe we'll come back to that after he's gotten a better network. India declared war on Free India. President Lázaro Cárdenas of Mexico's Partido de la Revolución Mexicana has announced the formation of a new bloc of nations in the West. The Bolivarian Alliance takes its name from Simón Bolívar, an independence fighter who helped win freedom from many of the Latin American nations, now joining together in an alliance. Their declared goal? To seek an end to the continent's domination by the old European and American empires, building strong socialist states linked together economically and diplomatically. Wow, the opposite of Mexico from the last campaign. That's nice. I think. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. They didn't do Bolivarian Alliance, for sure. I think they went communist, but more aggressive. A treaty has been signed at Vienna following German arbitration that will see northern Transylvania restored to Hungarian rule. The territory had previously been awarded to the Kingdom of Romania upon conclusion of World War I, leading to a bitter dispute. Are these the first of many borders to be adjusted now that a new order seems to have been established in Europe? Perhaps. You can also do prepare collaboration against your target, which will reduce the victory points you have to capture and give you higher compliance. But I'm not going to be participating in that war, right? I guess maybe the rebellion faction would join my faction and then I would help? I don't know. I haven't really done this before. The United States pursues interventionist policies. They did that last time, but they had a little bit of trouble getting off the ground. Peace movements in the United States have suffered a severe setback as Congress passed a joint resolution encouraging President Alf Landon to use military force, if necessary, to safeguard American interests around the world. It appears that many in Congress have decided that it was American indecisiveness that allowed the Great War to drag on for so long and consume so many lives. They point out that within a few months of U.S. troops entering Europe, the Great War had come to an end. An earlier intervention, they argue, could have saved hundreds of thousands of lives. Too true. Too true. All right, so how goes the ideology promotion in Latvia? They're at 11% communist. I don't know if something happens at the end of this 5 days, or they get an event that will promote communism throughout Thundercross Latvia and destabilize the country if they oppose the rallies. So that will be interesting. Do I get a pop-up that says which one they picked? I think they embraced it because they're at 22% now. So that doubled. They must have embraced it. Now here's the thing. I can't do the rallies again. I can pressure the government to adopt policies more in line with our interests. In 30 days, they get the event Finnish pressure on the government. It will pressure them to join the union or replace their current government with communism. They can still refuse. And we could do that once a year. I would only pressure after they have 50%. Does this work like similarly in other countries, or is this unique to our foreign politics? But isn't it good if they decline because it destabilizes the government somewhat? Where else can we do rallies that make sense? Like, Estonia will already join the faction if world tension gets high enough. Lithuania would as well. Alright, otherwise, we just need to start getting more manpower. Which I think is also fine. Let's just start getting more manpower, especially since it's 1939 now, and I'm getting a little nervous. So we're going to lose some construction speed and factory output. If you use pressure in Estonia, they can join while they're at peace. Yeah, but they're a little fractured as well. I don't know. We do have 63,000 manpower that we can't use because of supplies. Maybe we just go risky. Let's go for Estonia. Yeah, sure. Let's go for Estonia again. Pressure the Estonian government. See what happens. Okay. Because it's only 50 PP. Denmark, you got a Holg. Don't let him in. We're gonna need to save some army XP so we can modify the groups. Why do we have light tanks? Was that just there? I guess in our stockpile? We have 100 trucks, 4K infantry equipment. The United States has just declared war on Iceland. Well, that I did not see coming. That I did not see coming. I have to admit. How? I don't know. Oh boy. That does make things more difficult. Like, what policy does the US have that allows them to declare war on Iceland? Oh no, anyways, I'm sorry if I didn't make this clear. Iceland is in our faction. Iceland is fascist, is that enough? Is that enough? I'm not, like, I'm curious, like, what does just them being fascist mean? You can reaffirm Monroe Doctrine allows them to invade fascists and communists in the Americas. They own Greenland, which is considered part of North America. Greenland is not Iceland's. Wait. Oh. Chat, why does Iceland own Greenland? Denmark? They took it from Denmark? They convinced Denmark. Okay, so I think we've worked out the puzzle backwards. Iceland requested Greenland from Denmark, got it, and after the US reaffirmed the Monroe Doctrine, they consider somehow, dude, how the hell is Greenland under the Monroe Doctrine? It doesn't even touch. America. All hemispheres are American. The country you kick might retaliate. I think we have to give up our fascist Icelandic Greenland brother. Or we're dead. Instantly. The question is, did they drag everyone else into war already? No, just conquer the USA with us. But imagine you take over the USA. Dude, we don't even have a boat. The USA is just gonna naval invade us and we lose. We have like, how many boats do we have? 2 heavy cruisers, 3 submarines, and 1 other submarine. Okay. Real talk, chat. You have 60 seconds to vote. $60 seconds to vote. Knowing that what you choose will impact the length of the stream. There is one fear that somehow the notification to go to war from Norway, Sweden, and Poland already got called to arms before the kick-out works. Which is a small chance. Can you kick them out? The button is highlightable. Can't you just not join the war? Chat, all the other allies will go to war. Okay? Just because I say no doesn't mean Norway, Sweden, and Poland will say no. They'll say yes. I wouldn't kick. Why? Guys, if he pisses the US off and they show up, it's over. Chat wants me to go to war with the US and the Soviets and the German Reich. Simultaneously, as Finland. 66% with 66 votes. That's weird. This is a winnable situation, to be honest. First chat of the day. Uh-huh. Sure. I feel like the main reason for picking war with the US is shits and giggles. Yeah. We would have to build a navy from scratch. They're gonna, like, naval invade all the way across. Just humiliate the USA. It's easy. Okay, Chad, have you considered that maybe one troop is all it takes to hold the ports of Iceland and Greenland? What if the US does take Greenland and Iceland? Isn't that also dangerous? Yeah, they'll just harass us for the rest of the game. The US is just gonna, like, naval invade over here, and it's gonna be over. Oh, this is tough. This is tough. Unfortunately, bad RNG is part of Hearts of Iron. And the only reason I'm hesitating is because kicking Iceland right now to prevent a war is fail RP. Like, what does an alliance mean if you uninvite them when the going gets tough? They're fascists. Chat, fascists are just communists waiting for me to give them political power. Okay? They haven't done anything bad yet. Except going to war. The US declared war on them. If anything, the United States is the bad guy here. Okay? The democracy, the mean big democracy is attacking the innocent fascists who are just minding their business in Greenland and Iceland. What? You heard me. They haven't done anything. It's just a bunch of look at this. This is just the average Hearts of Iron player. AI combined every Hearts of Iron player into one default Hearts of Iron gamer. And that's them. We have to save them. I can save them. I will save them by destabilizing their government and promoting communist rallies while they're at war. There. I'm investing. Chat. Go. It's over. Let them come. I will go down with this ship. Let's see how long it takes us to capitulate. SFR Yugoslavia joins the Corfu Cooperative. Earlier today, the People's Republic of Hellas and Yugoslavia issued a joint statement that the latter has been formally granted member status of the Corfu Cooperative. The Anglo-German alliance, the British and German governments have announced a pact of mutual military assistance, as well as indicating their intention to respect the other's sphere of interest. Not all may be surprised to see this development after the German Reich's increasingly pro-British rhetoric in recent months. But the terminology of the treaty has taken many experts aback, and even led some to issue warnings for what this could mean for Europe. This is very bad for everyone, but especially bad for France and Czechoslovakia and Europe, for that matter. Alf, the hell are you doing sliding into my DMs right now? No, you can't resupply. Dude, the AI might unironically allow the US to dock in Norway and Sweden to base and attack our own alliance. Like, I almost guarantee you that that's what's happening. The US is going to be able to dock out of Norway to invade Iceland. Because there's no way the AI can compute this, is a problem. Right? Except, no way. I'm going to watch over here. If you see any American ships, call them out. Okay, we got the call to arms request. There it is. Yep, we gotta accept because everyone else accepted. Never mind. False alarm. Sweden, Norway, Polish People's Republic against the United States and Philippines. The true aggressors of World War II. Did that change the soundtrack? Or does that always play right now? I don't know. Anyway. Outokumpu for defense industry. Investing in the national metal industry company, Outokumpu Oy, will help increasing Socialist Republic of Finland's defense readiness. The establishment of a domestic metal factory in Pori and a copper electrolysis plant to refine raw copper will bring self-sufficiency to Finland's copper and brass production. That's a civilian and a military factory and an extra building slot and extra steel. We are gaming. There's army stuff. Okay, let's take the Mannerheim line. Suddenly, coastal forts in Karjala seem like a good idea. I think it's time to start forting up. So this is all focused in Karjala. Which is here. So that's a good spot to be fortifying. Very important one. If the UK goes to war with the US, it will massively help us. Yep. Does the US have any faction it can join now that the UK is with the Germans? I don't know. Great Britain just straight up joined the Axis. This world is kind of spiraling out of control already. But at least they won't be on Team Great Britain. Defend fascist Iceland to the last Finn. We can make 1936 airframes. You're in. We invited them first to our alliance, dude. Has the spy set up his network? I doubt it, but I'll look in a minute. Okay, gone are the biplanes. Hello, actual planes with some range. 25 kilometers max speed, reliability, way more defense, faster, only slightly more expensive to produce. Okay, 1939. We need the 1939 guns, and we got a 75% bonus. They're only 19%, yeah. It takes a while. We've been paused a lot because there's been some craziness going on. We do have a factory for trains now. Steps in the right direction. Now we need one for anti-tank. We're making artillery. Dude, we suck. I'm sorry, but we're kind of tragic actually right now. We need more Coast Guard. We kind of suck. We succeeded in making an alliance against the Soviets and end up fighting the US, who's still democratic. Like, come on, bro. What are the odds that we get attacked by the US before the Soviets in 1939? Come on. Estonia has joined our faction after negotiations inside the Estonian government reached a deadlock. Konstantin Pats has suggested a compromise. While they are willing to accept Finnish forces on Estonian soil, they will not accept any interference in their system of government. Further, the Estonian military will remain active, staffed by Estonian officers, answering only to Estonians. However, Konstantin Pats is willing to discuss mutual defense. Wow. They get minus 60 opinion of us, but they joined our faction anyway. That's weird. We're still at plus 44, though, so got him, LMAO. It's working, chat. It's working. We're promoting the rallies. Lithuania probably needs some help. They're minus 170. We have a war they might be drawn into. Yeah, that's true. That's gonna hurt our chances at inviting people. They hate you, but they'll fight with you. Yeah, that's all I need. All right, let's do a popular promote ideology in Lithuania. But yeah, getting Estonia is a big deal. I mean, it's a little deal. It's better than the alternative, let's say. If we could just get Latvia and Lithuania, we'll be gaming. This is for infantry weapons. I want production efficiency gain, so that they make them faster. Sweden called our ally. All right, we're making full-time military factories now, which of course is what we need the most. We got the infrastructure up to level 2, north to south, which is as good as it's gonna get for now, unfortunately. We have to go full swing into making factories. The Mexican Socialist Republic wants to send 2 divisions to volunteer. Okay. Thanks, guys. I might station them over here. I'm gonna station the volunteers over there. In Iceland. In Greenland. Mexico, round 2. They ain't joining the faction, though. India was annexed. No faction. I feel like this is a doomed campaign, but it's going to be one of the fun doomed campaigns, though. And also, I think it's been a good demonstration of the new mechanics, like the shared research or focus tree, which has been really cool. They don't have to be all winners. They can still be fun. They have arrived! The 2 divisions have arrived to fight on our side. Where do they... How do you see them? I guess they control them still? Yeah, they control them. But they're here. They're just gonna chill in Finland, I guess. I believe. Just gotta hold and not abandon Greenland. The AI immediately abandoned Greenland, which has an incredible potential for resources. Just leave a troop there, dude. I mean, I could do that too. I'm just gonna do that. Construction speed up 10%, but that weakens my line against the Soviets. All right, we got our first like ahead of time super construction. We're already doing computing. We've got new guns. We need 1939 in engineers, 100%, and we got a research bonus. Heck yeah. What are we missing? Support equipment? I'm gonna send these 4. They are the saddest troops, but I'm gonna have them try and go protect over there. The German Reich claims Memel. With German forces on the border poised to attack, Lithuania has given in to a German ultimatum demanding the surrender of the old Prussian territory of Memel. It was passed to Lithuania by the Treaty of Versailles, but it's been reintegrated into the region of Ostpreußen. Have we reached the extent of German territorial ambitions? Experts are doubtful. Very sad. Not good. We needed you to stay strong, Lithuania. Big-time dispersed industry helping with the production output. Room for more factories coming in at a nice time. Let's get recon upgraded. We need to start using recon, but I need more factories for that. I'm building them as fast as I can, dude. The Mexican Socialist Republic has declared war on Great Britain. Okay. With the declaration of war on Great Britain by the Mexican Socialist Republic, the League of Nations has failed in its attempt to preserve peace. Lazaro Cardenas openly mocked the League's inability to do anything, and with that took his country out of the League. With other world leaders also questioning the point of League of Nations if it can't prevent conflict. The days of the League are de facto over. League of Nations! League of Nations! What about when the US declared war on Iceland? Do something! And by extension, Poland, Sweden, Norway, and me! Do something! Help us! We need help! Anybody! Alright, we're just gonna like plop these dudes out. They're mostly trained. And I'm gonna do this little thing right here where we kind of like just switch this dude's commands. Go boop. Your new command is right click to delete all orders. Yeah. All right, these 5 brave 6 combat with divisions with NGs are gonna set up an area defense of Greenland, Iceland, and that's it. Just the ports. Ports and victory points. As the war continues, an increasing number of politicians and other leading figures are pushing for a ban on public dancing in an effort to show respect and solidarity toward our soldiers fighting on the front lines. These individuals consider it inappropriate to dance at this time of crisis. They say it's our duty to support our troops and show our commitment to the war effort by refraining from such activities, claiming that failure to do so ought to result in fines or even imprisonment. However, many others have expressed their disgust at such a proposal, claiming that in other countries, even dancing is encouraged to help people endure the harsh conditions of war. We must all make sacrifices. This is plainly stupid. It's plainly stupid. All right, we need a new general. We don't have any generals, man. You can't, can you not just train a random general anymore? Is that banned? 10% efficiency cap? Okay, we're all caught up there. Oh, you promote field officers now. Oh, yeah. Okay. How do? What's the best way to do that? Does it matter which one you pick? I'll pick somebody from like a award-winning company, because I can't afford to give you that, but I can promote Brigadier Ilka Matila, whoever has the coolest name. 2121. Brilliant strategist. Natural-born strategist, able to adapt to the dynamics of the battlefield. Cool. Neat. All right, we're going to area defense our ports here, 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 here against the US. And then have them do a little bit of training just to stop being complete noobs. They're like so close. Estonia wants to give us support equipment. Thanks, Estonia. Polish People's Republic, support equipment. Thanks. Sweden, thanks. Norway, super thanks. Appreciate ya. Thanks, guys. All right. Now we watch to see if our soldiers make it across the water safely in their convoys with no protection whatsoever. I don't know why they went to this port instead of just leaving from our port, but okay, I guess it may be safer. The Mexican Socialist Republic wants to resupply. Absolutely. All right, good luck, boys. Don't get sniped by the American Navy, please. We'll check on them. If this 5 goes down, it means the American Navy got them. Unfortunately. Meanwhile, Carl flexing. France still not naval invaded by Great Britain. Czechoslovakia still not capitulated somehow. Ireland joined the Nordic cooperation. I see. Ireland, sorry, the Soviet Union is justifying a war against the Polish People's Republic. Here we go. Time to die. Well, we're building forts and military factories. In an effort to fortify, we must turn our attention to the Mannerheim Line, a complex network of defense fortifications. The line stretches across the country's eastern border and must be secured against incursion. To this end, the army is working to improve both the forts themselves and the supply lines, keeping them stocked. We added 3, 6, 8, 10. 10 land forts to Karjala in one go, 2 coastal forts, 2 naval bases, and a level 1 railway. Bonus to Finland, local supplies up, division defense up, land fort construction and coastal fort construction also up. Next, potentially this one, defense in depth. Also buffs Karjala, Kaimi or Kimi, Mikkeli. Let me see where those are. Okay, Mikkeli and Kaimi are like kind of back. If we've lost down to there, it's a little too late. That's defense in depth. That makes sense. Okay, what else do we have? We also have more building, civilian factories. This is the defensive prep, but these kind of, now these actually might make more sense, but there are a lot of coastal forts, which would help against the US, but does not help against the Soviets. So do we have any more like fort building against the Soviets? This one gives Usima land forts, 2 anti-air, a radar, and 2 coastal forts. But that's the capital, which, I mean, it makes sense, but we need to hold off against the Soviets to the east first. Okay, I mean, it's secure the Baltic Sea, which is land forts and coastal forts. Which this one is tough because it really requires some prereqs. You get 2 levels of land fort and coastal fort to every fully controlled state with at least 2 levels of naval base. And add 2 dockyards to up to 2 fully controlled states. So that's a lot, but again, it has to be at least level 2 naval base, and you get land forts and coastal forts for free. Currently, it would give us Usima, Karjala, and Turku, which are these 3. So if we built a bunch of naval bases in each of the things, you can sort of leverage that. But what I'm saying is I don't know if there's another national focus that helps me at this exact moment. Maybe we just do this one against the US. I don't know. Chat, what do you think? How can we prepare for war the best? What does Soviet threat do? I can't pick it unless I get 2 other ones, so don't worry about it. It just lets us get a war gold and a defense bonus. What are the options? I don't know. I feel like my choices are either industrialize more or pick defense ones that don't necessarily help us against the border with the Soviets. Defensive prep opens some decisions that could help. Yeah, you do get a national defense decision. That might help. Coastal, we get national defense, coastal garrisons, and mining the sea. While defense in depth just gets a... Okay, it does get a 20% bonus to all land fort construction for 730 days. Which is kind of a lot. And the Finnish army gets plus 10% max entrenchment and plus 5% entrenchment speed. So that's pretty good. I say let's just take that so we can start building some forts. P.S. We are now making some anti-tank. Next step is support equipment, and then more infantry equipment. The justification will take a while. Also, Poland is going to become the leader of the faction, and there's really not much I can do about it. Uh-oh. Convoys? Bulgaria versus the People's Republic of Hellas? I think, I mean, the actual people made it, I think. There's not a lot, but at least we're putting up some defense for the boys. Okay, now you guys just stay there. Entrench. I think they got attacked because their fighting strength is low, so they need to be resupplied by convoys. Some of them got taken out. I like how the AI just... Also, shut up. Okay. We're good. That's song, dude. Every time. There's a couple songs you have to skip. Always skips these ones. Yeah. Yeah. And I do it again! So we got 2 factories on support equipment now. We're gonna have 3 on guns, 1 on trucks, 1 on towed artillery. We got 1 on trains, but it's slow. They're all spooling up. 1 on anti-tank, finally. And now we start building forts, I guess. Now, we could build more infrastructure, but that's gonna take too long. We need at least level 1 forts. I know infrastructure is bad up here, but like, come on. We need to like hold out there especially. It's kind of a large line, and then we've already got... Why didn't you build on those 2? Why is it built on these 2? Is that a mistake? Or is it intentional? Why would the fort be 1 back from the front line on Leningrad? It's historical? But by the time we get there, we're gonna have 0 organization. I mean, level 5 fort's great, but... One behind the river makes sense? Yeah, I guess it makes sense. I can just build my own here. How did the Danish campaign end? Germany capitulated. We rounded up 120 divisions, encircled them, eliminated them, took out 6 million casualties on the enemy side, lost 600,000 ourselves, maybe 700,000, and then it was 1953, so I quit. It went well, though. It went well. We just had to wait a very long time during a stalemate, but it did go well. The construction speed I'm very impressed with. This is getting good. I wish we had 3 in Greenland instead of 3 in Iceland, but I guess I'll just leave it as it is and maybe power them up. The Suomi KP-31. Personal crew serve weapons for infantry. The question is, can we afford to switch now? Probably. Like 6, almost 7 more defense. 33% more breakthrough. 50% more soft attack. 50% hard attack. 25% more piercing. Yeah, that's good. That's the good stuff. All right, it's 1939. We got all the industrial except excavation. We're working on research. We got infantry. We're working on support groups now. We don't have logistics, but we're gonna want them when we do. And I need to upgrade to the new guns. How we doing on supplies? Small surplus of steel. All right, good enough. New gun time. Spool up production again, please. Soviets are justifying on us right now, so we're also at war with the United States. It's complicated. Sweden has sent submarines to the border of Washington, D.C. Those absolute heroes. Bulgaria has capitulated to SFR Yugoslavia, forcing Boris III and his government into exile. And France is seeing the first of Great Britain making an attempt around Brest. Denmark is somehow still holding. Czechoslovakia is not going to hold for long, but it's somehow still alive. And where's my spy? All right, we got 62%. I'm just going to start doing boost ideology. It's going to take a while before it actually does anything. We're at 50% world tension, so if only we weren't at war, we could invite people to our faction, United States. Good God, I can't believe they did that, dude. Huh. We have a little less time than I thought we did. Gonna be one of those speedrun campaigns. Well, chat, I hope you're buckled in to get steamrolled. We do have allies here. Poland is here, but unfortunately for them, Poland needs to also be there. They've just left the West completely undefended. Go time. Time to turtle. June 1939. Chat, when did the actual historical war start with Soviets? When did the Winter War actually begin? Oh man, Estonia, where are your troops, dude? Did they not know that they were being justified? They're not even gonna defend it. November 1939, so like 5 months early here? Finally, the The song doesn't make any sense. Finally, the territorial ambitions of the Soviet Union have culminated in the invasion of our country by this most vile enemy. We must take all measures in our power to form a solid defense against this ruthless attack. Let them pay for every step forward in our land. We get a Winter War modifier, mobilization speed plus 85%, plus 3% recruitable pop. Winter attrition minus 10%, division defense on core territory plus 10%, pushing back the Soviets and occupying Leningrad will allow us to demand peace negotiations. Being also in control of Murmansk, Onega, or Olonets will enable us to demand those states as concessions. Cut them to pieces. Hog! Hog! Uh-oh. Chad, they got tanks, dude. Well, we're not even in the forts right now here. It's not a great time for this song. The air situation's probably bad too. Shh. Don't worry about that. Is it a bad idea to just create a fallback line here and just assign these divisions to it right now? Because that's what I'm gonna do. But is that gonna try and make... Oh, that's gonna try and make someone else come cover this. So I gotta move the front line back weirdly. Why are they not moving back to it? Well, we got Engineer Company Tier 2, which will help if we can just get dug in. I have very little hope of success here. This was very unexpected. I blame the US. How are supplies cut off? But yeah, let's just give up that space. Tactical retreat. Oh, we abandoned our ally. Oh, no. The Poles. The Poles. All right, just get... The Poles are buying us time to get dug in those spots. Defense in depth is coming soon, which will give us a buff, and we are now actually building... I don't understand how this is working. But in theory, we are building... Recon Company 2. Okay, anything I can research that'll help this, or are we just royally up a creek? Can't build in places with fighting. That makes sense. That makes sense. Get 'em, Poland! Get 'em, boys! Just don't get attacked by Germany. It's easy. Are we losing in the level 5 fort? I mean, they do have 72 combat whip. It's over, dude. Hold on. We have to abandon these. Will we get there before the fight is over? Hurry! What's taking you so long to cross the river? It's over. And it's over. That easy. Goes that fast. I should have moved someone over there faster, dude, but I honestly thought level 5 fort was gonna be enough with some entrench. It was not. We're losing in other places, too. Part of the reason is because, I don't know, our allies are just gonna hold random victory points in an area defense instead of, you know, the border that they're gonna get invaded from. Well, chat, there is one hope. There is one hope. Max entrenchment up. Okay, that's good. One singular hope. All right, sorry. I'm trying to make sure I pick the right people. Mexico saves the day. Hold on, I'm thinking. There we go. Get in there, get in there. Hurry. Don't let him push again. Come on, hurry. Why does this take so long? What? You got both of them to retreat because the first guy retreated? That doesn't even make any sense. Why does that happen that way? But this guy doesn't retreat. I don't know. We're getting some freaking bombs dropped on us by the Soviets, and also we are losing big time in some of these pockets, man. They attacked us even the losing 5 months of history in ahistorical is rough. Sometimes ahistorical do you like that. Yes, we should have been playing historical. We wouldn't have invaded you till, November. No one's even guarding this. Actually, they were, I guess. Well, this took a turn real quick. And I tried to put some forts there. I actually didn't succeed in putting forts there. They're gonna take the port. Then we won't have any resources. We lost our winter bonus. That's very sad. The Soviets demand Karjala. You're already at war with me. Let them come. Can a single ally just move up to the port and give me some help? We got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 allied forces here. Just literally move up one spot, please. Help my boy out. I mean, I can move, but we all know it's too late. No. No help. We will hold the fort. The worst part about losing this as Finland is it's just making me want to try and win. This is like my new Ethiopia. They just attacked me just to prove that they could. They didn't even take the port. As the enemy grows stronger and more determined, it becomes clear the static single front line may not be enough to hold them back. We must build new forts and small defensive lines behind the main, providing multiple layers of protection and giving our forces the flexibility to counterattack as needed. We will make the enemy pay for every inch of Finnish soil they try and take. Max entrenchment 10%, entrenchment speed 5%, 730 days of faster fort building. Now we're gonna get Helsinki air defense. Okay, this is a problem with this line. It keeps changing. And we're just letting them in. And by we, I also mean the allies. We're getting pushed back. Which is very expected, to be fair. The river crossing is quite straightforward to hold, everything else not so much. Might recall the army of Greenland? I would, but they'll probably just get sunk by American Navy on the trip. It seems like things are going well. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, super well. The Socialist Republic of Finland rejects Soviet demands. Despite a significant buildup of Soviet forces on the border, Helsinki has rejected the demand, stating not a single foot of Finnish soil will be given willingly. It's rough, dude. It's going bad. It ain't easy. Nope, it ain't easy, dude. Once the tanks come in, it's over. The evacuation of children. As the winter war with the Soviets rage on, the Finnish government has made a difficult decision to evacuate our nation's children to neutral countries not involved in military conflicts for their safety. This heart-wrenching decision was made in light of the constant danger faced by civilians during the conflict. The evacuation efforts have been a massive undertaking, with countless families being separated and children leaving their homes behind. But we must remember that their safety is of utmost importance, and we must do everything in our power to protect them from harm. As the Finnish people endure the harsh reality of war, we must hold on to hope and trust our children will be safe and taken care of during this difficult time. The road ahead may be long and challenging, but we must persevere and stand strong in the face of adversity. Dude, I can't keep up with the lines, man. I really wish it was a little better about like these small lines that just keep changing. Send them to Switzerland. Dude, the air superiority is insane. They got 500 fighters, 200 support planes, and 331 active bombers. Man, it ain't easy right now. Poland's down here fighting. Estonia's over here fighting too, dude. Rough. Soviet Union big. Soviet Union big, yep. We needed those extra 5 months to prepare, and I honestly think we would have done it. I really think that if they'd attacked us in the historical time and not just taken... I mean, what's funny is this all comes back to if we didn't invite Estonia. Obviously, I couldn't have known they were planning to invade Estonia first, but if I didn't invite Estonia, this doesn't happen at all. And we would have had, I think, that extra 5 months to prepare. Game changer. Because we're recruiting. We're building forts. If we didn't invite the Icelanders, dude, I haven't seen a single American soldier. They're not doing anything. I don't see an American flag anywhere. It's all Soviets. Unless America has a different flag now. Nope. They're not even here. The little icons have flags near them, so you'd be able to see if they were American. They're all Soviet. Everyone. And we'd have that winter acclimatization bonus. Which one? Reinforcements are slowly on the way. They're getting killed. Their strength is getting picked off. The war gave us a bonus for winter, but it's summer. Oh, so it's not even the winter war. I see. Yeah, it's kind of funny. The spaghetti is strong here, dude. You can change the spaghetti now with cohesion. But I'm scared to change it. I'm gonna try changing it because the spaghetti's costing us a lot of ground down here. Yeah, if it were winter, we'd actually be doing pretty good, I think. Rip these guys. Oh my god, they're getting destroyed. These guys are getting destroyed because they can't... We're not gonna be able to get there fast enough. This is just... Chat, it's over, I think. I don't see any win coming out of this. We're giving up too much ground. We may as well go a little faster. Maybe if I microed better, we could have done it, but I really think we just need the forts. Bring back the children. We couldn't even get, like, enough support equipment to buff. Our infantry is just really bad. Hearts of Iron seems hard. I mean, it is. But sometimes you're just subject to RNGesus, and this is one of those times. RNGesus was, hey, let's invite Estonia into the faction, and then Estonia gets invaded by the Soviets, and suddenly we're in a war with the Soviets when we needed 5 more months to prepare. They were justifying on us, so they could have... they were still going to invade us, but like I really think that that amount of time is where it went wrong. It's really hard to be ready for war as one of these small nations before 1940. Like, we had just got done with the political stuff. Sure, we could have been more prepared if we didn't go for like the extra research slot. So there were some things we could have shaved for efficiency, I think, for sure. But also, some campaigns are harder than others, and I think Finland, if you don't go join the Comintern, is always going to be harder, and I appreciate that about some of the countries that you can pick. I like the extra challenge. This is why I leave the difficulty on regular. Because I think it's hard enough. You change the difficulty by choosing more difficult countries. So at this stage... we could use some backup from our allies, but our allies are highly concentrated in the north for some reason. But all of our cities and factories are in the south. We can surround the tank. They're moving, dude. That tank is schmoving, man. The Soviets declared war on Guatemala. Guatemala joined the Axis. The Mexican Socialist Republic declared war on Honduras. Helsinki air defense. As war looms over the Socialist Republic of Finland, Helsinki must be fortified. The city and its coastline are vulnerable, and it falls upon the Finnish military to protect them. Improved air defense and coastal forts will safeguard the city and strengthen the nation's resolve. I'm just going to take extra refresher exercises because that gives us an entrenchment bonus. And a small recruitable population factor. I'm trying to punish their supply lines here, but El Salvador and Honduras join the Axis. Okay. Slowly, reinforcements are arriving. And now we're losing this. But the allies are coming to help, maybe? This is rough, dude. So long until winter. I know, right? We can't let them take this spot back. That's the main thing. Reinforcements are arriving. They're tiny, tiny divisions, though. Oh my god, they're gonna push. They're pushing in the middle. Alright, I'm going for it again. Get that tank, dude. Get that tank, dude. Get him! Pop him! Make the tank division go bye-bye. Boom. Got him. Alright, that's kind of huge. Got a whole tank division. That dude is causing some problems. The Mexican junta declared war on the Mexican Socialist Republic. What the heck is going on? Alright, these guys suck, by the way. They have 3 units, alright? They weren't supposed to be on the front. For the record. They weren't supposed to be here. The second Cristiada. The situation seems too complex for an outsider. It does, yes. Catholic Mexico joined the Axis. Norway wants to help. Apparently we have a tech September 1939. Unfortunately, when you start losing, your desire for micromanaging things sort of goes out the window a little bit. When you start losing ground. All right, unpause. All I gotta do is get their organization down. That's it. And then reestablish the front. That's all you gotta do. And then Hulk. They don't have any supplies. We need to get these guys to go back to the front. That pocket sucks. Improved computing machines. Ooh, snapped. 8% bonus research speed. And it's almost 1940. Let's go infantry equipment. And then we'll do the other one. So, improved artillery, but we can't start making the other one yet. We're just gonna do support weapons. Try to tech up. Alright, get rid of this nerd already. Boom. So, since these guys are here, we're gonna join forces with the other better general. And that other better general is gonna create a new front line that looks like this. And we're gonna reinforce the front with all the reserves. The reserves just need to get in there and be defensive bodies while our allies help us hold the north. Their close air support is crazy, yes. We are hopelessly outnumbered. They have 400 active bombers right now over our region, so it's not good. Ethiopian Empire requests arms to overthrow Italy. Ethiopian diplomats have come to us with secretive requests for arms supplies. All is not well with the Repubblica Sociale Italiana's recently acquired territory, and local administration is looking for foreign aid so that they might overthrow their overlords. Even if the rebellion fails, it would be doubtlessly distracting and weaken the Italian military. However, there may be repercussions if it's discovered we had a hand. This should keep them busy. We won't aid a potential enemy. Sure. I agree. Lend-Lease, thank you, Sweden. That's so kind of you. I can't afford to switch artillery now. We don't even have enough. Okay, let's try this. If we gave them a support artillery, we have just enough to make that possible, but we don't even need support equipment. Okay, give everyone support artillery from the reserves. What about support anti-tank? No. We'll have negative 200 in storage. Okay. What about Cav Recon? We have negative 140 support. Okay, so no reconnaissance or field hospitals. But support artillery is a go. Do it. Reinforce. I mean, that's got to count for something. Chat. Where's the map? There we go. Second question. What happens if I do that? Get those guys. Their organization is very low. What? Second question. What if we just pushed all the way back to Leningrad right now? We can't use logistics, but I appreciate the sentiment. Is there anything we can use? You can make artillery better, but it's 93 days. Make it 88. We just started using artillery, which is cool. Oh, one of our generals just got wounded for 90 days. Come on! The main general. 90 days? Is it better to, like, replace him? I don't know. Dude, their supplies are shot. They're having trouble pushing up north because their supplies are so bad up there. I think it's counterattack time, bro. New plan. Defense in depth time. We go boom, boom. I can't tell where these tiles begin and end. Like right there? Get the planning bonus? Wait, the max is 6%? 6% offensive bonus? Yes! That is the game changer, bro. Huge. Use your army power to entrench further. The leader is sick. Yeah, it's a bit late. That's okay. It's a good idea. But it can also get more people killed. Either way, we're saving our manpower for now. Alright, it's time to game. Push the offense with our terrible... Our reserves are gonna take Leningrad, maybe. Big maybe. Huge maybe. Their strength is waning. Oh, we have negative infantry equipment. Okay, so what you're saying is... Did they take some... They must have stolen some of our military factories. Market time. Kinda, though. Yeah, actually. Give them infantry equipment 1. They don't have that. I want all this in 1 delivery if possible. How long do I have to give them this for? Till the 19th of November? It's like a month? 8 factories for a month? I think that's a good deal. Lithuania accepts. Alright, that'll help a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there was green here. The plan started to stop being a good idea recently. He says we're stronger. 2 light tanks arrived. Yes. It's always spicy when that happens, huh? Now we're getting pushed back. Hulk chat. We just need the Hulk now. Almost November, winter is coming, yeah? I mean, a little bit at a time. Bulgarian government supports the IMRO. Yugoslavia wants to dock. Norway wants to give you some stuff each month. Uh-oh. We're losing where it counts down here now. Could use some, like, allied troops down here instead of, like, only holding the north. Tensions keep rising in Europe, and if Finnish independence is to be preserved, we need to strengthen the defense of Finland through intensive training exercise, preparing for any potential outbreak of conflict, and showing determination and readiness of the Finns to defend their nation's sovereignty if necessary. 15 Army XP. Finnish Army gets faster entrenchment, more Army XP, less training time, more mobilization, and more recruitable population factor. What else can we do that'll buff? The cold front, damage reduction against close air support, winter attrition, bonus Army XP for 35 days is good. That seems pretty good, yep, considering it's November. Guns should be coming in soon. From the market, probably do another buy. Because we are in the hole now. Buy 600 more guns. I only got 1 factory left. So let's wait until the first purchase is complete. We're actually using the new systems. We need to make some more guns. And more support equipment, but mostly guns. Uh-oh. We're losing a very important position here. Uh-oh. I think I've gotta redeploy to the whole area. You said it best. I do have balanced cohesion. We probably need flexible cohesion for this. But we're gonna try and reinforce if possible. It's kind of from pretty far away. Holg. Radar. Go from radar to... I guess just more radar so we have coordination. Southern Army has no guns. They just got some because a purchase just came in. Now we got 9 factories to play with. And we've almost bought out the market though, unfortunately. These ones are cheap. These ones are also cheap. Thanks, Lithuania and Latvia. I'm buying guns! Uh-oh. Uh-oh, this one could be the bad one. Reinforcements are almost here, dude, and they've got more soldiers. They're really pushing in the south. It might be over here. They're trying to hold, dude. Maybe you can ask the Allies for Lend-Lease. Maybe. How do you, Wait, that's giving to them, right? Hang on. Request a modification to the Lend-Lease. Yeah, we've already got, like, a few guns. Request Lend-Lease from Poland. Nope. France? No. Maybe Germany. I can't believe there's still not a menu for that just asks a bunch of people or shows you who will do business with you. Axis Britain will, but not support equipment. It's pretty good. It's pretty good, dude. Sweden wants to send 2 divisions. Oh, dude, we got some divisions up here, man. Look at these lads. We just got some trained dudes come out. We got to cancel this because manpower. Reinforcements are on the way. Hopefully they'll be in time. They're full strength, full fighting power. Another shipment of guns. Unitary Canada joins German-led alliance. Following swift negotiations, Unitary Canada announced they have become a signatory member of the Axis. The Canadian government proclaimed itself a proud defender of the German people, just as the German Reich will be a defender of the Canadian. While the details of Unitary Canada's entry into the pact are unknown, it's likely hostilities will be initiated against the enemies of the German Reich in short order. This may very well be a decisive moment in the war effort. It's him, Adrian Arcand. He's back. I like what I see out of Poland. I also like that Czechoslovakia hasn't given up. Romania? And I also like fresh reinforcements coming to man the lines, dude. We just got a Hulk. Forever. Oh, well, that didn't end well, did it? In December? The harsh winter conditions of the Finnish front demand proper prep. Supply routes must be secured and camouflage tactics improved to ensure the resilience of the defense force in the face of winter's challenge. Winter attrition down. Close air support damage down. Cold acclimatization up for us. Winter warfare time. 35 days. Lots of good winter bonuses. I don't think max planning really helps us right now. Here's my question. Are we holding this by ourselves now with just this force? Because I'm gonna pull back so that we can reinforce the north, because clearly we're struggling there. We can't lose on any front at the moment. Excavation 3, more resources. It's almost 1940. We're doing like everything we can do right now that is beneficial to us in some way. I guess just equipment conversion might be helpful later. All right, we're only down 1K guns. Could be a lot worse. And we've got 2 imports coming in. There ain't that many left. I clicked the wrong button. Do we even have that many factories? For now we do, I guess. They can't make them fast enough for us to buy them. Lithuania, where are my guns? Also, how did this happen? How is there no planning bonus for this plan, by the way? Is that what they're saying, chat? Oh, we have so much PP. The defense of the Finnish territory and independence is of the utmost importance. Demand peace from the Soviet Union. Controls Leningrad. Has completed hold Leningrad for 30 days. Yeah. It's tough, isn't it? Well, it's time to do service by requirement for sure, but that hurts everything else. Like, I don't know if service by requirement is necessary if we have 36k manpower and we're out of guns. And there is no chief of army, which is weird, but we can get an entrenchment specialist. Kind of a big deal. Plus 16% entrenchment speed. And there's an artillery super genius for 200. So what you're saying is, chat, just be extremely aggressive. Do a force attack and pray. Is that what you're saying?
Almina!
Like, is there a chance that might work or no? They seem weak over here, but they can reinforce so fast. If the force attack doesn't work, then the people will literally just die. Like, the whole regiment will just explode. Maybe just try a push with no force attack. Improved artillery, that'll help our support units. Can we get these support weapons, dude? They're close. Push, guys, come on, you got this. Don't let him off the hook easy. Counterattack time. The Carlists win the Spanish Civil War. The Regional Defense Council of Aragon has capitulated. Carlist forces under Manuel Falconde have finally defeated their Phalangist and Republican enemies and secured full control over Spain. Though isolated pockets of Republican troops continue to wage a guerrilla war that may well hamper the exertion of local Carlist control in previously Republican areas, it is unlikely further coordinated resistance of any significance will materialize. The bravery and fanaticism of the Carlist Riquetes were key in securing the victory, and this same high morale characterizes the Spanish post-war rebuild. With the war over, many Carlists impatiently await when their efforts are rewarded, and the rightful Carlist claimant will at last ascend to the Spanish throne. He looks like he can't believe he just won. All right, channel points rolling out. The underdog wins a 10.321 payout. Bark Woofington put 237,000 points on Carl and is now a millionaire. A multi-millionaire. Only 10 people were brave enough to stick to their Carlist guns. This is one of the biggest payouts I've ever seen. In a complete upset. Almost 3 million channel points going to Carl. Like 10 people. Enjoy your channel points. Huge win. Mass production for guns is easier? Yeah, that's a good trade. Is it possible that we can squeak out a W here, dude? And just sneak attack into Leningrad and hold the water? They won't see it coming. They won't be expecting it. Oh, they ain't expecting it, chat. The Nordic Defense Council invites us to the Nordic Defense Council lowercase. As the world braces for the inevitable clash between the major European powers, the Nordic countries risk getting trampled in the ensuing onslaught. The Nordic government is suggesting that we as the Nordic countries form a unified army so that we can together form a more cohesive defense. If we accept Nordic Defense Council, wait. Sweden is just a Nordic Defense Council now. Chat, in light of current events, kindly, next song. What does this mean? Socialist Republic of Finland joins the Nordic Defense Union. I become a puppet. Oh, I see. They puppet me. So, no. I reject that offer. They gain a puppet war goal. You're in my alliance, dude. All right, I'm currently trying to make an assault on Leningrad if you guys are done trying to puppet and or war me. And it is temporarily working. My question is, why are we not attacking up there? Prepare for the worst, fight like the best. We must strengthen supply routes for harsh winter conditions and train our troops to endure the cold and keep fighting on the front. Plus Army XP. The Finnish army acclimates to the cold faster, less winter attrition, fewer supply combat penalties on core territory, and we unlock a new winter logistics support battalion. Utilize the Sami. Recognize the unique skills of the Sami people. Add Sami Pathfinders. This one also gives us plus 25% heart attack and plus 100% piercing, which might be worth it. Plus 100% recon. Plus 100% of 0 is still 0, unfortunately. It's a Molotov focus. This is the Molotov cocktail focus, yeah. I think that one sounds great. The lines are questionable up here. We're doing our best. We've almost made our way in, dude. We're slightly running out of supplies and organization, but we're moving in. We've got a few of them on the ropes. We're about to take a port, and then suddenly we can resupply. Because it is a supply depot. About to show them how to game, dude. How's Poland doing? Oh, Poland's actually got Minsk. As long as Germany doesn't backdoor Poland, which could happen, but I don't know if the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact actually does anything, which it didn't do in real life. But in theory, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact would stop them from attacking, but again, it didn't do anything in real life either, did it? Support weapons 3. That instantly helps us with defense and breakthrough. Huge. Every single buff is turning the tide of this war. I guess 1940 airframes. I don't have anything else. Like, every small buff helps. Poland's gonna get to Leningrad first? Are you serious, bro? Are you seeing how I'm doing these flanks right here, bro? They are reinforcing here, though. Military High Command as a infantry specialist. Now, if you put him here, can he still be a general? Does this prevent him from being a general guy? We don't have, like, he's... I can't do that. We can get the artillery specialist. I was saving up for the artillery super genius. But that's a hefty price. Get him, chat. Push him back. We got the flank. Pushing from 4 sides on this spot. They're trying to reinforce. I see Polish reinforcements coming in. Oh, baby, we took a spot. We're pushing them back over our own forts, which is awkward. That we ourselves built, but this is a huge weak spot for them. If we can just take advantage of it. All right, what about the guns? Lithuania, where are my guns, dude? Lithuania, Maximalist Portugal. Let's buy one more shipment of guns. All right, we got extra shipments of guns. Japanese might? Dude, I can't get American Lend-Lease. I'm at war with America. And you can't Lend-Lease from Hirohito. World tension is almost there. But I am buying him off the market, which is a brand new feature, so somewhere a dev is like, oh my god, thank you. Thank you, he's using it. He's using the global market the way that we intended. To resupply, I can probably buy, we'll buy some support equipment also. We're giving up all of our manufacturing power to purchase arms to stay in the fight. That's exactly how they drew it up, dude. Japanese shogunate is at war. Ethiopian empire's declaring war on Italy. I got my own problems right now, bro, but we're pushing to Leningrad. Big time push. The Manchurian War of Independence? Following internal power struggles between Japanese admins and the government of Isen Jioropui, the fight for supremacy in Manchuria has reached a boiling point. Outraged, Isen Jioropui said, "The Son of Heaven does not bow," and struck the general with his cane before ordering the military to remove all Japanese soldiers from Chinese soil immediately. Chat, we're getting stronger. We're fighting back. We're becoming stronger. It's February, it's still winter. This is when, and we've discovered Molotovs. Desperate times require desperate measures, and now is the time for Oi Alcoholic, the alcohol company, to support the Finnish military, providing essential components for their weapons. Through careful production and refining, they will specialize in the creation of highly effective incendiary cocktails, giving infantry advantages they need to neutralize enemy light armor. +5 stability, +5 war support. We have 100% war support. All infantry, motorized and mechanized. Hard attack 25%, piercing 100%. We're gaming. Add technology, bicycle infantry. That's 70 days. I don't think this actually helps because we need, isn't that special forces? We probably need one of these 70 days, unfortunately. Because the bicycle infantry also has a full body, or army modification of division organization, breakthrough, and a bunch of generals, which we kind of need, and the new military high command, which we really need. That's a lot of bonuses. Huge bonuses. Chat, are we gaming? Uh-oh. Well, we were gaming, and now we're not, and then we are. We were, and then we weren't, and then we were, and then we weren't. We have trucks, right? Is there not a rail? There is a rail. Limited by level 2. So we need to build some rail upgrades, basically. Trucks are not the problem. The amount of supplies is the problem. But maybe it is trucks. Did you set truck supply on your armies? It's, unfortunately a broken feature to me. Long story short, it uses way more trucks that way than it needs to. And we don't have that many trucks. So if you don't have many trucks, which we don't, you have to be careful with that setting. But anyway, we got it under control now. I prefer doing it manually. Unless you're playing a major power that has more supplies than they possibly need. Feb 1940. Let's do radar. But yeah, we are resupplied here from the port. For those who don't know what we're talking about, you have to change the motorization level. Basically, it's using trucks from... Oh dear, I saw a ton of reinforcements around Leningrad. Oh my god, there's so many people there. Improved infantry equipment 3. I got totally sidetracked. Soft attack plus 5% is nice. Anyway, you have to use trucks from your supply, but it gives further reach for your supplies so that you don't have to be suffering attrition. As long as you're within reach. I guess we'll do oil because we'll eventually need it. Infantry weapon manufacturing buff. Let's get hard attack and piercing because we keep running into tanks. At which point I need to do an upgrade here. So we're going to create a variant, upgrade the variant, save it, and overwrite it. Waiting on some international market buys. That's a great spot that we took, but we have to hold it. Can't hold it back and forth. Meanwhile, here we are pushing toward Leningrad. We're running out of people, though. And if we're running out of people, then it's time for service by requirement, so... There you go. Let's start recruiting more before this gets too low. So we're at 8.8, now we're gonna go to 13%, if not higher. And we've got another stop along the way to Leningrad. It looks like we've stabilized up north, but it's hard to say. I would rather focus on the south. I can't tell where water begins and ends here sometimes. Is it possible that we should, like, stop the assault, regroup, dig in, hold for a little bit? So that's what we'll do. At least long enough to, like, reorganize. And we've got control, most importantly, like, in the south, we have control over the forts, if we can keep them repaired. That's the hard part. And I don't really want to push any further up here. It's dangerous. But they do be having a fort, so, like... And they're really low on organization. I'm just saying. So maybe a little tactical. Actually, that's a really bad spot, but this is too. Use those Molotovs, dude. Japanese shogunate has declared war on communist China. Okay, I mean, this is... Come on. Right? Right? Like, you gotta do that. I think you just gotta push out a little bit here. Dude, my general's getting wounded at the worst time! 90 days! 90 days? Oh my god, look how many troops are in Leningrad, dude. I don't know if this is smart. Can we take Leningrad? Not with this group. Definitely not with this crew. I think we just need to breathe down its door and get entrenched here. Just dig in. But we're threatening it, which is good. And I think pushing out here is actually smart. If possible. Why are you guys all abandoning this right now? Alright, we're gonna go to, like, balance cohesion for a bit. To try to stop people from abandoning too much. And I'm just gonna micro this. Put some pressure on them down here. Oh, is this a... Yeah, that's a lake. Come on. No, I didn't want you guys to go there, but that's okay. All right, the reason why I did that is because I don't want any of the tiles I'm defending to be attackable by more than 2 flanks. 3 flanks usually is an easy loss. So this tile that I'm holding is only attackable by this one and this one combined. This tile that I'm holding is only attackable by this one and this one combined. And then this tile is only attackable by this one and this one combined. So each of my defensive positions here, I can just hold and not have to, like, worry too much. Fort to the east? Yeah, surrounded by 1, 2, 3 separate flanks. Or 4 if you don't take that tile. So now you have to take this tile. This tile you can attack from 1, 2, 3. Okay, so now you take this tile. Now this tile can be attacked from 1, 2, and you gotta go all the way out. So 3 tiles is indefensible, basically. Either way, I'm happy with just, like, looking over the border to Leningrad. Our troops are very weak. We have a lot of very small units, but I just want to get entrenched, kind of hold that down, and then maybe do something against the people up here who are out of supplies, perhaps? Like these guys? While we just entrench, dig in. Say it, baby. Say it. Sing it. He knows what's up. but I'd like to take a couple of these back. Especially while we've got allies here helping. Chat, sometimes the AI... Oh, France is dead? While I wasn't looking, Great Britain backdoored? Axis Great Britain took it over? That's really bad for Czechoslovakia, who I can't believe is still alive. And we're gonna go ahead and take some army spirits. Let's go... I would say... Terrain traits, XP gain, plus 20%... 50% chance new officers are created with brilliant strategist or inflexible strategist. Is that possibly better than just tenacious defense? What do you think? Those Czech forts are very strong. Yeah, usually the soft underbelly hurts, though. By the way, I missed some subs. I'm gonna try theater training. Terrain XP gain, plus 20%, and high chance of brilliant or inflexible strategists. Meticulous prep because +1 planning and logistics. Yeah, I guess the logistics makes sense. Okay, we'll try that. And then let's do the one where you entrench good, maybe. No, I like the planning speed. This is just 500 weekly manpower, which maybe adds up to something for Finland. That's what, 2,000 manpower a month? That's pretty good, right? Yeah, that seems pretty good. And then entrenchment speed plus max entrenchment plus elastic defense plus overwhelming fire. Static warfare right now is probably our top. Supply consumption is okay as well, but I think that 10% max entrench plus also some good picks here. Yeah, those are solid upgrades. Okay, anyway. Chat, they're kind of moving. I wonder if it is worth pushing here or if we're just gonna get knocked back. Because we have very tiny regiments. If only we could take, if we could reposition all these guys and attack, that would be better. I think you can encircle Leningrad. I feel like we're gonna be spread really thin. But maybe? Let's just keep them all occupied. Nobody's holding this because my lines are bad. Kind of depending on my allies who are getting beat up here. Strength alone does not win wars. Technological advances are what gives nations of the 20th century their edge in modern combat. The workers in lockstep will be the institute to develop the latest means of destruction and mass produce the best tools we can. So in the hands of our people, they could be the guillotines over the heads of fascism and capitalism. Iceland researched this and is sharing it with everyone else. We get a research sharing group together. Good for them. Also, somehow we are still taking... some ground, maybe too much ground here. The Finnish High Command has put forward a proposal to reinvigorate the defense forces by promoting officers with previous Jaeger training. These officers are experts in guerrilla warfare and sabotage operations behind enemy lines, making them the perfect candidate to hone new unit skills in unconventional warfare tactics and lead them into battle. We can now add bicycle infantry plus 15 army XP. All Finnish army gets plus 10% organization, which is soft HP, plus 5% breakthrough. We get 3 new generals and a new military high command that we can hire. Very cool. This is for tanks, I think. This is a 35-day one. We'll go ahead and keep taking all the ones. The Finnish army mods are pretty cracked. They kind of are, yeah. We're kind of keeping up with guns. Let's buy some more things. There's some support equipment. 7 deliveries? Why so many? For just 114 bits of support equipment? Let's buy... let's just buy 600 at normal price. Thanks, Lithuania. Chat, they have 9 forces there, but they're like... kinda weak. The Soviet troops are getting kind of weak up here. Flanking around is going to be almost impossible, I feel like. I can't train any new divisions because we have negative weapons. Leadership in China has changed. Seems like no guns for them. Yeah, some of them, their tanks are really weak. Did you do the Japanese Lin-Lees? The Japanese we just got over enough world tension to even request. And they won't accept, so. I think winter had a big effect. I think it did, yeah. Chat, are you ready to go rogue? Oh, hello, tank. Hello, I am tank. Instantly stopped. That didn't take long. Let's push these nerds out. Anyway, if we take the lake, they have to go around. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to unite our fronts as well. Because we can kind of just push in and consolidate everything. They are bringing more tanks in, which is very unfortunate.
Selvä.
They're gonna reinforce that before we can get to it, maybe? Oh my god, we did it. Alright, if we can just, like, stop for a sec. Let this reinforce.
Selvä.
Bring some backup in here. These double tanks are gonna be kicking my ass. I think they finally realized
Käskynne.
what was happening here. Even though we have the fort, we're not actually holding in that area.
Hakkaa päälle, pohja poika.
We've got some reinforcements coming. They seem to have vacated this spot, which is nice. They're trying to push in, but we're dug in over here. We just need to reinforce. We need guns. We need support equipment. I'm buying them, dude. They're coming in. We can't buy them fast enough. Sin Kihong. No wonder that was so far away. We probably just take the supply line off of trucks for a bit. We just don't have any. Ask Britain again. I mean, they're already giving us 1,500 guns a month. And they won't accept the modification. There really does need to be a menu for, like, who will possibly give you something if you want, or if you ask. Also, we're gonna need some supplies. All right, the trucks are helping here. Nobody can help up here. I mean, we're actually fine. It's everybody else. All the allies. He thinks it's possible that we can take Leningrad. I'm scared to believe him because I can see that we have like 7 reserve units. It's not very good. And Leningrad has level 0 land fort, actually. I'm surprised by that. Covenant of the Mediterranean, Turkey and Maximalist Portugal. What a gaming group that is. Have you tried attacking? No, because if you try attacking, you lose all of your entrenchment. But I'm gonna push the naughty button. Wait, the unit leader is sick or wounded. How do you know how long until he is no longer ill? We do have new generals now.
Valmiina.
Okay, what if we did the thing we wanted to do earlier, which was add him as an infantry specialist, division attack and defense? Wait, that's a different guy. Oh no, it is him.
Käskynne.
Chat, you said he couldn't be a general and the other guy at the same time. The Soviets and the German Reich have signed a commercial agreement. With the agreement, Soviets seek to boost their industrial development and military research, while the Germans look for the import of much-needed raw materials. How long will it last? Because this guy's pretty cool. Oh boy. Avik is here. Oh god. What's up, Raiders? How you doing? We've been fighting a war against the Soviets and apparently the United States, who doesn't seem to be doing too much against us, actually. Playing Hearts of Iron with the new DLC that's coming out in a few days. How you guys doing? Randy sends his regards. What is up? The Dapperlings are most sleepy. Hey, dude, so am I. I went way too hard yesterday, and this is supposed to be a short stream, okay? This is supposed to be a short stream today. You're not supposed to be here. But chat, you are supposed to be there. Give Avik a follow if you haven't already. Avik was last seen playing some RimWorld. I hope you had fun on the Rim, dude. Did you get treated well or the typical way? Less than 8 hours, short stream checks out. Yeah. Yeah. But chat, hit that follow button. Avik's a great friend of the channel, deserving of your support. I'm a little tired, but long story short, we are in Northern People's Union. I don't think that's what it was called before, but that's what it's called now. An alliance with... We are Finland, and we're allied with Sweden, Norway, Poland, and Estonia, and also fascist Iceland, who owns Greenland. Don't worry about it. The Americans declared that Greenland being held by Iceland was in violation of the Monroe Doctrine and declared war on Iceland. I decided to back them up, thinking I could convert them into communism, which is what we are, led by Imo Aaltonen in the Socialist Republic of Finland. We are against the Comintern, and after we invited Estonia into our faction, the Soviets declared war on Estonia, dragging us all into war, and that's where we're at now, in 1940. We're trying to become strong. We got 5 research slots. I'm just going to use some of them by doing some research of things that are in advance of where... We're going to take the penalty because we need the production. I think it's beneficial. Thanks, Streetwater, for the pump it sub. How you doing, dude? Welcome back for 25 months. Hello, Sewer Rat. Catch y'all in the VODs. Hey, Sewer Rat, thank you for 35 months, almost 3 years. We're trying not to let the Soviets map paint us. It could have gone better, but it could have gone worse. Soviets declared war basically 5 months earlier than they historically waged the Winter War against Finland, so we didn't have quite as much prep time as we wanted, but I think that we're bouncing back in a way that you can only hope to do in Hearts of Iron, because the game allows you to do that. But thanks, Sewer Rat. Enjoy the VODs. Wow, wow, wow. Thank you for the war sub for 33 months. Hello, wow. How you doing? The Boyard D says, don't forget to bomb X City because they did X to us. Thanks for tier 2. Appreciate the double sub, Boyard D, for a year. And Right on Time, thanks for 3 years. Hi, Right on Time. Etal doing a Somi campaign in Hearts of Iron. 3 years of subbing finally pays off. What up, Right on Time? Dude, thanks for the 3-year sub. Glad you're enjoying this campaign. Seaber's Void also says, I dedicate this sub to the memory of Mexico. Thanks for 11 months. It's not gone, but it will be. Well, they are in civil war with Catholic Mexico, who joined the Axis. So we'll hold on to that. And thanks Legacy Gaming again for dropping the Prime for 10 months, if I missed you earlier. I know that was a while ago, but thanks for your patience. Avik says, always love to see you play this game. Sometimes it feels like I actually learned something and might spool up the game myself, and then I remember I know nothing, and this feeling is merely the product of smoke and mirrors. Dude, it's super addicting. I really think you'd like it. I think you'd enjoy it quite a lot, because it has super replayability, and it has a lot of time for that pause the game and analyze all of your potential stratagems. And I know you like logistics planning. So like with one of the new features in the DLC patch, we are short of infantry equipment and support because we're struggling with our production. We didn't have time to make the factories because they declared war so early. relative. So we have 4 factories on infantry, 3 on support, 1 on artillery for our support groups, and then 1 on trains for supplies, right? We're stretched super thin with only 9 factories. But because they added an international market, if we happen to have any leftover civilian factories, we can trade other nations our construction ability of our civilian factories for any weapons they put up on the global market. So like I can buy 300 guns from Lithuania for 2 of my civilian factories, and it will now start a delivery process where they'll bring them over so I can try and fill my supplies from a global market or become a global arms dealer. And that's actually been working out quite nicely. Okay, they're getting pissed over here. So this is why I'm glad I didn't try and attack. Because they're going to try and break us down. And we are just going to stay well entrenched. So what we're working on right now is breaking a couple of their lines.
Keskusta! Keskunne!
And reclaiming a few spots. And also focusing on things that help us mount up. Winter was a huge help. If we can just survive to the next winter, I think we can honestly just take the fight to them. The Mahdi strategy involves circling and isolating enemy units with the objective of crippling their logistical and communication lines. The implementation of this approach requires careful planning and training of the defense forces to ensure its effectiveness on the battlefield. By utilizing and perfecting the Mahdi warfare, we'll be able to outmaneuver the enemy and strike where they least expect it. We get 15% off a bonus for organization loss when moving, recon bonus. We actually don't have any reconnaissance, which is hilarious. Our attacking divisions are 10% faster. We get a new general and some new decisions, which I need to check. We can also now do... This person has a new military high command, which I really want. So what decisions are those? Did I miss them? I don't see them. Your trust is near 0. Yeah, I gotta like entice the masses. Bring it back. We'll save up some political power. I'm not really sure how to buff it. The only way we can buff it is having a contribution of more than 10% in active wars. Do I not? Am I not? That's supposed to increase public trust. Are they map decisions? Maybe, yeah. Prepare Mahdi tactics. Active for 15 days. Grants you equipment capture ratio gain. Division speed. Enemy division speed. Down. Supplies up. Division attrition down. They get an event. And then it becomes twice as expensive the next time you use it. Only while against fascists? That's rough, dude. Only against fascists, otherwise it goes down. Because I've lost control of some core states, probably. Alright, research-wise, we are fairly... We're doing, like, everything that we can do. I think some, like, max planning up would be good for us. So let's start getting some doctrines. Oh yeah, we actually have, like, up to a 49% planning now. Is DLC required for the market bit? I honestly don't know. I would assume it's probably going to be... a free patch. But I'm not really sure. Because they usually do a content patch with each DLC. Alright, I'm trying to retake a little bit so they don't have quite as large of a chunk. Okay, if losing core territory is points down, gaining core territory should be points up. Right?
Selvä.
Doesn't that kind of make sense logically?
Keskusta.
They are getting kind of weak here. They've been running out of supplies. My goal was to make their supply lines here really bad, but their tanks are making it difficult.
Valmiina.
Maybe now that their tanks are not entrenched, I should just try and attack? I don't know. It's a tough call here. I also don't really know how to get pushed into this pocket that I'm trying to get to. The best way to do it is to just, like, yeah, I have to go around.
Selvä.
But maybe if I send one strong division over, then they have to go all the way around this to reinforce their line.
Hakkaa päälle, pohjan poika.
Could we add an anti-tank regiment? You have to have anti-tank guns, which we don't have enough factories to produce. We were trying for a while, but didn't work. We could have an imaginary anti-tank support group, though. The lack of factories is the problem right now. And the lack of guns, but we're keeping that down to a minimum. Support equipment it's getting rough. Okay, we're almost gonna take their airfield too, which is kind of hilarious.
Keskusta.
So what I'm gonna do is attack you, and then move you to kind of cut this guy off. And then we just back cap over here, if we can. Likewise,
Käskynne.
we need to get a little aggressive.
Keskusta. Menetykää.
Get a little aggressive.
Valmiina.
And it's gonna kind of stretch us a little thin.
Selvä.
Because we are somewhat out of supplies here.
Selvä. Menetykää.
Okay, yeah, that's sort of what I expected to happen. Game's hard. Game is hard. I feel like we're close to making something good happen here. I just can't see the light at the end of the tunnel quite yet. Improved small airframe. Okay, we got engineering going as much as we possibly can. It's like halfway to 1941. I'm just gonna go ahead and upgrade our artillery ahead of time. But yeah, we need to reinforce this little dude because he's a reserve. The pawns are reserves. They're like half strength. So they're really not that strong, and that's why these two are getting overrun here. Whereas the dudes with helmets
Päälle, pohjan poika.
are quite powerful. As long as they have supplies, that's the important part. They have to be supplied. But I see some reinforcements coming in to try to fill in the ranks from the allies, which is great. That one dialogue.
Eteenpäin. Valmiina. Eteenpäin. Menetykää.
I'm trying, dude. With our powers combined. We can do this, maybe.
Hakkaa päälle, Suomen poika.
Scream it from the rooftops. Spanish monarchy restored. After almost half a decade without a monarch, the elation of the welcoming crowd in Madrid was hard to contain as Alfonso XIII entered the city this morning. Cheered on by jubilant onlookers, the royal procession proceeded through the streets of Madrid to the San Jeronimo El Real Church. In a pompous ceremony, Alfonso, after many years in exile, returned to the Spanish throne, bringing an end to a century of bloodshed by at last unifying the two lines of succession. Though much of the nation still lies in ruins, perhaps the new king may serve as a unifying and healing force and guide the kingdom of Spain to a glorious future.
Selvä.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Keskusta. Keskusta.
Pushing back to the river. Like, in some places we're a little ambitious. Like here, I think it was a great try, but we needed stronger forces out here. And then down here we just need to hold. We're just out of supplies. Slightly out of supplies. We needed that base. And we just need more troops. We have a ton of manpower, but no people. The enemy has air superiority. Alright, we just need to reset the board a little bit. Improved oil. Let's get synthetic rubber for later.
Selvä.
We're just so gosh darn close, chat. In a lot of areas. Just can't quite pull the trigger.
Keskusta. Vauhtia. Keskusta.
And these guys are making it hard. I'm gonna try and like take some pressure off this front line that's kind of folding here because they're just putting a little too much heat on.
Hakkaa päälle.
Gonna try and reinforce with a helmet. Yeah, they got a little scared, so they started reinforcing.
Keskusta.
Which is not at all surprising, but I'm gonna make a couple of these nerds retreat.
Päälle. Hakkaa päälle.
And I think they're taking this spot.
Selvä.
They're pushing back. They saw the weakness.
Eteenpäin.
And they're fixing it. If you cut off the rail line, the whole front falls, basically, yeah. Which would be amazing, but our troops are just so... Like, if we could just fix the infantry equipment problem, then we can recruit a lot of manpower. The trick is we just don't have the guns. Maybe I should go beg some more, I don't know. There's really not that many left on the market. Who else can I beg? Britain's already given us stuff. Canada's in the Axis. Nope. Mexico is already having their own problems. Buy some on the market. Are you watching the stream by chance? Brazil. Fascist Australia. Nope. Japan. Yugoslavia? Maček? Yugoslavia? Turkey? Hey, Turkey says yes. I don't know how they're gonna get to us. Italy says yes. Only 189 from Italy. 189 from Turkey. It's not a lot. Portugal? Oops. Nope. Switzerland. Hey, well, about that neutrality. Hey, Belgium. 189. It's a magic number. Ask Carl. Nope. They say no.
Liikkeelle!
Alright, that spot's gonna fall in a sec if we're not careful.
Käskynne!
How did we not take that?
Paikan päälle! Valmiina!
It's like... I guess they kind of have us surrounded in a way. I guess they have tanks there now, too. As the war intensifies, the Finnish military has recognized the importance of gathering reliable intelligence. Under the leadership of Reino Halama, a group of talented radio operators has assembled to intercept and decode enemy communications. With their skills and knowledge, these operators will provide valuable information to the Finnish armed forces, hoping to turn the tide. Finnish army gets intelligence gained from combat plus 10% recon bonus while entrenched. New military high command, who actually doesn't help as much as I thought, but I guess gives initiative. We don't have a high command, so... What else would help us in the immediate... It's naval base and civilian factories, a resource mine. That's for tanks. I feel like we've kind of picked all the stuff that gives us boots on the ground strength, unless it's like a faction one. I mean, this... That's manpower. We don't need manpower. We need... something. It's like research bonuses. Navy, Air Force... Tanks are on the ground, that's true, yeah. We can demilitarize this, and then we get naval bases and land bases. What do we have on the politics side? We still can't even pick Soviet threat. These are 70 days. This might be worth it, because this is a 70-day that gives some recruitable population, construction speed, factory output, and public figures, but it also moves the public trust over. We need to watch the public trust because it's just like falling. So I'm gonna entice the masses to try to save some. And then we'll need to pick something that gives us... Where was the one that gave us like the huge bonus for public trust? This one gives us a huge public trust bonus, 20%. But we have to be winning the war for it to matter. I'm gonna pick the worker state. Wait, this moves toward the low public trust? This is tough, man. I'm gonna go ahead and pick the defensive prep that adds some free coastal forts and anti-air, and also unlocks some decisions for national defense. There you go.
Valmiina!
All right. Why does this one keep failing?
Vetäkää!
I think we just leave the north alone unless we're losing. Oh god, we're losing.
Valmiina! Keskusta!
Attack them from the side, they'll never see it coming. Yeah, the anti-air could actually be legit. Ah, they're gonna push us out of this spot again.
Keskusta!
Yeah, that one's over. We need supplies, dog. We don't have them. They got a lot of tanks here all of a sudden. Tons of tanks on this side. We made one tank retreat, which is pretty cool. We're just gonna exchange these two. Well, no, now they're...
Eteenpäin!
Now they're winning. Alright, well, we made a good attempt. We gotta wait until they get comfortable and try and take that rail, that supply line.
Tulta munille!
One of our allies is trying to attack Leningrad. Good job, mate. Hold to December. True, it's like July. Are the Soviets at war with anyone else? Just us right now in Poland. Which I think Poland's doing a fair job down here. Good for them. It's gonna all change if Germany gets hungry. Germany's still at war with a bunch. But yeah, for the time being. I really don't want to lose this spot.
Hakka päälle! Eteenpäin!
But I don't think I can. Man, that's such a good spot.
Perääntykää!
I don't think we're going to be able to hold that, but it may have bought us some time down here to reinforce. And if we can hold it, that'd be insane. They're kind of throwing a few of them into Leningrad also. Yeah, I think we just sort of have to hold until winter. And that's like the only way to have a chance here.
Käskynne!
Kick out the horsies. They do a really good job of reinforcing like the second anything starts going wrong for us. I mean, for them. All right, we got some, maybe buy some equipment again. Gotta keep micromanaging this. We're buying guns off the market. We are getting more and more in the hole here. Production is still spooling up for support equipment, but it's not great. They only have 76 on the market, and that would take 5 supplies. I mean, 5, I wish you could put a buy order. Just a monthly buy order. Take all my stuff. Please, Gib. Thank. Gib guns. Please, thank. Now we're down to 225. The gun resupplies are good. They're holding, dude. The thing is, we can't take Leningrad because of all these support. Like, as soon as we start winning here, they're just gonna load Leningrad up. So we kind of have to win everywhere else. We actually have a free military factory? Oh god. Maybe we should trade for some aluminum. We can trade with Norway, but they probably won't fulfill our entire order. That way we can produce support equipment faster. Because that's what we really need. Maybe push to cut off Murmansk. I mean, we tried, yeah. That's what we tried to do. And it's unfortunately very difficult. This is the best spot. We just have no supplies here, and I don't... The only way to get them is to do the unthinkable. We'd basically have to do that one super buff, which I can't even find anymore. Yeah, it'd be reorganize the railway system and get a 300% bonus to building supply hubs. And you'd probably put it like here? Maybe here? Probably like here. Try to supply all the way over to there. And this is like a one-time buff, which feels bad. But you can only take this once. Cool. 120 days. Good luck. 4th of November. We'll get some more construction on it once these deliveries are done. The reason why I want that is so I can push across to this throat. If we can cut off this train, we cut off their entire supply line. They will only get supplied from the ports of Murmansk and Petsamo. The United States joined the Nordic Cooperation Alliance. With Czechoslovakia and Denmark. Which means Denmark is about to go to war with Norway. I believe. Yes. Cool. Good job, America. Well done. They're kind of pushing down here and it's getting a little scary. A little hairy and a little scary. We really just need some of our allies to come reinforce in the south. I don't know why they're so obsessed with the north where there's no frickin' supply. USA always seems to be the wacky guy doing silly things. Kinda, yeah. What? Oh. Rip. Didn't even notice that. I feel like we're starting to lose. Winter can't come soon enough, dude.
Keskusta!
We're starting to get pushed back again. And there's not much I can do about it, which is why Free France has called the US as our enemy. I can't believe they're still holding out here. I mean, Poland is doing their best, I think. They need to do better. Come on, Poland! Get to Leningrad! Give us some relief!
Keskusta!
Wait, why is my team abandoning the front line here? How many of you are abandoning the front? Poland It's over. It's about to be over. Considering the demands, it seemed inevitable. The Polish People's Republic would be forced to cede Danzig to Germany, and a Polish plenipotentiary would be sent to Berlin to negotiate further terms. Vladislav Gomułka pointed to the German Reich's recent actions when stating it was obvious Germany would not be satisfied with Danzig alone. German and Polish forces are prepared for war. Reports are already coming in that clashes at the border. All right, chat, we're gonna call it there. I might continue this campaign, but I meant to do a short stream today, and then it turned into a long, normal stream. And we're just gonna, this is Iron Man, so it automatically saved. We fight Russia, USA, and Germany. Dude, how does it come to that? Start an innocent campaign as Finland, end up at war with the United States, the Soviets, and Germany. That's Hearts of Iron, baby. All right, we might continue that campaign just to see what happens. But I'm definitely not going to be streaming tomorrow because I got some real life business to attend, and I got to go eat right now. So you'll see me either Monday or Tuesday. Okay? Because we have some fun Hoi. We'll try to do some Hoi. Oops. Bye. Hi, I'm back. We'll try to do some Hoi, like on release at least. So we will, we'll see how that goes. Okay. Thanks for coming over. Appreciate the raiders who were here earlier. I will see you guys again for the next one. I'm just going to send you all out into the void. Hope you enjoyed the Saturday stream. The last two campaigns have been bloodbaths. They have been. I honestly think that if Germany didn't attack, we would probably win long term. Once winter rolled back around, I think we strike with a vengeance. We have manpower. We just needed to stabilize on guns and support, and then we'd probably start winning if we could get supplied. Germany invading Poland is a loss no matter how you look at it, because Poland is holding Soviets at bay. So even if we didn't join the war against Germany, they still wipe out Poland, and then we lose to the Soviets in that order. Guaranteed. So next time we play Hearts of Iron around release, we'll probably just load into that campaign, watch the fireworks, and then start a new campaign. So, good night. Bye, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. Appreciate the Industream sub. Lashley in the void for 26 months. Thanks again, Lashley. Appreciate the over 2 years, dude. And Streetwater for almost over 2 years. I think I got you. All right. I'm out. Peace. Good night. See you guys in a couple days. Bye-bye.